I don't know.
I'm just going to go with no, does not stop it.
Wow, thanks for the fun fact, Dan.
Yeah. Ender, think about any possible way he can find it out here. If he counterspells and Dizdai the face, he puts his opponent down to 14 and gets Power Blast, he'd be off by 1. He knows Okosinsuke doesn't have that ice block, but he's still so far. If he just had 1 extra ping, he had the out.
Yeah, and he doesn't have anything in his deck that's going to stop that, I don't believe.
But he doesn't die next turn. So what he actually hopes for
Ice block.
is Ice Block into Pyroblast. There is a line.
There is one line. Ice block into Pyroblast is the only thing.
Oh, wait. Oh, God. Forgot about that. Is he dead?
No.
No, he's close, though.
Yeah, so if he goes Ice block into Pyroblast, then he will, I believe, just win.
Oh. You can see that Okasinsuke really trying to target a lot of those slower control decks with this lineup. Secret Mage has the Polymorph, Ice Block. His Control Warlock has Rin. No, that is not going to be it. Ender concedes, and we are once again going to a Game 5.
Yeah, Ender did see the one possible out that he could go for, and went for it, but it was very unlikely. He needed exactly the Ice block and the Pyroblast in exactly that order.
Well, he did have ways to draw into it, so you could have
Arcane Intellect.
You have Arcane Intellect, and assuming he didn't die, he could have just draw Aluneth to get all those cards and buy himself time to get to that point.
Yeah, I suppose. But very fringe case scenarios, he didn't have any Primordial Glyphs left. He had used the first one on turn 1, got the counterspell, and then used the second one to get the Greater Arcane Missile, so didn't have any type of random generation that he could have received. But yeah, it's all going to come down to Secret Mage for Ender versus the Control Warlock.
Yes. The Cube Warlock.
Yeah.
I mean, I think as time goes on, we're going to just say Cube Warlock is the control variant of Warlock.
Yeah.
But I mean, we can just call it, the Cube Hybrid Warlock.
There was some Control Warlocks that didn't even run Cube.
Right.
And those are Control Warlocks, but like Cube is not so much the defining factor of the deck that you could blanket say Control Warlock, and then it's a Control Warlock that also runs Cube.
It's often about whether or not they're running Doom Guards or not.
Yeah, if you because Doomguard makes it so you always want to call it Cube Warlock because it is a bigger part of the deck. But there are some decks like who was it? Muzzy at the
Muzzy at the World Championship.
He ran Cubes but no Doomguards, which was considered bizarre at the time, but then became more accepted once players started to have more success with it.
Yeah.
But
what a forerunner.
Yeah.
Just like being able to pull it out there. But of course, the biggest forerunner of that tournament was the people that brought the Big Spell Mage.
Yeah.
Which at the time people were like, wow, that's actually really good.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe if they hadn't met in the, was it quarterfinals, I believe, Sinto and Frozen? Quarterfinals.
Yes.
If they hadn't met in the quarterfinals, who knows, maybe it could have been all Big Mage finals if things had gone differently in that bracket stage.
Oh man, did I wish that was the finals. That would have been so sick.
Yeah, it was a game sort of worthy of the finals, but I was very pleased with how everything ended.
We're due for like a super dramatic Hearthstone series to end the World Championships. The first 2 were big blowouts.
Firebat is the 2015.
Sorry, that's an inside joke between me and CJ. That we use that admirable clip a lot. So
yes, we do. And every media piece in the World Championship, it's like in there once. But Hearthstone casting was much different in 2014. If you're curious and want to see the evolution of how Hearthstone casting came along, I recommend going back and watching because it was cast much more like a traditional esport back in the day, where we would make these big hype moments. It's pretty cool. We've come a long way since then.
Yeah, we understand how to, I think, properly assess more exciting situations.
Yeah, now we just talk about bread.
Back then, we were shoutcasters. Today, we're men. Fun fact number 4. Okasinsuke saving the Mistress of Mixtures, seeing that the secret was played, recognizing that it could be the explosive runes or the counterspell. He has good counters to both with the coin and the Mistress. But is he playing too greedy, perhaps? Mistress of Mixtures would have died immediately, but also offset the secret. Kind of hard to say.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
You want to get that mana out of the way, so to speak. Because the idea is that even though you are clogging your opponent's hand if they drew a second secret, you're also you're not being mana efficient, you're clogging your own place for the future.
And the thing about playing against Secret Mage is this deck, if you make one mistake, like if you float one extra mana or take one extra damage, sometimes that's the difference.
Right.
Sometimes that just loses you the game on the spot. So you have to be very careful and navigate the matchup near perfection in most cases. Sometimes they either just beat you or you just beat them because you got all your stuff early and they didn't get any sort of temple tools.
Well, here's the thing. Okasinsuke knows that he has the Skull Minari Voidlord combo, so he's doing the thing where we were showing, that surrender kind of put on display for everybody to see. Don't tap if you don't need to against these aggressive decks that try to burn you down.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that counterspell is going to block the coin for an extra turn, which squeezes out even more damage. And then Okasinsuke has that Cobalt Librarian, which kind of goes with the hand in hand with do I life tap or not? Because this is essentially life tapping for 2-1.
Let's see. It also buffs the that Spellstone, so we can get that heal out maybe a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Or for bigger. Not earlier, just for bigger. But pressure's starting to pile on, and Ender does have some finishing damage with Pyroblast in hand, so piece together a little bit more minions, maybe a little bit more burn cards.
Yeah, it just needs to hit one more time with all these minion waves, and he'll forever be in threat. And this is painful, but also Okasinsuke deals with the Cabal Crystal Runner very effectively. No secret for Ender. Although, truth be told, Secret wouldn't do anything against the skull anyways.
Yeah, it actually
doesn't even matter.
Could be a risk against Possessed Lackey, potentially. Because if you had Explosive Runes, Possessed Lackey gets that free sort of proc, but he just... I actually would have kind of liked to see Sorcerer's Apprentice there. Because what if he does play Possessed Lackey or Skull of the Minari, you'll never get another chance.
9 damage plus 7 on the board. 17 damage.
Okasinsuke has no way to heal.
Gonna keep pinging. I think Ender's gonna he's been rewarded for pinging every single turn and really saving this, but Sorcerer's Apprentice not getting that damage.
If he had played Sorcerer's Apprentice last turn.
Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Because listen to my reasoning. He can assume that there's a Voidlord's gonna come out with Skull or Possessed Lackey, so Sorcerer's Apprentice is never gonna attack for more.
Gonna pull a Doomguard out.
Guaranteed, yeah, since the second Voidlord's in hand. And Ender still needs 4 more turns in order to get to Pyroblast? Okay. He still needs at least 2 more.
Right. But he knows that there's no cube, because the cube would have come down guaranteed. Not that it really helps very much, but the cube would mean that he gets no minion damaging guaranteed. I mean, it's still pretty much not guaranteed that he'll get any damage. Or, sorry, rather, that it is pretty much ensured that Ender can't get any more minion damage in the game.
So now I feel like it's in a weird spot. Do you keep throwing Burn at face, or do you maybe kill the Doomguard to try and give yourself enough time
to
get there?
In the face.
Yeah. Because if you throw the Frostbolt at the Doomguard, that's 3 less damage that you have, which maybe you need to come out if he draws Dark Pact again, or the second Spellstone, or Mistress of Mixtures.
Yep.
I'm curious to see where that Frostbolt is going, or actually just holds on to it. Maybe he wanted to see...
He's trying to maybe surprise his opponent with the burn in hand. Doesn't want him to calculate. Trying to mess up his computation.
Yeah, that's possible. Because he could just ping face next turn. And then Firelance Portal, Frostbolt. I don't know, because he'd still be 1 off. I was thinking he would ping next turn and then have 9, but Firelance Portal plus Frostbolt is only 8. If Sorcerer's Apprentice sticks, that's a whole different story.
You can Firelance Portal into a spell damage minion and then Frostbolt for the lethal. Whoa. Is there a 5 mana spell damage minion that Azure Drake's now that Azure Drake's gone for a while? I might be wrong on that. I don't think there's a spell damage minion.
Fun fact number 5.
You guys are learning a lot. I am an educational caster.
But that one's got the damage for Okasinsuke here. He's gonna put him to 22.
Oh, wow.
and have 14 on board.
And if he doesn't kill off the Sorcerer Apprentice, Ender can squeeze it in both those plays next turn as well.
He doesn't set up for a 2-turn lethal, and he has plenty of damage for a 3-turn lethal, I think. So I think you always kill it. Whoa.
Mana Worm. The board tension, TJ.
Oh, man.
Firelance Portal. What's behind the door?
Where shall I strike?
Through the claw. Ender sets up a lethal opportunity.
And not killing off that Sorcerer's Apprentice allowed Ender to fit in the ping.
Yes.
I guess it wouldn't matter because you get Frostbolt ping this turn and then Firelance Portal ping.
Right.
But I suppose this presents another minion. In the end, it doesn't matter too much because Ender would have had it anyway.
Oh.
And
Yeah, sorry.
it's a Doomsayer, damn.
No, it's just like he has no draw for health. He needs a life tap.
Oh.
My job is to add commentary, and that is the best you're going to get. Orc grunts.
So many possibilities.
But, yeah, no, Okasinsuke, he needs the life tap to survive. Now, of course, he might just pass his turn, essentially, like attack face,
Yeah.
see what he can do.
But there's no difference between 2 and 4 here, right? Only if you expect ping over 2 turns to be able to kill you.
Yes, you
If you
accelerate the
expect him
clock.
to have
2
no
turns.
burn, but if he does have any burn spell outside of Pyroblast, he kills you anyway from 4 or 2.
Right. Well, the idea is to set up lethal, which is getting Dark Pack and developing the Cabal Lackey on the board. That's the way to win the game. He knows his opponent has Pyroblast, but he's just going to pass, and Ender is going to squeeze out a victory by the hair of his chinny chin chin.
That's right. All the way game number 5, too. That's a lot of game 5s that we've seen today. I think
Wow.
that's the 4th out of 5 total matches. So definitely some exciting series.
And he did it without Warlock in his lineup and with a Cthulhu Druid
That's
instead.
right, Dan.
The man of the people. This guy is one to watch out for. And hey, guess what? Another player from ANZ ends up winning.
Yeah.
Sending yet another traditional Asian country representative home.
That's right. So moving on to the winners bracket, still a long way to go. You know, there's a lot of tournament games left to play. We still have almost 2 full days of competition, at least 1.5.
Yeah, apologies there. That actually was a winner's bracket match. It's not sending him home. It's sending him to a lower bracket.
Yeah, sending him to a lower bracket.
But if he loses there, he'll be sent home.
He'll be sent home. Actually, he can just go hang out backstage.
Actually, yeah,
But
he
then
can hang
tomorrow
out
he
and
gets sent home.
go sightsee at the Opera House
Yeah.
and, the Queen Victoria building. But after that, he gets sent home. It's been really fun, TJ, and we're about halfway through the day, 5 series in. What do you think so far of HCT Sydney?
It's been cool. We've seen a huge variety of decks and strategies, which I think is pretty cool. We haven't even got to see the Hunter yet, or the Shaman, or the Quest Warrior. So hopefully we get to see more of that. But just the diversity within the lineups, I think is pretty cool. Even when you look at same archetypes, there's still a lot of card diversity. So if you look at like all the Spiteful Priests, they differ quite a bit. If you look at even some of the Secret Mages have some key differences with tech cards, which we saw be a weakness to Ender in some of the games with Spellbreakers, but in other games be sort of a strength. So I'm having fun, Dan.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun, as you guys can tell. Maybe a little too much fun. Maybe we should get some more serious catches like Sottle and
Fun fact
Jagger.
number 6.
And fact number 7, we'll be back right after this break.
The Sydney HCT stop is proudly supported by McDonald's Australia.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the HCT Sydney tour stop. My name is Soto, and I'm joined for this series by Gia, and it's been a fantastic day so far. We are pretty much halfway through, 5 series down. Actually, a little bit of a break from the norm now, because each one of those series, I think, has featured a ANZ player winning through to the winner's bracket. One New Zealand representative, 4 from Australia, but now we are departing from the local players. We're going a little bit further afield, Jen.
Right, we are now having an APAC in general mirror, and that's going to be between Glory from Japan and Dizdai from Thailand.
Yeah, and you can see here from the lineups, sell into this one, guys, because it is likely to be quite a long series. The big trump deck in this is the Quest Warrior. That's the one that we haven't seen so far. Dizdai is the only player, I believe, bringing Warrior to this tournament, and he's gone with the Quest variety. How do you think that Warrior is going to do in a matchup that is pretty greedy overall?
Yeah, I think this was not the lineup that Dizdai was looking to match up against. I think that the Quest Warrior would struggle a bit against the OTK Paladin in particular from Glory, and also the Big Priest. We were talking about maybe expecting some Cube Warlock bans mutually, but it's also possible that maybe Glory bans out the Spiteful Priest instead.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. It's such a scary deck. Like, normally these very resilient control decks do pretty well against board development aggressive decks, but Spiteful Priest can just keep going for so long, right? And then when it comes time for you to drop your own big game-ending threat, there's just a Grand Archivist into Mind Control or whatever it is, and then suddenly your big threat is theirs. So I can definitely see some respect being given for the Priest. But I want to talk about the Quest Warrior a little bit more. What do you have any insight? What are you aiming that at if you choose to bring that deck? Because I personally was not expecting to see Quest Warrior anywhere near this. Do you have any insight?
I wasn't expecting it at all either, because it seems like there are a lot of good control options in this meta, but maybe if he's trying to target Paladins, aggressive Paladins, but many people chose to bring a slower variant of Paladin, so it seems like Dizdai might be struggling. And this is the first round still, and it's actually his first time competing overseas, so definitely somebody that's had most of his experience in the local Thai scene.
Yeah, it looks like he is kind of new to this big competition. You said first time competing overseas, only took competition seriously in 2017.
Late
2017.
2017.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
About no more than 6 months has he been playing.
Right, and found out mostly about Hearthstone through watching YouTube videos. But as we all know, watching videos is a great way to learn things, and we want to learn a bit more about Dizdai, so we have a little video package on him for you guys.
ผมชื่อวีริศ โพพันธ์ชื่อในเกมดิดไดอายุ 18 ปีมาจากประเทศไทยครับผมเล่น Hearthstone มาตั้งแต่ประมาณแพทอันโกโลเข้าครับคลิปใน YouTube แล้วก็น่าสนใจเลยลองโหลดมาเล่นแล้วก็เห็นเพื่อนเล่นกันด้วยครับเพราะว่ามันเป็นเกมที่แบบเล่นคนเดียวไม่ต้องพึ่งคนอื่นมากครับคือว่าถ้าเราตั้งใจเราก็ทำมันได้เองเลยก็รู้สึกกดดันอยู่ครับเพราะว่าก็มีแค่2คนที่มาครับเป็นความหวังของประเทศไทยครับก็จะเอาแชมป์ให้ได้เล่นไปให้ถึงจุดสูงสุดครับคือแชมป์โลกครับ
Wow, that is some dedication right there. I'm going to keep playing until I am the world champion. Yes, good plan. That is the kind of commitment that I like to see. But a couple of things interested me there. First off, it's a sentiment I've heard from quite a few of APAC players specifically when they've been interviewed. The idea of, well, Hearthstone's a solo game. Most esports are team games, and you have to rely on teammates, whereas Hearthstone is something that you're very much in it for yourself. And it's strange to me because I've seen that only really being commented on by APAC players, Japanese players, Korean players even, which I find kind of strange, yeah.
Yeah, I actually wanted to bring that up as well, because even though on paper Hearthstone is a one-on-one game, you see a lot of the top competitors always credit their practice partners and the people they regularly play test with, and when they're practicing for tournaments, they use these players to pilot their opponents' lineups when they have time beforehand to prepare, and that often leads to great results. So maybe it's kind of a sentiment for people that aren't used to playing on the big stage so much, or maybe communities that are a bit more close to the Hearthstone scene on the global scale. Not to say that these countries are in particular, but maybe some of these players, as you see, Dizdai is just very new. maybe hasn't been able to build up his own practice group.
Makes sense to me, but his opponent for this series is going to be Glory, who I believe is representing Japan in this tournament. A little bit of a fact sheet for him. Introduced to Hearthstone, as I'm sure many of us were, by a friend, and all 3 seasons of the Asia Pacific playoffs, and has a card game background, including playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So seems like of the 2 players, he has maybe a little bit of an experience edge against Dizdai, but we'll see if that comes into play throughout this.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to make playoffs all 3 seasons in a row is no small achievement, and it's something that a lot of the EU players rag on each other for if you miss a single prelim. So good to see a guy that's pretty consistent making it to maybe a stage with more exposure for him. And he's brought, just the weirdest Paladin I've seen on stream so far, because there's still the Togwaggle Paladin.
I was going to say, you have to be careful calling Paladin decks weird in this tournament.
I've seen on stream so far. So it actually is a control Paladin, but not running the N'Zoth and Death Rattle package. Instead, he has Linessa along with Potion of Heroism.
Yeah, and he's also playing a copy of Zola the Gorgon, right?
Yeah.
Which, when you cut N'Zoth from your deck, the things you would normally Zola in a Zola deck are N'Zoth and extra minions to then revive from N'Zoth. So with all that gone, he's pretty much all in on like an extra burgly bully with that Zola, right? It's like kind of the only good target.
Yeah, that's what we can see. I guess you could put it on a loot hoarder if you're really desperate for draw, but in that case, why not just run like, I don't know, N'Zoth to bring back the loot hoarder and things like that. But he might have found the kind of decks that he's trying to target with this OTK-centric Paladin strategy rather than the purely control and win by an N'Zoth strategy in Dizdai's lineup, because Dizdai's also brought quite some slow decks. He has the Jaina Control Mage, and he's got Quest Warrior.
Yeah, we did just catch the bans on screen there. You might have seen a little bit of a spoiler because we got an over-the-shoulder shot of them playing Warlock versus Warlock. Normally, the test game is played between the 2 banned decks, and yep, lo and behold, Warlock has been banned out from both sides. So that was our first instinct, right? We kind of felt like maybe there would be a priest ban coming out, but no great surprise. We're seeing Warlock coming down, even when it comes down to these greedy lineups that kind of have the tools to go late game against Warlock. You're still seeing so much respect being given to Q-Block and Control Warlock in general.
Yeah, Warlock definitely is kind of the new Raza Priest in that it's so hard to just leave it up unless you're super confident about beating it, but hardly any lineups can properly target Warlock. So that means that Dizdai's Priest will be left up, and it's pretty interesting in that it includes 1 copy of Nerubian Unraveler, and we were just trying to figure out why you would put that in your deck if you're banning away Warlock, which sometimes plays Twisting Nether.
Yeah, it's the tech cards in this tournament in general have just been pretty crazy across the board. There's been all kinds of just weird inclusions. We've seen Dragon Slayer in Zoo on stream. The Togwaggle deck, which we keep talking about, which we haven't seen on stream, but is doing well in some of the games that are being played off stream as well.
Gotten word that Ghost Asa is on to the 3rd round of winners.
Yes, exactly.
With the Togwaggle deck, and it's not like that's his only weird deck, so you can look forward to it.
That's just an easy point to focus on to tell you how weird this guy's decks are. But yeah, the tech card inclusions have been pretty wacky across the board, but that's kind of the story of the new meta. There's so many surprising things about this meta post-patch that have just caught me off guard, and the tech cards are just amongst them, but also the fact that like Priest is still the most represented class in this tournament. After the archetype that was dominant for Priest got completely ripped out of the game with the Raza nerf, 3 more top-tier Priest decks just like sprung up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
It's almost like removing Raza Priest as an archetype buff to the other archetypes, because suddenly there's no clearly good or best Priest archetype, and then now you can see all sorts of Anduin. So you guys are sick of Anduin. Sorry, you're still going to be seeing some of him, but at least it won't be the Shadow Reaper version.
It's very true. And the other talking point in this tournament, in this matchup, that we haven't really touched on yet, is the potential of a N'Zoth Mage mirror, or at least the fact that it's featured in both players' lineups. Have you had much of a chance to play around with this deck? It's only really come into the limelight in the last couple of weeks and the recent tour stops that have led up to this. It's a very late game focused deck. Do you have any opinion on it?
Well, honestly, I haven't been able to play much of it myself, but looking at it, it looks like it almost always goes to fatigue. Of course, whoever gets Jaina first is at a huge advantage, but if you guys saw the World Championship series game between Synthilol and Frozen on the Mage not quite organic mirror, but it turned into somewhat of a mirror when Sinto discovered Jaina off of Draconid Operative, and it quickly turned into who can ping most efficiently to get themselves water elementals and prevent their opponent from getting water elementals. So we could possibly see a bunch of that with the added spice of Syndragosa on both sides.
Yeah, I think the slight difference with the this slightly newer build of Mage is once you throw the N'Zoth in there, you suddenly can create these immense board states with Syndragosa being revived and getting you extra legendaries, and obviously all your Pyros tokens are coming back as well. So sometimes you can pressure the opponent out of the game if you get a more aggressive draw, but I agree with you. Generally, players are setting the stall out because there's so much removal in there that you can plow your way through a couple of N'Zoth boards over the course of the game most of the time.
Right, and I do definitely see Zola the Gorgon making more sense in this Mage deck than in Paladin, because it can hit the N'Zoth and possibly Syndragosa, things like that. So
it's actually really crucial all of the time, the interaction with Zola and N'Zoth, because often N'Zoth will come down, the other mage will be forced to Dragon's Fury to try and clear it, and if they only hit Meteor, and then there's suddenly still a 5-1 on the board that can't be pinged for whatever reason, then there's just another copy of N'Zoth that can get picked up from Zola on the following turn. So can be a very big deal in the matchup, that Zola. It's a very greedy inclusion, but I know it's one that Tic Tac, who is one of the originators of the deck, is a very, very big fan of.
Right, and it says something about the meta that we can see decks that are as greedy as this popping up on a really high level. And I think it's been quite a while since we've seen such extreme control mirrors that consistently go to fatigue.
Yeah, it's been that way really through the past few major tournaments that we've seen, the past few tour stops. The meta since HCT Germany, where I kicked off casting the tour stops, there were a few greedy lineups in that tournament, 1 or 2, and even then it was 2 decks thrown in with some mid-rangey decks as well. Then we moved on to Copper, and suddenly N'Zoth Mage was just everywhere, and there were so many series just going to fatigue. And now that's carried through even further to the point where people are now bringing lineups to this tournament purely to break apart full control lineups, right? That's why we're seeing the Quest Rogues and stuff coming out now. So we're actually not that far away from it going full circle, and suddenly Wolf Rider is the best card in the game again, because everyone's just playing too greedy.
I can't wait to see some Smork again. Makes life so much simpler. I am role-playing Raven for you here, Donald.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ju. It's making me feel wonderfully comfortable, but we are ready to get into the game. We did have 1 or 2 little technical issues with one of the PCs coming into this, but we are ready to go now, and we don't have to wait too long to find out what the deal with this Quest Warrior is. If it's going to catch us by surprise, it's going to do it potentially immediately, because Dizdai is leading out with it here, which maybe, this kind of gives me a little bit of a soul read, and maybe Control Warrior, Quest Warrior kind of strategies are just a pet deck for Dizdai. Because quite often you'll see players lead out with their favorite deck in Conquest, because the strategic advantage of any pick order is very, very minimal, if not non-existent in Conquest. So you'll just generally see players lead out with a favorite deck quite often. So maybe that's the reason we're seeing it. It's just a deck that he's played a bunch of. It's a deck that he's comfortable with.
I find it a bit curious though, because he said he started playing in late 2017, in which Quest Warrior really wasn't a thing too much anymore.
When? I guess, yeah, Quest Warrior is more early, mid 2017, right?
Right around Ungoro. But
sure.
Anyway, Glory gonna lead out with his big priest, and there is a discrepancy in the priest in this tournament because in this match, because Dizdai is playing the Spiteful Priest, and I do think that on paper Warrior would pretty much struggle with consistent big minion after big minion because there are only 2 executes. But with this kind of hand from Glory, it seems like Dizdai might just have all the leisure in the world to complete the quest.
Yeah, he's going to have a ton of time, especially since this isn't an explosive Barnes hand from Glory. But the last Big Priest series I was casting with TJ, we were talking about how there's not really any deck since Spellstone has been added into Big Priest that can really go removal for minion against Big Priest and just kill all your threats. They just have too many of them. When you have an 8 damage hero power, it's a possibility, right? It's maybe something that you can put together. If you can just hero power down a few big minions and then you still have a mass removal Brawl for a Spellstone turn.
Yeah, true.
You can maybe get there, right?
Yeah, Rag lines up pretty well against Obsidian statues and Lich Kings and things like that. But the thing is, Glory is not even going to be able to play those for quite a while because Saw a little smirk from Dizdai there on turn 4 when Glory ended it without a Barnes.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the first checkpoint for Big Priest, and then the next worrisome turn is turn 6. And Shadow Essence also hasn't entered the hand for Glory, so he's going to be struggling for a while.
Yeah, these are the hands where Big Priest essentially loses to itself. And
Yeah.
I think, you know, I was casting this Big Priest earlier with TJ, as I just mentioned, and I think he made a great point where the only reason like a deck that can do stuff as unfair as Big Priest can do
Sure.
is balanced is because you have a built-in failure rate, right? There are some games that you just cannot win because there's only like a few cards in your deck that really set yourself off. I made the comparison at the time to like old school Miracle Rogue, where if you just drew all your preps and backstabs, like your deck essentially did nothing. It's kind of the same thing with Big Priest now, where if you just draw all the removal, your deck really does nothing. But it's still a very frustrating animal to play against, let's say.
100%. And Dizdai actually curving out crucially well. That's the Barnes in hand. But I was going to say next turn he could coin out Curator, and he essentially, since turn 3, hasn't missed a single curve of taunt minions, and that's exactly what he wants to get going. So seems like we're going to have a game on our hands. So if the Barnes pulls out Yashiraj, you could be seeing some familiar fireworks. Glory actually instead gonna go for the full clear here. Oh, rather leaving up the Tar Creeper.
I like
Or-
that.
okay,
I guess
yeah.
I like this. Gives him the
So-
best chance of like actually contesting the board on the next
Okay.
couple of turns.
I don't think the plan changes for Dizdai though. Curator is just so good.
That Battle Rage draw may have been a little bit interesting, but Curator is essentially just Battle Rage with a minion attached
Yeah,
to it at this
exactly.
point, so you might as well just slam it out.
So predicting the next few turns, obviously Glory has the Resurrect for the Lich King. And then that'll be followed up by Obsidian Statue pretty soon. He also has Spellstone in hand, so the more of these minions die, the more Dizdai has to be a little bit worried. So for now, I think he's hoping to pick up an Execute to at least deal with the first resurrected Lich King. In the meantime, he needs to be getting his hero power online as soon as possible, and because Execute is cheap enough to pair with Tar Creeper, I think he can stabilize to the point where he can get that Rag hero power to a point where it's clearing one minion every turn.
So he does go with the Battle Rage there instead of the Curator. Is
bit
the reasoning for
curious.
that because he was digging for the Execute? Like, Curator isn't going to draw him an Execute, right? Whereas Battle
Sure.
Rage gets him an answer to potentially the first big Resurrect effect coming out now.
Yeah, maybe that's what he had in mind, but I'm still not a big fan of it, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, because he could possibly get a better Battle Rage later, given that he has Blood Razor in hand.
Yeah, Ravaging Ghoul as well. He has a ton of ways to activate still.
But if he is expecting the Resurrect, then this level of respect, I don't hate it. So, second Servitude entering the hand for Glory means that there will be a Lich King every turn for the next 2 turns. It's possibly 3 if he wants to play the Spellstone, but it seems a bit premature. And I don't see any reason to go for anything else.
Yeah, he's starting to curve huge threats now. It's come one or two turns late because of the late draw, missing Barnes early on and not having the Shadow Essence, but he's starting to get there. The worry for Glory is just how much free time Dizdai's had just to generate Taunt minions in the meantime. Even drawing Matriarch super early as well. A 6/9 is a really big deal in this matchup if it doesn't meet Shadow or Death, but we see Glory does have that in hand as well.
Yeah, and he can pair that with the second Resurrect for the Lich King, so that's going to be insane. But I think Dizdai at this point has to hope that neither the answer for the Matriarch nor the second Resurrect effect is present. I do like the bump Execute and Matriarch.
It makes you
because-
wonder now, like how long that Curator's going to get stuck in his hand, right? After he hasn't played it on the coin, turn 6 with the coin,
Yeah.
he's now not playing it again because he's forced to execute. Like he can easily be stuck in this position now where he's under too much pressure to just play a 7-mana minion for a long time.
Yeah. On the flip side, he wouldn't have had to Execute for that first Lich
Right.
King, but then maybe he could have set up some board to brawl if Glory were to overextend. A lot of what ifs, but for now I feel like the play for Dizdai is to just get his quest online and then next turn brawl. Can finish it with Tar Creeper and Infested Tauren. I haven't seen Infested Tauren in ages.
Dizdai does have to kind of stretch out his removal as much as he can at this point. Like you said, the old way of playing Quest Warrior, at least, I don't know how much has changed, but I suspect not much, is to try and use as little removal as possible until you have your Quest Hero power active. Then you can kind of just set up 50-50 situations over and over again, where it's either kill a big minion with your hero power or hit face with your hero power. Either is fine. If you use too much removal early on, then you end up just kind of sniping small targets with your hero power and not really like achieving too much. So I like this play of just, as you suggested, just loading up the taunts, getting the quest completed, just putting annoying minions in the way so he's not taking too much damage.
Yeah, and Glory here has the option to play the third Lich King of the game, which seems a bit extreme. Then again, if he doesn't play a minion, there's not much to do. He can use the Death and Decay plus the Barnes to push 8 immediately plus the 3 from the spell. It's not accomplishing that much more though. So how do you hate using a double Shadow Word Pain or something? Like, would you hate it? Yeah, this way you get to push that much more still.
I think this makes sense because, as we discussed like right at the start of the matchup, I don't think you're scared of being brawled, right? Like if a brawl happens, you have Spellstone in your hand, so you can reload. I think he's only played 3 different minions at this point, right? So
yes.
he's only able to get Statue Barnes and Lich King back, whatever happens with the Spellstone. So if brawl happens on a board like this, like that would be a great brawl for Glory, because he could just refill so effectively, and then there's good odds that the second brawl isn't present, although we have just seen it drawn. So I don't think Glory is really even capable of overcommitting at this point. Like I think he has to be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, sure, I can see that. The only way you could possibly lose is not to board clears, but letting the hero power from Sulfuras hit face a little too many times. So Dizdai actually still gonna hold back on the brawl. I kind of like this. It means that the hero power has 2 and 3 to act as a pseudo removal. Well, straight up removal. And then Glory will feel like he might have to use the first Resurrect, and then the Brawl can be getting some real value down.
That turn was actually kind of complicated in the end there, because so the way he did it, he had a 2 and 3 to hit a minion, right? But then there was also a 2 and 3 that if he hit the Obsidian Statue, one of his active minions dies, and then he can't kill the Lich King. Whereas if he kills the Obsidian Statue with everything first, it's just then a straight 50-50 to kill the Lich King with no downside.
I am not sure of the odds on that.
I am not also. Someone who's better at doing maths in their head than me, please tweet me which one of those was correct.
But it did work out the best it possibly could have for Dizdai,
Right.
I think, if his goal was to just clear the board there. Seems like that's his overall game plan with double Brawl in hand. And the thing is, Big Priest is called Big Priest because of the health totals on these minions, and even Whirlwind plus Sleep with the Fishes is not enough to clear most of these things. Cannot be said for most decks that are capable of summoning 3 minions in one turn.
Jams Death and Decay out of hand. He only has 8 cards in hand still, even with the new Lich King card, so it wasn't an overdraw threat. It's just being mana efficient and getting the damage dealt.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he has another 8 burst in hand with the second Death and Decay and Death Coil, and it turns out getting 4 Lich Kings down by turn 10 is pretty good. Was it 4 or 3? Something insane.
Yep, I think it's 4.
So I don't see anything but the Brawl having to come out here. Hopefully the Barnes survives, and then what? Guess you hit it with the Sulfuras and start. Okay, you can set Glory to 14. And then
yeah, and then trailing off. Yeah, that's pretty much where I am as well. This hasn't even really been a particularly explosive Big Priest draw that he's been up against. You know, we sat around for a long time talking about the deck doing nothing, and then the Barnes draw did come, but it came late and really blew the game open. But
turn 6, yeah.
yeah, Dizdai had so much time and such a great curve of taunt minions, and the deck's still just looking a little bit helpless right now, honestly.
Yeah, this is definitely not what he was expecting to go up against if he brought Quest Warrior. And even so, I still think the Big Priest draw was above average, because although it was Barnes on 6, that may as well could have been Shadow Essence, and he had the double Servitude to back it up.
Sure.
Anyway, though, in the long run, I feel like Big Priest just gets there against Quest Warlock most of the time. So Glory will be going up 1-0, and question remains as to whether Dizdai can sneak a win out with this warrior.
Yeah. So if let's just kind of target the warrior at this point. Like, if this warrior is going to get a win, which of course it has to in the nature of Conquest, which is the deck in Glory's lineup that is most likely to succeed against?
This looks bad, and worse to me.
Okay.
All these matchups. Yeah, it's Jaina Mage, which could pretty easily fatigue the warrior. I'd say, well, maybe the hero power gets there. I don't know. When you're playing N'Zoth and all these like Sindragosa to generate more threats to get there, and double Cold Light Oracle, and while the warrior is running, you know, card draw like Curator and Battle Rage, I feel like the mage can win in fatigue, especially when Jaina hits and they can start healing up with water elementals. And then on the opposite end, he's also got this OTK Paladin, which has quite a bit of time to assemble the whole combo. I guess it comes down as to whether the warrior can remove Burgly Bully without giving a coin to the Paladin.
That's really not that easy for Quest Warrior to do, right? Like, even if it gets minions in play, their minions have like 1, 2, 3 attack, you know? They don't trade with a 4/6, so there has to be something backing that up. Like, weapon plus attacking with your minions is like the dream scenario for you, but it's not like the Paladin doesn't have ways to play around that, right? Like, Paladin can just bide their time forever, clear the board once, follow up with a Burgly Bully on like an empty board afterwards. Like, how does Quest Warrior then deal with that?
Yeah, I don't even know. And the fact that the Paladin is not running the N'Zoth package might be a help for the warrior, but still think it's going to be an uphill battle. Not so much as it will be against the mage, though, because I think even running like Skulking guys can hit. Oh, okay, just one Whirlwind, but still, it seems the mage is very much well positioned to win in fatigue here.
Well, we are going to find out. I think, from my perspective, if the warrior is going to do well here, you have to forget, most likely, that fatigue is an issue and just actually like draw your deck quite quickly, turbo the quest as fast as you can, and then just hope that like Glory's Jaina is bottom 10 or something, right? Then maybe you have an opportunity to burst them down with hero powers, but it's not. In fact, bottom 10, it's top 3.
Yep, that's really not what Dizdai wanted to see. And Glory even having some early game to back it up. And so with this hand from Dizdai, when he doesn't even have the early taunts, not only will he have to be racing the Jaina, but he'll have to be like under a little bit of pressure from these small minions because he has not even like a War Axe to deal with it. Not that that's in the deck.
I imagine Arcane Artificer is pretty clutch in this matchup as well, just to like get that extra little bit of burst healing, keep yourself out of range of the hero power for as long as you can, get that few extra turns that you need to overwhelm them, because I think at some point the Quest Warrior will end up getting overwhelmed with just the amount of threats the Mage can generate.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, these first few turns are just going to be a bunch of hero power pass. After Glory plays Plated Beetle into Secret, I imagine it's also going to be a bunch of hero power pass, because a lot of these decks dedicate the space in them to wow, okay. Sure, just draw some more secrets, thin out your deck to get to... I guess Glory also wants to be drawing into his own threats. Sindragosa's there, but I imagine Alex Straza could be a bit useful. Yeah, most of these decks, both of these decks dedicate most of their space to removal for aggressive matchups. So cards like Flame Strike and Blizzard will be dead for quite a while. As will Brawl, probably. Maybe the first Brawl will get some use to deal with these small guys. But yeah. Thankfully for Dizdai, he's drawn into at least one taunt that he can coin out.
Yeah, if he coins the Direhorn here, though, like, what's his... Okay, that's a much better draw, because if he coined Direhorn, he'd just be stuck in a position next turn where, like, is he just throwing out Brawl for no reason? Because that fits his curve. It doesn't exactly scream value at that point, especially when you have, you know, N'Zoth to think about later on, which... Brawl plus hero power is going to have to be your answer to the N'Zoth turn, right? There's just nothing else in your deck that competes with that.
And just looking at this board state, it's just funny to me how like pathetic the mage minions look, because anything bumping in is just going to make the Bloodhoof stronger. And Glory doesn't have convenient ways of dealing with it. Even if he had Polymorph in hand, I'm not sure if it's worth using it here, but given that he's got Syndragosa and Jaina for the coming turns, I don't mind just throwing out removal if he had it. But it looks like the turn's just going to end up being Ice Block and Beetle.
Right. I do want to go back to that Zola on the Raven, though. Like, that did feel so strange to me. Like, I don't mind going in on a play when I'm, like, convinced that it's bad, but I will confess I have zero matchup knowledge on this matchup. So I don't really understand with any certainty, like, what your ultimate, win condition is. But it seems like Zola is one of those cards that could definitely be helpful on a higher value threat. And I could also understand the mentality of, I just want extra dudes on the board to hit you with. But he had Plated Beetle in hand anyway, which could have just done the same thing. And it's not like 2/2s and 2/3s are going to connect for 12, 18 damage against Quest Warrior, Like, eventually, they're going to put a Tark Reaper or a Saronite Chain Gang or something in the way, and they're just not going to be able to break through. It just seemed like such a strange play to me.
I see that. I think the question ultimately is, do you need Zola on N'Zoth or Syndragosa to win the matchup? And if Glory's thinking he can win it purely on, like, fatigue, then maybe he doesn't.
Sure.
And because he has Jaina so early, maybe he feels confident just throwing it out there like that. But now we can see that his hand is looking pretty light. And now Dizdai finally has the breathing room to be able to coin out the Curator. Unless you prefer Geist here.
Now, Coin Curator definitely looks stronger to me. It did in the previous game as well, where Dizdai seemed to disagree, but this time he is on board with us. Curator comes down, the Hatchling is drawn. And now Glory is looking like he's already kind of struggling in this situation, honestly. His hand's not doing a great deal until he gets to that Syndragosa and Jaina and the following turns. And Dizdai is going to start making pretty strong progress towards his own quest.
Yep, I feel like Glory's not too worried, though. He's just going to be taking 4, and then the guns can really come out. Syndragosa, a lot of people say that random legendaries are pretty bad, so I'm really not sure as to what the average stats are on those, but given that Dizdai's hand is lacking executes, if he gets just like 1 or 2 big threats in stats, then it should be pretty decent.
Yeah, I started to look at it. I do generally like to look at these kind of RNG things and do averages and stuff for random effects, but I very quickly realized that with Syndragosa, with a random legendary, doing raw stats isn't enough, because so many legendaries have potentially game-winning effects. Even if they're just a 9-mana 5/4 or whatever, they could still be Mare Noggenfogger, which can still win you a game that no other game of no other card in Hearthstone would be able to win. So it's you pretty much just have to shut your eyes, see what you end up with, and then figure out the game plan afterwards. Honestly.
And this guy's still a ways off from his quest because. Unlucky for him, he drew both of his Drakes prior to playing Curator, so he wasn't able to get something cheaper. And also those Drakes take up an entire turn if you want to use them to be a taunt quest procer. And also if he plays it here, then he automatically procs the Syndragosa tokens.
Right.
So looks like, what's it going to be, Chain Gang and Acolyte?
Are you too concerned about killing the 0/1s? Because,
maybe not.
Some kind of Ravaging Ghoul Acolyte play is actually pretty strong as well, even with Battle Rage as a follow-up, although you get into Overthrow territory at that point. But I think, when the Mage can just ping their own 0/1s anyway, you shouldn't worry too much about clearing them out.
Yeah, I guess the main game plan for Dizdai here is just, first priority is to draw.
And case in point, that is not just a 7/7 that Glory got off the Frozen Champion. Speaking of potentially game-winning effects, in a deck that's more or less based off big spell mage, Medivh is a pretty good card.
People main deck that in here just to show you how good that is in this matchup. So if Glory wasn't already running away with it with the Syndragosa into Jaina on curve, he surely will be with this Medivh finally making him be able to do something useful with this Flame Strike and Blizzard that have been stuck in his hand since ages ago.
Right. Yeah, and crucially, that Medivh is going to kind of need a third brawl that isn't in the deck from Dizdai now, right? Because these water elementals will probably stack up to the point where they need a brawl eventually. Then the N'Zoth will need a brawl eventually, and now just adding that Medivh to the equation just means that there probably isn't enough removal in Dizdai's deck to just go threat for threat. So he is going to have to rely on that hero power to get something done in the matchup.
Finally, Dizdai reaching the quest completion, but I don't think he's gonna get there on time.
Yeah, 38 already, and the water elementals are going to start stacking up at this point. So it really is going to come down to just how many of those turns he can find where you go, you know, board clear plus hero power, board clear plus hero power. He has to do it every turn consistently over and over again, pretty much from now until the end of the game, and that is not easy.
Yeah, the question is whether Glory wants to go for the Bindiv now so that he can chain big spell after big spell, or get the Blizzard online so he can automatically generate a ping target for the water elemental.
So kind of you to join me.
This seems fine still, even though Medivh provides like a prime hero power target once the Sulfuris is online. It just means that every turn going forward, Dizdai will have some new threat to have to, you know, snipe with the hero power essentially, and he can't get lucky that consistently.
Plated Beetles is another card that I just hadn't even really considered yet in the grand scheme of things. I was talking about how Arcane Artificer will buy Glory a little bit more time so he doesn't just get burst down by random hero powers to the face. Well, he has, this is now his second Beetle, so now N'Zoth actually heals him for a bunch when that gets resummoned as well. So there's so much life gain overall in this Mage deck. It's kind of absurd when you put it all together.
So, talking about the individual removals left for the warrior, he has not played an execute yet, right?
Nope.
So once the Flame Strike generates something and the Blizzard generates something, if we're in a world where Glory doesn't draw into N'Zoth, maybe there's a small window where Dizdai gets those executes, can remove things, and if the board state somehow pans out that there's nothing left to ping for water elemental, maybe that can create a lull in the game for Dizdai to get those hero powers to hit face.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is not yet one of those times that you want them to hit face.
Right, I think we will definitely reach a point where Dizdai will stop playing minions unless he absolutely has to, just to kind of prevent that water elemental generation happening, because he wants to really just like bring this matchup down to the hero power. That is his chance to win. Like the period of minion combat is definitely over. That's going to favor the Mage very, very heavily. But yeah, it's still going to be rough, again, because of the amount of health gain that's possible. And Artificer #1 has now come into hand for Glory as well.
We actually didn't talk about the Pagel in hand because we were so distracted by the Medivh, but I can imagine that's never coming down in a matchup where the Mage probably expects to win in Fatigue. So what's in the box?
No walls can hold me.
That does not pull out anything once it dies because Cinder Ghost has already been played.
I can wait and finish all
It is, however, a N'Zoth minion.
True,
So he actually
yes.
plays Pagel here, I guess. What do you think? Is he? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was wondering, like, you know, we've spoken about Fatigue a lot, but at some point, Glory is going to have to get to more tools to generate water elementals, like be it with removal spells killing Dizdai's minions or doing them to his own, or he's going to have to draw, like, you know, Alexstrasza and N'Zoth, like the big threats that he has in his deck, or he's just going to be sat around doing nothing, taking 8 damage to the face every turn, right? And like you're not going to win in Fatigue if both players are passing, but one's getting a free 8 damage each turn. So I actually do like him trying to draw cards, because if there's one thing this deck suffers with is it just doesn't really play card draw in the current forms. There's no Arcane Intellect in most decks these days. So if you take too much time setting up your win condition, that's something that can be punished by opponents. So I didn't mind the Pagel coming down there, honestly. I think he's still fine. Even if that Pagel drew 3 cards, he was probably still ahead on Fatigue. I'm not sure what the exact count is, but you know, Dizdai has Battle Rage and Acolytes and whatever else. Curator has already been played, for example. So.
Yeah, thinking it through, he was probably like enough cards in his deck still there that he could go for the card draw. And now he's run into a lack of threats, and this is the point where we've reached the lull, I guess. He could go for Artificer and Blizzard and Ping. So he'll generate a water elemental and a 6-drop and have some small minion there that's more than willing to take the Rag Shot. Dizdai does have second Brawl for that though. It's a really delicate back and forth. I think he's saving the Artificer for like a 7. Wow! Something that generates minions. That's insane.
Sick. Cooldown? No? Okay.
Cooldown is not a demon.
It'd still be sick though. Is that Hookage Reaver? Is that what you got?
Yeah,
The
yeah, yeah.
New 4-mana 7/7?
Hmm. Everyone thought that card would be insane when you first saw it. Like, oh yeah, just play Suicide Zoo. This doesn't look threatening enough to brawl. On the other hand,
Well, that sucks.
yeah, I think that needs to eat up and execute. As sad as you are about it, it's just too threatening that it can generate additional minions for Glory to start pinging, because Dizdai's game plan is to, try to make the Mage have as little to do as possible while it's trying to get to N'Zoth so that he can make these hero powers hit face. But the flip side is he doesn't want to be playing minions of his own because they're possible water elemental fodder.
And in order to activate the execute, he has to play
Yeah.
that Ravaging Ghoul to do so. So it's kind of a catch-22 situation, honestly.
Yep, stuck between a rock and a hard place. One Atiash charge left. I keep saying Alunash.
I kept doing that the other way around. Alaneth was in play, and I kept calling it Atiash for some reason.
So, what do you think about just playing Hook Reaver here? If you're really desperate to generate a water elemental, you could play out an Artificer as well and then ping the Ravaging so that if they don't remove the Artificer, then it can trade into the Ravaging and you ping it again, but it seems like a waste.
Sure. I can see that. I'm not sure what was the best outcome there for either player. Because this 3/3 dying is kind of absolutely fine for Dizdai, because at least then it just can't be turned into a water elemental by Glory. At the same time, like the hero power killing the Doomsayer would have essentially healed Glory for 8 instead of taking it to the face, which is kind of relevant as well. I'm not sure which outcome either player was necessarily looking for in that position.
I feel like the face outcome might have been a little bit better, because now if Glory wants to survive longer, he has to play a minion, and Dizdai's in a position where he can remove minions with Brawl, and if not Brawl, then Primordial Drake can still stifle something. So it's actually really unfortunate for Glory that he hasn't been able to draw into that N'Zoth yet. Then again, if he hasn't baited out the second Brawl, then he wouldn't want to play N'Zoth.
Right. He has, what, the Frozen Champions and the Beetles at this point. He hasn't played his Pyro stuff yet. So.
Yeah, and the Silver Vanguard, don't forget about that. So Hook Reaver is active as a 7/7 now, funny enough. And it does die straight up to a hero power, so I feel like he has to pair it with an Artificer, which sucks, but he still has the other one.
He feels so bad about playing an Artificer without casting a spell here, though. That's the problem. I do really like the stalemate that Dizdai has created, though. We did talk about it a little bit, that like a period would be reached where he'd stop playing minions unless he absolutely had to. And you can see how awkward that has made Glory's turns, right? Like, he just hasn't really had anything to do. There's only 2 or 3 cards left in his entire deck that are in any way relevant, right? Like the Alexstrasza, the N'Zoth at this point. If Dizdai just plays the rest of this game just by pressing his hero power button, I honestly feel like it's ending in his favor at the moment.
Oh, he might have had a bit of a misread on how the matchups worked. When I was going through it in my head, I was thinking, okay, Water Elementals probably, like if you stack 2 of them, then they could, you know, that's 6 damage every turn.
But where do those Water Elementals come from,
yeah,
right? That's the problem.
Even had Jaina on curve and Syndrigos to do with it. Well, one legendary didn't work out, but the other one was way above average. And imagine how he'd be even further behind if he hadn't gotten the Medivh into Atiash minions. So I might just retract everything I said and say Quest Warrior is actually favored in this matchup.
It's fine. We'll fix it in the edit. When we do the rebroadcast, it'll be all fine. We'll just insert that clip at the start of the matchup. We'll be all good.
Great. So all the people watching late will know. Will think we're competent at the game. So now Glory can actually set up a water elemental, but now he's close to dying, so I imagine Artificer will have to come out. Actually, not sure about the Snap Raven play there, because I thought he would love to play Artificer, something to get him to heal, and then trade the Hook Reaver ping, and then play Artificer with a dummy spell, probably Blizzard, just to make sure you get the Water Elemental and the heal. Then again, having second block in hand, it kind of makes sense, because then he can Artificer and spell afterward.
Right. This is also just a much more aggressive play, right? Like pushing the 7 to the face, setting up his own lethal, which is something that's worth thinking about. Dizdai did get a little bit unlucky on the previous turn. Killing the 7-5 probably would have been stronger for him in the long run. It would have taken away that War Elemental opportunity, even though it wasn't taken by Glory. But more importantly, stopped 7 damage ever connecting to his face, which would have been a much, much bigger deal. And now he's in a bit of a mess. Do we need to go back to the edit?
Retract the retracted statement. Nah, I still think that Glory had some pretty good draws in this game. Like the best you could ask for, except for having a N'Zoth on curve on top of it. But if you do have Syndragosa into Jaina, that's pretty much the nuts. And then he has a really good legendary off of the the Syndragosa token. And it's still like very close in the end, even though I do think he's gonna take this. So I feel like the Quest Warrior should more consistently be able to finish the quest.
Sometimes that's the thing about Quest Warrior. You can have all the analysis in the world, and it just comes down to where does this hero power land?
Yeah. I remember people saying for a long time, I forgot which caster it was, but it's like, yeah, Quest Warrior, I actually really like to see it, because leading up to the quest completion, there's a lot of intricacy about it.
I definitely have my mind changed on it. It might even be me that you're talking about. We cast it, Raven and I cast it a bunch in HGG when it was very, very new.
Yeah.
And people were playing it quite badly back then. You know, not like badly based on what we learned after the fact was how you played Quest Warrior, right? But at that time, it was just how people played Quest Warrior. They just played taunts on curve, and then they pressed hero powers, and then they saw what happened. Sometimes you won the game. When it actually turned into more of like a weird combo deck later on, where you just like hoarded all your removal for the late game, and then just kind of went like removal into hero power, just try and hit people in the face for 8 every single turn, that's when I actually started to enjoy the deck. But I don't know, it doesn't matter how many times you see it. Like seeing a game decided just like that, like after all that build up and drama, and I was trying to work out what the hell was going on and failing miserably at times. Seeing the game come down to like a 50-50 situation like that always kind of sucks.
Yeah. Although, was it Frodan the other night who said he kind of missed Ragnaros? That was
Frodan, yeah. And I did kind of agree with that. Like, Rag was
I
just
said
hype.
nothing.
Yeah.
I judged in silence.
Cheers to this. I am a serious competitive Hearthstone player. Thank you very much. You guys can talk about your meme cards amongst yourselves.
So anyway, whether or not the Mage is favored, it did get the win. And that means Glory is only left with the OTK Paladin, which I feel like should have a decent shot as well against the Quest Warrior, if it's able to get the coin. It really comes down to whether the Warrior can remove Burgly Bully while still denying the coins.
Right.
Because otherwise, the Paladin runs out of steam real quick without N'Zoth stuff. And we saw that how much the Mage struggled when it wasn't able to play N'Zoth. So what more if the Paladin really isn't just running any of that good stuff in the first place?
Dizdai is going to back off of the Quest Warrior for now, though. He is going on to the Spiteful Priest instead. Spiteful Priest, as we mentioned earlier, a little bit teched out. He's got one Cabal Songstealer, which isn't too uncommon. We're starting to see that in there more and more. But then that one of Nerubian Unraveler as well, which is a bit of a mystery to me. But Glory is going to be going with that Paladin, the last deck that he needs to win with. And it's a very, very fast build of the deck. He has Loot Hoarders, of course, Call to Arms to thin the deck, of course, as well. But then Potion of Heroism thrown in on top, as well as Blessing of Wisdom, cards that we don't often see in this deck, even when we do see it being played quite rarely in the first place.
Yeah, I often would see Adaptation more often than Blessing of Wisdom, but maybe Glory is just trying to emphasize Cycle a bit more because he's also running the Potion of Heroism plus Linessa thing. So the Nerubian Unraveler, funny enough, it makes the quality concept cost 10, I guess.
Sure.
And if your opponent has played Call to Arms and pulled both their Pyros,
All right. Yeah, now we're talking. I like it.
I am really racking my brains for some sort of creative explanation for this. But anyway, classic start of Cleric into Shadow Ascendant, already making things awkward for Glory. This die, however, it's going to be whiffing for quite a few turns. I wonder if you ever just tempo out the Twilight Acolyte here.
Yeah, I was going to ask, just like 2-4 for pressure, right? Because you have to be the beatdown, especially when this Paladin deck draws so quickly. You don't really have that much time because Spiteful Priest is actually quite prepared to go to the late game against quite a few like control decks.
Yep.
But you know, this being the OTK deck from Glory, you don't have infinite time to be able to get the job done. If you lose the board and the Death Knight comes down from Glory, it's not even a matter of the OTK. Like, you don't have removal in your deck. So if you lose the board, he just has to press Hero Power 4 times and you lose. You know, you're not killing those 2/2s.
Yeah, very true. And also, there's probably not a lot of targets that he wants to swap attack with anyway in this kind of deck. And Glory, they're actually giving up the draw for Dizdai willingly just to be able to get his own draw. What do you think about that?
I think he's always playing Call to Arms next turn anyway.
Yeah.
So the Cleric will always be able to farm at some point in the near future. So I think it's fine just to go ahead and play the Loot Hoarder. It's not like you're holding out until you eventually like Pyro Equality this board, right? And then developing afterwards. You're going to be developing into this Cleric, so you might as well just go ahead and do it with the Loot Hoarder.
Sure. So it seems like Song Stealer on curve here, even though no silence as target is particularly appealing. I feel like he just needs to curve out here. He has the Song Stealer into Spiteful, and then eventually you get to play free from Amber. So the big gun's going to be coming out from Dizdai soon. However, Glory does have double equality in hand. No Unraveler to mess with it. Unlucky.
I want to see it so bad. I want to see Unraveler just win a game out of nowhere. Oh my, this is getting slightly awkward.
Yeah, okay, a second mind control off the top means that those Spiteful Summoners are pretty much useless, aside from the 4/4 body, which is way too overcosted. So now, Glory can drop the Burgly Bully if he so chooses.
Yep.
And just clear the rest of the board between his weapon and the minion trades. I don't hate it.
Yep, there's no way this is dying. There aren't a bunch of spells to be cast. There is that Cabal Song Stealer, which can, you know, come down and at least neuter it. But
what is the draw for Dizdai? Okay, he dodges the bullet.
Didn't swing with the Rallying Blade there either.
Yeah, it's interesting. Probably he feels like he could get a better target to Rallying Blade down because it's not like the Acolyte is threatening anything because he has a ton on board.
I can see that. Thinks maybe his the combination of like Burgly Bully and the Rallying Blade can take care of a Spiteful minion on this turn. It's a possibility, right? There's a bunch of 7 health minions that come out of both the 8 and 10 pool.
That is one of the lowest rolls you could possibly get off a 10 drop. Not as bad as not Nazoth, Yogg. How do I forget Yogg's name? Because that would die straight up to the Dirty Rat and the Rallying Blade. Now this makes it a little bit awkward to deal with because he would have to invest Pyro in his spell. You really don't want an equality here because you don't want to let your Burgly Bully be in a range where it can just die to Dustbreaker if he wants to deal with the Cthulhu.
Consecration here is kind of interesting. It is a full board clear while preserving your equalities, but it does essentially hand like full initiative back to the opponent, right? It's just Consecration Hero Power and everything on board is dead. You just have a 1/1 at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
It's not great, but none of his plays look juicy this turn.
No, if he had one more mana, then Pyro, Consec, and Blessing would be pretty interesting here. I think it puts him in a position where he could have like preserved the bully as well, but I feel like any form of clearing that doesn't involve equality here makes his board really weak to Dustbreaker. And for sure Dizdai will be able to play it actively because he can do the Nether Spite into Dustbreaker thing.
We are going to see the Consecration play though. Just means he has to trade down the board as you see it, and he is going to be left with the 1/1s the play I talked about at the start of the turn. said, it doesn't look fantastic, but it's something. And if Glory can just, you know, keep dragging this out for a few more turns here, sometimes the Priest can run dry, but this is not a hand that is going to run dry anytime soon.
I really don't see how Glory expects to win this matchup outside of the OTK because he's not running the Zoth. So he already gave up one of his win conditions in the form of Burgly Bully. He does have the second one and Zola to try and get the coin out of Dizdai, but don't think it's very likely, especially when Dizdai is only running 4 spells.
Sure. I mean, I made the point earlier. I think if he can just like get control of the board once, he doesn't need to OTK with the hero powers, right? Like over time, he will stick 4 hero powers to the board because there's only Dustbreakers that Dizdai plays, right? That can possibly interact with them. So I think it's possible to be done without the OTK strat. He does have Lynessa as well, which can be a huge threat at some point, but we'll see.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense once the Dustbreakers are gone. So in that case, the question becomes whether Glory can get to that point where all the threats are exhausted from Dizdai, and I'm thinking the answer is no, because 2 equalities, yes, but I think he's running Aldor or something to deal with individual threats. So you just play 1 big minion, and often that's enough to merit an equality.
Oh no, sorry to cut you off, but that is big spell number 4 in hand for Dizdai, and that he still has a Spiteful remaining. He still has a Grand Archivist remaining that he's yet to draw as well that now do nothing.
And yet I still don't feel like he's in that bad of a spot
I think
because
it's fine,
more of the Paladin deck does nothing.
Look, it was dramatic, okay? I do agree with you. I also think he's fine.
So in that case, if he plays 1 free from Amber, it feels like equality would be too much of a punish, so I don't mind just going for the Song Stealer here just to make sure you get rid of the card draw from Glory.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the one thing, you know, back to the mind control draw, the one thing this does do is it reduces the total number of threats in your deck, right?
Yeah.
Because now those 8s and 10s are only threats once, and mind controls are not good in this matchup really at all, apart from Lynessa. It's like the only thing it's going to interact with well. So now you just don't have 2 8-drops and 2 10-drops in your deck that you used to have if you were summoning them off Spitefuls and Grand Archivists, which means if you overextend into equalities, then there is a chance that you can just run out of threats at that point, right? So I like being as greedy as possible and just, you know, this is a board that already threatens to kill Dizdai.
Right. And Glory's like, wow, I pulled out a Spiteful.
Yeah, that's sick.
Little does he know, it's just a 4/4.
Right.
Funny how that works out. Well, definitely he's planning to go for an equality here now because this is just a little bit too much threat to leave on board. And that means he has only 1 more non-conditional board clear. And that means if Dizdai can just parcel out the free from Ambers 1 by 1, and he has to because they cost 8, he's in a good spot. And he still has like operatives left in the deck, things that just generate more and more stuff.
Weirdly enough, I think pulling out the Dustbreaker was probably a better result for Glory in that position, because that like actually helps him move towards, you know, if he does draw Uther, it actually like helps him move towards a win condition more legitimately. I actually do respect the greed here of not equalitying this board, because there's still only, what, 8 damage connecting with his face right now, and even like a Grand even if we didn't already see that both Mind Controls were in hand and there is a useless Grand Archivist in Dizdai's hand.
Still a 4/7.
Yeah, even if Archivist into Mind Control happened, it was only like 1 in 3 to take care of to take the Dirty Rat, and even then it happens at the end of the turn, so damage isn't being pushed.
Yeah, and
so Glory's actually like safe there to be greedy with the equality, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he gets rewarded for it, but I feel like Dizdai should be aware that the only way he loses at this point is to like overextend into equality, and he still goes for the free from Amber there, which I really dislike. I think he was fine just trading off and then, you know, still leaving that 8 damage on board, because 8 every turn gets there every time.
Right. From Dizdai's perspective, though, like, he's also thinking he has to race Uther. If there's an Uther coming down this turn, right, like, he has to represent enough pressure that just the weapon doesn't suddenly destroy his whole board and heal up, and then he doesn't really have, like, a whole lot going on. So I don't mind him playing one more minion in that position. Honestly, I think it's just like, this is where we're starting to see maybe this draw of like picking up all the spells was slightly worse than we gave it credit for, because it is putting him in really awkward positions where his plays would have been very automatic otherwise.
Yeah, I still gotta stick with it. I don't think that playing another minion there was right. I feel like even if Uther came down that turn, you're still kind of fine. However, the way things work out is now Glory actually has the board initiative, and Tarim will get work done. It acts as a pseudo removal because he has the 1/1 on board, which just I can't deal with. So I guess you just play the other Free from Amber here. Having seen one equality not already.
Oh no.
I don't know about that.
Glory is about to learn half of the cards in Dizdai's hand this turn. He now knows what 3 cards in his hand are just from that one interaction right there. That's so much information you've just given over.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why you'd play that over just what is most of the time going to be a better statted minion off of Free from Amber. Aside from giving away the information, it's like, because you've just seen the equality, then you're like thinking that, okay, it's less likely that he'll be able to clear out the next big threat I put, so you scale up the threats instead of putting something less impactful down. And now, Tarim is really insane here.
Yep. This game has flipped right on its head very, very quickly.
Gotten to the point where Dizdai, I think he needs to get, I don't know, something crazy like Lich King or Ysera off of the Free from Amber just to be able to generate enough value to keep up. Because if he just gets one big statted minion, it still has to go through the Tarim. And Gloria is actually, you know, he can play Linessa for, what was it, 1 potion and 1 blessing. Okay, Linessa's still not very thick, but
no.
like three 3/3s plus the Rallying Blade is a ton of damage over 2 turns.
Yep.
Charge minion can at least deal with Tarim immediately.
Yeah, it's actually probably one of the best outcomes in that position.
This is a weird game.
I think every game this series could be described as a weird game for a variety of reasons.
Maybe I just have horrible understanding of matchups by just eyeballing decks and saying, this guy who's favored, he definitely gets there, and he just doesn't, you know?
I don't think anyone is going to fault you for not having immediate high-level understanding of, you know, OTK, Paladin, and Quest Warrior, you know?
So Linessa is still a 1/1 if I'm not mistaken, but it has Divine Shield.
And draw a card.
Yeah,
twice.
very glorified Argent Squire.
Yeah, but so the important thing here is that this goes back to the information point. Glory knows there's 2 mind controls in Dizdai's hand, right?
Yeah.
So if he draws Spike Ridge Steed and Spike Ridge Steed's a minion, it gets mind controlled.
True.
And then if he plays Linessa the turn afterwards, that gets mind controlled as well,
Yeah,
right? So
very true.
he might as well just make the smaller version of the minion and say, hey, if you have to mind control this to prevent me just drawing a million cards with it, go nuts.
And he actually doesn't have a good way of dealing with it. Finally, Operative comes into hand for him to find something to do. But it will mean that Glory's going to get an extra draw there. He's going to get that much closer to another Burgly Bully. And that much closer to Uther, crucially. Do you just take the Bully here? There is Spellbreaker, so Spikeridge Steed seems a little bit less appealing.
Sure. Only 1 copy in Glory's deck though, so maybe Dizdai decides that it's not worth playing around and he just kind of needs to go for like a huge threat since he's running out of so many, but I can see Bully for sure. It fits the curve, it lets you like curve out this turn if you don't want to go for like a Talon Priest play instead. He's taking Spike Ridge, I imagine that the Talon Priest line is what he's looking at. He's going Twilight Acolyte instead, okay.
Yeah, sure, most of the minions don't go past 4 attack in the deck anyway.
Sure.
And except with the help of Spikeridge Steed, and as you said, if that comes down, then that's what you want to mind control. So
right.
It's kind of funny. It's like when the Mage has Spellbender down, and you just never play Spikeridge Steed.
Right.
In this case, it's mind control.
Well, we're drawing some cards this turn, so I suggest we do that. But where is the attack going?
Could take the value trade into the Shadow Ascendant. This board is kind of scary. I'm not sure if it's scary enough to merit an equality, but if he doesn't remove the operative, things get pretty dicey because he's only at 16, hasn't drawn Uther yet. And he's gonna
Whoa,
go
whoa,
for
whoa,
it.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh,
Is he going to Spellbreaker his own thing afterwards?
Wait, that would
Is
be
that
sick.
the play?
Wait. No way. I find that weird. I wouldn't have played it at all if
It's
you were
gonna
thinking.
Zola it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
you just Spellbreaker it. Like, if it gets Mind Control, you just Spellbreaker the
After,
minion
yeah.
that
Oh,
gets
okay.
Mind
Yeah,
Control,
yeah.
right? So there's
Makes
no
sense.
harm done.
Okay.
It's just whether he wanted like a 4-3 in play preemptively this turn, because there's some value to having that over a 2-2. But the Zola like makes sense as well, just having another Lanessa just to draw more cards again on a following turn. Like, I honestly just go back to the point where like Grand Archivist was played, because it's allowed Glory to pretty much play Solitaire, right? Like he had so much information about his opponent's hand from that point that he can kind of predict every play that's going to be made on the other side and just literally like solve the game and like find the optimal line on both sides.
Dizdai is, I think he's respecting the second equality by going for that trade there. It's really, really tempting to push face damage since it, well, technically sets up lethal if you put him at 10, but there's still every manner of answer left in Glory's deck. Dizdai quickly running out of threats himself. They're almost definitely gonna come down next turn for Glory, and I think that might be just him turning the corner. So it's up to Dizdai to set up a board where Glory can't comfortably put down Uther, and with both Free from Amber used up, I don't see how he can do that.
Yeah, Spike Ridge Steed now does, of course, come down after the Spellbreaker, because the Spellbreaker had to be used on Glory's own Spike Ridge Steed, essentially. So that is at least a very irritating minion that can't be dealt with, but it's not... Alone, that is not going to represent enough pressure to get through, like, Uther healing up from the weapon, which I always forget the name of. We even looked this up the last time I forgot the name of it, and I've forgotten it again. I'm the worst human alive.
Well, would it make you feel better if I said I don't know it either?
Okay.
The Lifesteal Ashbringer.
That's the one, yeah, that guy.
Okay. And I definitely like the board clear here because it makes Uther as awkward as possible for Glory. He does know that there's no burst outside of minion damage available to Dizdai though, so he's definitely gonna take the turn to start setting up not only the Lifesteal Ashbringer, but also Hero Power, which could spell Lights Out. Has Dizdai played both Dustbreaker already?
I believe that is the second Dustbreaker we've seen. I don't know if one came from Netherspite, but I can't imagine why it would do in this matchup. So I'm gonna say that's the second one.
Okay, so Glory is in a really good spot then, because not only does he have the weapon to help deal with individual threats, he's been sitting on the second equality for, I don't know, like 100 turns now. So in case Dizdai decides to go wide and set up lethal, he has the emergency switch with the Pyro equality.
And I think from this point, like as soon as he can reset and just go like Pyro equality and then repopulate the board afterwards, whether he wants to do that with Burgly Bully or with just hero powers, the game becomes then very, very tough for Dizdai. I'm not actually sure, now that I think about it, I'm not sure if this is still like the first Dustbreaker that didn't get pulled by the Dirty Rat the whole time. I'm honestly not sure whether there's still a second one remaining in the deck.
And there might be a second Nether Spike, if not Dustbreaker itself.
Right.
And Dizdai decides to pull the trigger, so now Glory is going to be very thankful to finally be able to cash out the Pyro equality.
I'm almost out of cards.
I didn't realize that he was farther into Fatigue, but of course playing Call to Arms and the potions makes a lot more sense. So Dizdai's game plan is actually probably Fatigue from here, although I don't see it working out.
Was merely
Not even just tempoing out the Beardo, sure. So Dizdai might have to mind control that if he's afraid of... okay, there's no coin in hand for Glory, but yeah, the play's probably just Operative and the Cobalt Seal Vein, right?
I wonder.
I guess. Yeah, Dizdai is really like considering how likely he is to die to this Beardo, but if he mind controls it, like doesn't he just lose to like Spikeridge Steed at that point anyway? Like,
Well, you don't lose to the Beardo sticking early if your opponent doesn't have a coin.
right.
Even with 1 hero power on board already. So if he goes Operative and Galebane and the response is Spikeridge Seed, which costs 6, so you can't play Burgly on the same turn, then you can mind control the Spikeridge minion. But that's assuming that, you know, your opponent doesn't remove your other stuff, and it still looks like it would have not worked out for him either way. I guess the thought process was if you play 2 dragons and don't mind control, that gives Glory the time to play his Burgly Bully, in which case you can't play your mind control. But then you could have removed the Auction Master. So, I don't know, I feel like Double Dragon made a bit more sense there, but maybe I'm missing something.
The follow-up you expect. It's a little bit awkward at this point because Lynessa is the second Lynessa from the Zola is another huge threat at this point, but it's a huge threat that Glory actually won't be able to attack with because of the card draw effect that will come down on it as well.
And even if he plays it, it draws him 1 more into fatigue because of the Potion Heroism,
Exactly.
so it's probably going to stay in hand here. The thing is, Dizdai has run out of ways completely to deal with these hero powers. Unless there's still a Dustbreaker / Nether Spite in hand. And actually this turn he can't deal with it. I didn't realize that the Spikeridge Steed minion was a hero power token, so it's actually just over.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, so the important thing to backtrack here was if he hadn't drawn that second mind control, would 1 more 10 cost minion have changed the outcome of this game drastically?
Well, yes, but not necessarily for like the immediate reason, but because he would have played Grand Archivist and it would have summoned a spell from his deck, right? Because from that point, he's been played like a fiddle by Glory, because Glory's just understood what his options were on every turn, because Grand Archivist was played and then drew nothing. So, like, he's just had so much information on what was available. So I think it would have changed the game, like, enormously, but yeah, it's still... Whether it would have been enough to get through, it's actually still been very, very close, even with that. Like, a couple of crucial decisions might have even still been able to pull it out in Dizdai's favor. So I think, like, you have to just call it a very, very bad draw.
Did he just not go for the...
He had the Beardo's gone. You can only hear about 1.
Oh yeah, my god. That is my mistake. Yeah, there's nothing he can do anyway. Operative into equality doesn't get there. I mean, there's nothing left in deck.
Empty.
Yeah, it's not a Glimmer Root. Oh my gosh, just making all the dumb mistakes now. So that's gonna be the 3-0 for Glory, and despite this weird lineup that we kept on questioning and misinterpreting its matchups.
Wow, look at like almost exhaustion there for a second as he just letting his head down onto the desk. That was even a marathon series, even though it was a 3-0, but that last game was kind of crazy. There's so many points we can talk about, right? Like the free from Amber instead of the Archivist we were talking about. You like the turn at the end with just like pressure from the dragons instead of mind controlling the Beardo. Especially since that was the last chance for the Draconid Operative to actually draw a card. That was like 1 card remaining in the deck, which was possible. We saw it actually was a consecration, which would have been actually a really big deal in the long run as well to take care of 2/2s. There was a lot going on in that last series, last match, and in that last series. So, still incredible performance from Glory to come through with that strange lineup.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing a lot more from him because this was actually still just first round winners, and the other ends of the bracket have been going on still. But these players have actually been waiting most of the day to get to play their match, so I understand the exhaustion from Glory there.
Yeah, it was a very quick kind of like head down on the desk, like, oh, I can't believe that's over, and then it was suddenly a bundle of energy, like jumped up out of his seat, went over for the handshake. He's getting set up and positioned for an interview in a few seconds though, but like, final thoughts on that series. I think we're both a little bit brain fried from some of the matchups that we saw. I was not prepared coming into this tournament to cast some of those decks that we just saw, but that's what makes this post-nerf meta so interesting, right? It's still so unsolved. Even on ladder, it's unsolved, let alone like the tournament meta game, which never truly gets solved, right?
Yeah, and it's speaking of exhaustion, like if we feel exhausted as casters just talking about the game, imagine being in the player's seat and having to think through those decisions even more thoroughly because the game is on your shoulders and you
Yes.
have to try and read what's in your opponent's hand. So kudos to Glory for staying composed throughout all of it, and can't wait to see more of those decks.
Yeah, I can't either. And, well, less about us trying to work out on the fly how on earth you're supposed to play those decks and matchups. There's one guy who for sure knows how to play them. That's Glory, and he's standing by for an interview.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am here with our winner, Glory. First up, a 3-0. 3-0 is pretty fun to get, but 3 very long games. How are you feeling after that matchup?
3-0ということで素晴らしい試合だと思いますけど非常に長い 3-0 だったと思います。今のお気持ちを聞かせてください。
3-0ですっと勝ってたのは嬉しかったんですけど、ちょっとミスが目立ったので、これ以降減らせるようにしたいなって思います。
I am very happy with the result, but I still feel like I had some mistakes, so I want to improve that for the next game.
Well, 3-0 is very impressive, and you will have an opportunity to improve as we progress through. Now, you were the last game in the first round of the upper bracket, and you've had an opportunity to see your opponents and all the decks they played. Are there any surprises that you've seen today or anything that you find interesting?
ウィナーズマッチで今日最後の試合でしたけど、第1ラウンドは何か他の選手の試合を見てて驚きとかなんかこうびっくりしたこととか気づいたこととかありますか？
試合内容であんまりなかったんですけど、ないっていうと失礼なんですけど、ゴーストアーサ選手のデッキリストがものすごいなって思って、ぜひとも配信とかでも見てみたかったなって思いました。
He was, I was pretty surprised with the Ghost Arthur's lineups, so I now feel like watching his streams and stuff.
Well, you have plenty of opportunity. We'll have to see how we go. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. You progress through the upper bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for round 1 of the upper bracket. After the break, we're going into round 2 of the upper bracket matches. It's Australia up against New Zealand. Amaker up against Jack Attack. We'll have to see how that one goes. Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Hearthstone Championship Tour live from Sydney, Australia. Our next series is going to dip into the winner's bracket round number 2. My name is Frodan. I am incapable of taming such a wild beast known as the microphone cord.
I thought that was going to be your introduction for me. I'm incapable of taming such a wild beast as Sotul, who is joining
Nor
me.
am I able to tame a wild beast known as Sottle. I do not have his trainer, Raven, with me at hand. He is actually enjoying himself in Spain, I believe, as he is getting ready for a fun event there with Tom and Pavel. They're going to have a nice little show match there. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the event so far. We are going to go to round number 2 between Amaker and Jack Attack. Now we get to see 2 different ideologies of lineups clash. A couple updates around the bracket as well is Ghost managed to beat Angry Carp, and then Professor Oak beat Hearthstoner. So this is the the other parts of the upper bracket for round 2 that's already happened. And then, of course, we have Ender vs. Glory that's going to be happening as well. Those will be the final 2 matches. So after today is done, we're going to have 2 remaining players in the winners' finals.
Absolutely, and you can see throughout this, many of the players who have progressed early have been the ANZ players that we were talking earlier, and as it was pointed out to me, of our opening games on stream, of the first 5 we saw, I think 4 of them were won by an Australian or New Zealand player, which goes back to that home turf thing that we were talking about right at the top of the show. And has been a very, very big deal. And even Hearthstoner being down here in the lower bracket is only because he lost to Professor Oak. It was an ANZ mirror match at that point. One of them had to go down.
Yeah, they've been destroying it. I just think that's going to be a nice little storyline to carry over to the next tour stop. So whoever's casting, the narrative is that home field advantage for some reason works.
So, there you go. We just did your job for you.
Yeah,
You're
don't even have to
welcome.
cast. Yeah. We can finally sap them for good. But of course, I'll be casting the one after that, so don't sap them. We have coming up Amaker versus Jack Attack, 2 people who have different ideologies and lineups. Jack Attack definitely had some interesting decisions being made in the previous series that ended up panning out okay, and Amaker definitely had a little bit of a shaky play here and there, but for the most part, these guys still understand the big macro plan. And when you look at their head-to-head, we do have the Spiteful Priest and the Control Paladin being the difference maker. What do you make of that?
Yeah, but on both sides, we're kind of seeing 3 of the most common decks, most common ladder decks right now, if you want to look at it that way. Jack Attack has the Q Block, he has Secret Mage, and he has Spiteful Priest. Amaker has Murloc Paladin, Q Warlock, and Secret Mage, and then they have that kind of one tournament mode, curveball, if you want to look at it that way. Jack Attack has the Control Paladin, Amaker has the Big Priest as kind of their difference makers in the matchup. But Spiteful Priest has been very, very common in the tournament and very hit or miss as well. I've been surprised at how much it's floundered on a couple of occasions so far, particularly in that last series we watched, although it was a terrible draw. But we did learn about Amaker once already, but you can see some of his career bullet points here. Long-term card game player, ton of experience, been playing since he was 7 years old. And interesting to me that he is a big practice partner of Just Saiyans, because Saiyan is a player that I have a ton of respect for. I think he's incredibly underrated as a player, as a deck builder, and even someone that could really flourish in a coach role, although Chucky has come along and, of course, fulfilled those duties for Tempo Storm. But I think he's got a phenomenal mind for the game. I think he's incredible at understanding out-of-the-box lines of play and really explaining them very well to an audience. So I think he would make a fantastic practice partner for someone like Amaker.
Yeah, I've had a few tournament successes, and each of them, Sane was involved in some capacity, either through an overview where he just kind of does a final check and say, hey, make these few changes, and they end up being relevant, or big ones, a lot of people attribute Control, the Bog Champ Shaman to me, but actually Sane was the one who helped introduce a lot of that deck to me. And so it was based off of his recommendation, so I can't take full credit for that.
Okay, I was about to ask the question, but forget about who came up with the deck, who came up with whatever 30 cards you were playing. Who called it Bogchamp? Who called it Bogchamp? Who came up with the name?
I believe that was you.
Wait, really?
Did
this
you
is news to me.
I don't know.
I just wanted to know
the way you're leading that question made it sound like a very Reynad-esque feeling where it was like, who was the one who put Doomguard in first? I'm like, okay.
I just wanted to know whether it was you or Saiyan, because that's clearly the most important thing about the deck.
Oh, no. Bogchamp was definitely Saiyan. Okay. He was the one saying, oh, dude, it's so Bogchamp. I was like, okay, cool. Amaker, here's a little video just to recap on Saiyan's practice partner and why, he's definitely the upcoming player from ANZ.
I'm Joe N.G. My name is Amaker in Hearthstone, and I'm 26 from Melbourne, Australia. I've been playing Hearthstone for 2 years. I was pretty into card games since a young age. When I'm really young, I already put in so much hours, so many hours into it so it's ingrained in me. And let's say I have a big tournament coming up, like this one, I would basically spend all my time, all my waking hours just prepping for this tournament, playing a ladder, and really fine-tune my decks. I'm more of an intuitive player, so I usually try to understand each of the decks and maybe try to counter those, forming my lineup based on the matchups and my intuition, I guess. Hearthstone is very easy to follow, and it's really easy to get into. Let's newer players gradually develop an interest rather than instantly dive them into it and force them to learn all these really complicated things. If I'm not doing Hearthstone, I'll probably doing something else that like really strong competitive outlets like sports. It gives me a competitive outlet, which is really important because I'm a very competitive person. It gives me a great opportunity to come to like different countries, see the world, travel, meet new people that have similar interests with me. So that's pretty cool. I'll be grinding a lot of ladders this year. I'm really trying to get 3-star masters. I'm really trying to go for last call APAC. So I'll be putting out a lot of points and do really well this year.
Amaker definitely an intuitive player, but more so than that, really in tap with his emotions. We saw his excitement the previous series that he played, where when he knew that he won, was definitely very expressive, more than the other competitors that are here.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, of course, the win would be massively important. But I think more than anything, Amaker is going to be motivated to play mechanically perfectly this series. He can make a mistake, like he can take a weird line that maybe some people disagree with, but he cannot make any outright mistakes because he missed lethal in his previous series. The game was 100% won. It did not matter, but he did miss lethal. And since that moment, he has been mocked mercilessly by every single other player backstage, much to his chagrin.
And he kind of embraces it. He kind of plays along, but now no more fun and games. It's all serious. Now his opponent Jack Attack, we kind of talked about players from ANZ, and this player definitely was not the ANZ player that I was looking at originally, but definitely he's got some interesting stuff. He's wants to prove his region proud, and we kind of talk about how he has a lot of experience in different games, and it's going to be hopefully very useful to him throughout the entire tournament if this is the launch pad for his career. But you can see that he's already thinking outside the box. We look at Control Paladin being one of these decks that a lot of people are still unsure about. They're wondering if they can counter it. How do you feel like Jack Attack played in his previous series?
I think he played okay. There were some lines that I disagreed with, but there often are. But there wasn't really anything that I just looked at and went, that was wrong. Like, why are you doing this? This doesn't make any sense.
Sure.
There was just, issues of perspective, and maybe you could argue that different lines were stronger, but that's always going to be the case, particularly when you get a crowd of strong players backstage as we have right now. There's always one voice that pops out in dissent of most plays that happen, right? And then discussion breaks out. But I think overall he's been very solid, and I like watching Control Paladin play, honestly, because it's not a deck that I've had a huge amount of success with. It's not a deck that I have a great amount of respect for, but it's performing quite well for some of these players so far today.
All right, we'll check out this video on Jack Attack as we got to know him a little better.
My name's Jack, creatively, and my nickname is Jack Attack in the game. 23, from Greymouth in New Zealand, and yeah, I'm an accountant. I've been playing Hearthstone on and off since about 2013 when I got into the beta. And at the time, I was a student at university, and I was supposed to be going to my classes during the daytime and practicing for my League of Legends team at nighttime. But instead, I was just grinding the arena all day, all night, just terrible. When it came to playing competitive video games, the family at first, they were shocked that it even existed. But they've come around to it. They've come around to the idea of just it's a hobby. It's a fun hobby. It takes you places, takes you to Sydney, so that's cool. Oh, this is going to be a great time competing at this event. I'm very excited. It's the first time I've actually competed in an event. The qualifiers to this event were my first tournament. So, it's shocking that you just show up and rock up and qualify for the HCT Sydney. It was definitely a surprise to qualify. I was up the night beforehand. I had no idea what decks I was going to play, and I was looking, and I think I found it was Shoop. His OTK, his Exodia Paladin list. I was like, that looks fun. I'm totally going to play that. And I just picked it up the night beforehand and just played it, and it worked. It was great. When I qualified for the event, I had all the boys in the house, in the room. We're all just sitting there. We're all gathered around so they could see me play the final game. And in the most anticlimactic game possible, I just swung my sword at some guy's face 6 times with OTK Paladin and killed him. And then we all just started cheering. We went ballistic. It was a great time. It was fantastic. The boys were happy for me. The boys were happy. There's no pressure being the only one from New Zealand because as far as I know, no one from New Zealand's won a tournament. So if I lose, then I'm average. But if I win, then I'm the best. The end goal is to be the best damn Hearthstone player New Zealand has ever seen. We're halfway there.
I really like this guy's attitude, keeps it real and straight on his head. And yeah, it turns out he does represent the average Joe player, very much like Doc Pone did in 2017.
also one of the world's best accents. The New Zealand accent is it just sounds so friendly. I feel like a New Zealander could come up to you and say that they're going to steal your girlfriend and kick your dog. And you'd be like, yep, all right, mate, safe, have fun.
Yeah, well, you know, I think Jack Attack definitely does have a very friendly demeanor as well, and he's very relaxed, and I think it's a very funny contrast to Aku, who's very intense and kind of like ready to get the action on. Jack seems more like he's just happy to be here and wants to prove, and at worst, he said, like he just mentioned in the video, if he loses, that's just like how every other New Zealander has performed, which I'm like, dang, man, it's a little harsh on your fellow countrymen.
I do like kind of the global perspective as well as like the New Zealander coming to Australia with kind of an inferiority complex. There's something just slightly fitting about that in terms of various other sporting encounters, but I will stop before I get myself into too much trouble with any New Zealanders watching, which of course I'm sure there are plenty cheering on their boy Jack Attack right now.
That's right. So here we go. Game number 1 between Amaker and Jack Attack. Secret Mage versus a Control Cube Warlock. Which does feel like it's more control than the actual cube component, considering that you have a lot of defensive tools. One of them, of course, is Gnome Feratu, which is much more of a late game scenario card as opposed to, you know, playing other more relevant tempo cards for combos. So, you know, the thing about this opening, Double Mana Worm, is fantastic, but it's also fairly all in. After the Mana Worm, there's not really much going on, so Jack Attack actually holds back the second Mana Worm, which I think I can get behind.
Yeah, I can see it because I think he's okay with like just seeing a back and forth here. Like if Trade Coil were to happen, then he can just ping on 2 and then start again on 3 afterwards. It's no big deal for him. Whereas this allows him, you know, swingier turns going forward with the Coin Frostbolt hitting both Mana Worms now. So this works out okay for him, but it was, of course, smart of Amaker to take the value trade preemptively, which means he does not just lose his Mistress for free. Not a super high level play, something that you'd expect any player playing at this level to pick up on, but, you know, just nice to see Amaker making the correct line on turn 1.
Jack Attack already has one of the crucial components in Alonet to keep the card draw going, and the Mana Worm has survived. Counterspell also on the turn for Hellfire. This is bad news for Amaker. This one can end really quickly.
It could. He has that glyph as well to potentially pick up some follow-up burn. We saw a very similar situation in previous series where the Primordial Glyph offered Greater Arcane Missiles when there was a ton of damage being pushed through where it wasn't selected, but we did see picked up a Polymorph that pushed through the taunts in the end to end the game regardless, but there is so much damage potential now coming through.
Yeah, that Mortal Coil was a huge blessing for Aku, and he saw that the Explosive Runes was destroyed by the Gnome Feratu, so the chances of the counterspell are significantly higher. It's a 2-to-1 that it is. So very nice bet there from Amaker, but still, problem exists that he can't clear the board.
Big fan of the 5-5 coming down here. Jack Attack was already reaching for that Primordial Glyph at the start of his turn, saw that he drew the Cabal Crystal Runner and quickly diverted because this gives him so much protection now against Hellfire. It gives him lethal outs. If Amaker was just to go for you know, a Possessed Lackey on the board to try and pull a Void Lord the turn afterwards. So he's in very, very good shape now. Ouch.
Yeah, Simulacrum, kind of interesting with the Mediz Valet, so you can like push out a ton of damage, but seems like he's pretty much stops momentum for this turn. And Aku picks up the Spellstone, so he can clear off this Cabal Crystal Runner and hope that his opponent has a really slow turn 6. Take his time and get set, because he does have the Blood Reaver Gul'dan, which is often the green light to survive the game. Once you get Blood Reaver Gul'dan down, you don't even necessarily need the biggest demon board whatsoever.
Right.
It usually lights out from there.
No tap. Chooses to values being at 11 over 9 in this position, which, as you say, might be an earmark of just wanting to stretch the game out. And now the Mistress and potential Dark Pact combination with the Carnivorous Cube is massive. That is instant stabilization for Amaker. One of the best draws in his deck, if not the best. Now he has a ton of time to work towards that Blood Reaver Gul'dan.
Wow. Yeah, so assuming that Jack Attack doesn't put on a huge offensive either. I'm looking at a lot of discounted stuff, and there's some really powerful plays because of the way Simulacrum carries over discounts on the Cabal Crystal Runner. Wow. What a turn.
Huge.
Yeah, it's a pretty good turn 7, I'd say.
It's above average.
I thought Quarter Creeper was nerfed.
Well, there is still a deck in the game that gets to play 0 mana 5/5s, and there is a big reason why this is one of the aggro decks that did originally play Corridor Creeper that has, survived the test of time. This and Murloc Paladin has come through the nerf, kept on trucking, and these 0 mana 5/5s is a ton of pressure at this point that Aku now has to deal with.
So a Defile clears everything except for one Cabal Crystal Runner. And the Potion of Polymorph is out of the way, so the Possessed Lackey has the ability to pull something with Defile the following turn. So are you willing to accept all of this damage in order to guarantee demons? Looks like he is. I mean, he is up to 27.
Yep.
Jeez, that was so much life. But I mean, there's so much damage coming from Jack Attack as well.
Yeah, the double Medivh's Valet is something that perhaps Aku wasn't necessarily planning for in this position, and now he's going to dunk the Fireball as well, which puts Aku all the way down to 5. There is a Firelands Portal follow-up on the next turn. Even if that gets beaten, then there's the Pyroblast follow-up as well on turn 10. It's just too much burn. Alaneth is a hell of a card.
On me. I'm trying to think if there's a tap here for now for Aku, and I think that the tap is almost necessary, just given that, the 5 health is not very consequential when your opponent's drawn that many cards. But he's going to tap after. Oh, okay. Well, that's just going to be it.
Yep.
Very, very high chance for lethal, given that Jack Attack's drawn pretty much his entire deck by this point. And that's going to be game 1. Secret Mage definitely working out in against the Warlocks, but that's pretty much the only matchup that's been able to win outside the mirror. Secret Mage has been falling a lot to almost every other deck, so that's a really nice lineup there for Jack Attack in game 1.
It's true. It's slightly strange because we've seen Secret Mage being included in some people's lineups that are obviously at least nodding towards control. They're bringing Secret Mage because it's one of those decks that can deal with some of the late game tools that the control decks have, because it can just burn over the top. As you see, yeah, Jack Attack just resuming his one and only stance, it seems, while playing Hearthstone. It's just slowly rocking back and forth in that chair.
He has 2 states. He has, the happy state that he just saw, and then he has, like, the furrow the brow and think for, like, 5 seconds, and then immediately resume smiling. So it's, like, very extreme. There's almost no in between here. While Aku is not obviously going to be pretty intense here, considering that first game did not go his way, even though he got bailed out by huge initiatives and mixtures.
Yeah, it looked like that might just be enough to get there, but in response to his huge turn, an even bigger turn came out on the other side. That Simulacrum looked like a mediocre pick when he took it. It's like, okay, maybe he can get another Medivh's Valet for another 3 damage or whatever it is. But then when the Alunath cards came in after that, suddenly like absolute insanity came out with that Cabal Crystal Runner turn.
That was way too much pressure. Oh, Quarter Creeper PTSD, if you will. Going to game number 2 here in just a second. Amaker looking to see if he can capitalize on the fact that Warlock's been left open. Jack Attack leaving that Warlock, given that he has things like the Control OTK Paladin. And it is really interesting to see how some players just differ in their opinions on whether or not Warlock warrants a ban. And a lot of people are talking about Paladin bans, and then people banning Hunter and other crazy stuff too this tournament.
Yeah, I know people, a lot of the people who are being successful in the current Copa Global Qualifier that's going on right now are working on a ban Paladin strategy and leaving Warlock up. So it is starting to become successful for more and more players. Paladin is the highest win rate deck in the game right now if you just look at the ladder stats. So there is something to be said for that it has, the best matchups across the board. But And there are a few different Paladin decks in this tournament. Maybe if everyone was running Murloc Paladin and we weren't seeing this wave of control Paladins coming in, we'd be seeing 1 or 2 more Paladin bans in this tournament as well.
Yeah, that is also true.
Reporting for duty.
Hero power go, says Jack Attack.
That is a control Paladin indeed.
Yeah.
And this is not the start that Alchemaker is looking for the Secret Mage. Definitely want to get out of the gate and force the Paladin to expend their resources inefficiently. What an interesting mix. A 7/8/9 legendary pull from Stonehill Defender. A high value rare card for all those free-to-play budget players. It's true.
You're always looking out.
I am.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time an event passed without me hearing about your free-to-play account at some point. You're in there deep.
Well, it's basically saying, why you're playing Hearthstone? I'm like, yeah, because I need to get my gold, my quest for my free to play.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty much what I tell you every event I see you.
Or
yeah.
So you have an Asia account, right?
By the way, yes.
Can you play me? I have a play against a friend quest. All right, fine. Let me log into my Asia account.
The one that you log on once every 6 months.
Once every time I see Frodan.
I still have a challenger friend. If you are on the Asia server, message me because I need that. I have the challenger friend quest, and I have nobody to play it with. Everyone's offline all the time because they're in Asia time zone. So they're offline when I'm playing.
Frodan, this stream is not your own personal gold farm that you can just call out to viewers.
Chances are, I will ask you very often for the 80 gold quest. So that's just, and I get it pretty often, like every 2 weeks.
Okay. Meanwhile, in the game of Hearthstone occurring on the board in front of us, there has been such a slow start from Akumaker here.
Yeah.
He has just not really got any amount of significant pressure. The plated beetles have come down from Jack Attack, which buy even more time. And just the Tyrion Uther curve is going to be savage.
Yeah, double back-to-back Ashbringer possibilities there. And, and the thing is, Jack Attack's also had plays. It's not even that he had, amazing plays. He had Stonehill Defender and plated beetle, but it's the fact that he can fill his curve. Dirty Rat's also kind of interesting.
I like it.
I don't know how many big punishes there can be, considering a Cabal Crystal Runner has already been played.
Exactly. And Aku isn't really running any top-end threat. There's no, Medivh that we very occasionally see in there.
Yeah.
So it's very little downside and huge upside, because there's so many synergy minions, right? The Cabal Lackey and the Kirin Tor Mage, you actually deny a lot of synergy just by pulling it out onto the board.
Yes. Aku's going to need some really big cards coming out here, such as the Alaneth, or, he's something so massive that it won't even matter that Jack Attack has Tyrion immediately, that he can leverage the board to get a lot of damage in. Jack Attack already tested before for the secret, but now again testing just in case it was Counterspell being played.
Yep.
So now has full confirmation on what 2 secrets it is going to be.
Yeah, knows that it is Ice Block Runes at this point, and Tyrion is a pretty nice minion to drop into Explosive Runes on the following turn.
Yeah, true that. Looking for a big 5-mana minion, gets a very subpar one. Creation number 2 and Call to Arms sounds really interesting from this position as well, because that way your opponent can't ever leverage the Mana Worm.
That is very true, yeah. Might as well get these Consecration, get use out of them while he can before the counter spells do actually come down.
Right. Oh, wow. Big draw here for Aku, and the Jack Attack also doesn't have the biggest board pressure too, so this still is a game.
He does have a 30 health point swing with Uther, though, coming in behind that. It's very hard to race that card as far as cards go.
Put your faith in the light.
Oh, is this the Vapor?
Oh, it is, right, yeah. We forgot it's the Primordial Glyph, because we were too busy talking about your
Right,
free-to-play account.
You brought up the topic. I was just defending myself. But seriously, it's Frodan 1329.
I hate you so much.
Man, what's the line here for Aku? That Mana Worm is not getting through with damage ever again for this game. And, you know, most of the counterspell is also useless because the big swings that you want to stop aren't really there anymore. Aku's just going for straight up burn damage, hoping that Pyroblast can help make up that difference. And the nice thing, too, with the Frostbolt is it freezes the Ashbringer or the Uther swing, so that way he can't get the lifesteal. That's still more damage.
Yeah, it does interest me that we saw Tyrion come down on the previous turn instead of Uther. It obviously, like, over the course of several turns, it does front load more damage to play Tyrion first because, you know, your weapon swing essentially has charge. But it would have allowed, you know, potentially to go through, and of course, when you change hero, the freeze effect does pass, so he was still able to attack with it and get the healing.
It was the... he could save it to try, but it doesn't really matter if he's going to get the swing now or just later.
Right.
We'll see the Primordial Glyph be able to get anything big here. I mean, Frostbolt's obviously the best answer right now, but is it kind of like a Deck of Wonder situation here in order to win the game? Honestly, I mean, Frostbolt might be a 0% chance at this point because of the way the lifesteal is already up. Your opponent is already pressuring your life total to pop your ice block next turn.
It's possible. So if he bolts and valets this turn, so he deals 6 more, opponents at 21. Wow. There's like nothing. There's no outs at that point. Like the 10 extra healing is going to kill you through your ice blocks before you can possibly burn out at that point. So yeah, any other line I look at right now is 0%, which means Deck of Wonders is the correct pick in that situation.
Yeah. I have never seen a game ever affected by Deck of Wonders.
Seed Story Cup, Radu actually threw a game by casting Deck of Wonders when he didn't need to. He was playing. Okay. He was playing Quest Mage and put Deck of Wonders into his deck, and then he drew a scroll and it fireballed one of his own sorcerers.
He's just killing his own board. Wow. That's awesome. Can we just put Deck of Wonders in all of our Secret Mage decks now?
No.
Just put Alaneth combos?
No, Frodan. We know how this goes. It will be amusing for about a week, and then everyone will hate it.
But all the YouTube money.
We all saw Yogg happen, Frodan, okay? We all know where this goes. We think it's a good idea.
How about just one copy? We don't have to put 2.
Okay, all right, fine. Deal.
So he still has 2. He has 2 scrolls left, or is it 3? He can Pyroblast face and hope for 2 more Pyroblasts in the face. Look, I'm just telling you that there's still a 1 in a million chance right now.
You're not wrong.
I'll take that over 0.
Although, how many cards does he have left? Does the Alaneth Fatigue draw him at this point? Is he that far through? I didn't know. I didn't hear if we heard the almost out of cards at the start of the turn. Nah, he's before that. Okay, he's chilling. Oh, the scrolls redraw though. That's the problem.
Okay, that keeps him alive. If he's able to do something.
No,
oh no, he will guarantee
Yeah, because
die.
the scrolls redraw. That's the problem. So he was always going to fatigue unless the scrolls put Jade Idols into his deck.
Look what he drew. What you got though? The spreading play. It's really good. Dude, if he shovels Jade Idol into his deck. Wow. Oh, that would have been nuts.
Hey, there's always an out. In Hearthstone, where there's a will, there is a way. There is always some random effect that can dig you out of trouble.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, like, you know, we're messing around with it, but, you know, Aku was correct to go the Deck of Wonders route at that point because the cards in his deck just won the game 0% of the time at that point. He had to kind of go for the meme victory with the Scroll of Wonders. Was obviously super unlikely to pay out. And Jack Attack again resumes the position of a man who is looking very, very comfortable right now.
I like this guy a lot. You know what happened? You know what I was told when Jack Attack actually pulled off the Auction Master Veto combo for the kill with the 4 Horsemen. Apparently, he was mouthing himself the voiceover lines from the episode where Yugi summoned Exodia. He was saying it to himself as he was playing it. Every single character's lines. He wasn't just doing like the one line. He replayed the entire end of the episode, like the last 3 minutes of it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Can we mic him up for future series, please?
Right. I mean, we could ask him to do that. If he, maybe this is the beginning of the Jack Attack story. We'll see him in the playoffs, maybe, and we maybe even see him in championships. Who knows? But Aku is in the hot seat currently. You know, we were kind of talking about him as being one of the favorites for the tournament just based off his tournament performance in the past and his consistency relative to everyone else in the tournament. And now we could be looking at an early exit into the losers bracket. You don't want to go down round 2 just because you still have to play 4 more matches to catch up.
Right. Yeah, it would be a tough loss for Aku at this point, but you know he at least did win through his opening round, and it's not by any means dealt with yet. There is still the Spiteful Priest to come from Jack Attack, and Amaker does have a lot of board-focused decks left himself, but there is that Big Priest, which is going to be a problem because Spiteful Priest kind of dominates Big Priest a lot of the time. It's just so much quicker. It can win through early pressure, and then if it does go late game, they can often bypass a lot of the Resurrects by using the Mind Controls and the Grand Archivist into Mind Control to rip away those big late game threats.
Yeah, he's just going to go for it right off the bat, but he has some nice removal with the Embrace Shadow Circle of Healing. Picks up his Psychic Scream. Is he running 1 or 2?
Amaker is running 1. He's running basically 1 copy of like all the relevant removal spells. He has 1 Pain, 1 Death, 2 Circles, and then 1 Psychic Scream, 1 Dragonfire.
And right on cue. Northshire Cleric on turn 1, just like we've been talking about.
Staggering.
I haven't seen a Northshire Cleric not be played by Spiteful Summoner Priest this tournament. On turn 1, that is.
Yeah, I do like, I have brought this up on like several casts, just how consistent it does seem to curve when it is very, very limited on 1 and 2 drops. So we'll look at Jack Attack's list in particular. He has 1 Acidic Swamp Ooze in there, 1 Shadow Ascendant, 2 Historians, and 2 Clerics. So from 1 to 2, he has 6 total minions that he can play. But yet they seem to just curve out so very consistently, way more consistently than they really have any right to.
Yeah, Shadow Vision's still not exactly sure what Amaker wants to dig for. There's still so many variables. Used to go for it. Shower Pain is not necessarily a bad choice, given that a lot of the targets early on from turns 1 to 4 get sniped by it.
Right, and this is part of the idea, I think, of like this particular build of Big Priest, where you're playing a lot of single copies of removal spells. It's kind of like the Hunter deck that you were talking about the last time we cast together, where you have all the tech cards and you have Stitch Tracker to go fishing for them, right? Yeah. It's a similar thing, you know, if you don't draw your single copy that you need, you always have that Shadow Visions to fall back on to try and pick it up. And by making room with those one-off spot removals, you create the ability to pack in a few more threats with like the spell stones, and also give yourself access to the Circle of Healing Clear, which, you know, has been Priest's best removal tool since the beginning of Hearthstone, essentially.
Yes. Very slow start here for Jack, not able to really put on the pressure. He's not even going to play his Dragon Operative because he doesn't want the tempo. He wants to get the value off of it, so he's turning this into a value matchup.
I dream the world trembles.
Well, how does your value do against a turn 5 Ysera?
Not that great, unfortunately, but maybe Jack Attack can make something of this swap. He can draw cards, and then if the opponent still has that Ysera around, he can even Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, the funny thing here is that Aku kind of has to suicide his own Ysera. Jack Attack plays 2 copies of the Cabal as well.
Like it. Silence your own Ysera so that you can get the stats back.
Sure, I can see it.
Yeah, a nice little spot there from Aku. And now Jack finally has that dragon with Cobalt Scalebane, can play the Draconid Operative. Oh, wow. I wonder how much Shadow Reaper Anduin changes things. Because then if they play a Spellstone, you might have a big answer to it to swing the board.
That is true. Yeah, Yasharaj and Lich King at least can be dealt with. Ysera and the statues, of course, won't be affected by Anduin, and he did have Servitude in there as well, which is interesting because you drop some pretty big minions into your revive pool yourself playing the Spiteful Priest.
True, but then there's also like the the really bad minions and also like the Twilight Acolytes and the Tar Creeper, which is nothing impressive.
I also wondered like whether he'd potentially go back to the well on the Twilight Acolyte again here on the Ysera, because sure, stealing an Ysera that has been silenced is not as high value at this point, but crucially, it keeps it out of the revive pool, right? And if Big Priest can't start going off with like an individually revived minion, it starts to become very difficult for their deck to really do anything. It's why I kind of like lent towards Akumaker just sacrificing his Ysera on the previous turn, because then it's dead at least. It's there. Your cards like at least start working at that position. True. Whereas at this point, you really can't go off with any Eternal Servitudes that you draw. This Ysera isn't guaranteed into your Spellstone for later on in the game. So it's definitely worth thinking about, I think.
Well, he could save it for the combo. He could save it for the Twilight Acolyte into the Cabal Shadow Priest, instead of setting it up. Or is that what you're suggesting, doing it on turn 9?
Well, either way. I mean, he's generating a lot of power on the board here, which could have potentially led to the Ysera being killable in the course of 2 turns. But yeah, I can totally see like holding out and just using it as a combination, especially since it's the second Twilight Acolyte.
Yeah.
And that's often the way if you're not doing making the like Archivist into mind control play. That's often the play that like allows you to push through for lethal a lot of the time. Just like, essentially 9 mana mind controlling the minion out of the way. And that's exactly what we are going to see here.
Yeah, and Akumaker is really upset by this combo, but I mean, Jack Attack pretty much passed like turns 4 to 6, you know? So you kind of anticipate him having a lot of combo cards, given that he's already played 1 Twilight Acolyte, so it is unlikely. But this is a bad situation for Aku, and you kind of talked about Spiteful Priest being able to crush through the defenses of Big Priest, but they also have now the opportunity to play a slow value fatigue style. Because Big Priest does eventually run out of threats, especially if they're not playing minions that are into the revive pool. Actually kind of funny, stealing the Spiteful Summoner.
Double circle.
Yeah, should clear both of these things. And also just hero power, just leave up the... Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, trading it first so he didn't have to hero power to kill it. That way he could immediately revive it again this turn. But hey, guess what? Nice Ysera. I think I shall have it.
Yes.
Does he still have an Amber left in his deck? I think he still has one,
yes,
right?
He could have an Amber.
All right, gets it anyway. If he still has, if he still had a potential free from Amber remaining, I think I personally would have just hard cast the mind control that turn, honestly.
Yeah, I'm trying to think over exactly that line, how it would pan out. So if you mind controlled it, let's say you get a free from Amber, what would be the bad situation there? And it would be that his opponent stuck at your Ysera and able to catch it from the value. So there was actually a pretty significant 50-50 there for Jack. Assuming that we are correct that he has the 2 free from Ambers.
I was gonna say, is a 6 mana 5/5 actually just the best choice there at that point?
I think he can just run Aku out of threats. I mean, Aku should be able to deal with most of the stuff, but if he just keeps presenting things, I don't know what Akumaker is going to be able to do. And now if he plays a minion, he knows the second mind control is a possibility here.
Right.
That Twilight Acolyte Cabal Shadow Priest turn on the Lich King. Not only was it such a big detriment for Akumaker's board, it was also incredibly ironic because the Lich King's the one taking control of stuff.
Spiteful Summoner pulls the Dragonfire Potion. Okay. All right.
That's a pretty big boy. There's a Devil Sword lethal.
There is. You are not wrong.
Amber. So let's see if Jack Attack spots it.
He does. Oh.
Oh,
come
I bet
on.
you that's what he was going through his mind too. It just seems like he's the kind of guy that would spot it. Look at his face. He's memeing over here. This guy's having the time of his life, and Akumaker's like really seriously trying to figure out every single possible out.
Meanwhile, Jack Attack's just like, ooh, Devil Sword lethal.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is looking dicier by the minute here. Do you just shuffle it in? It seems really weak right now.
I guess so.
Dragonfire Potion does absolutely nothing. You could use just Sarah Awakens and hope that your opponent doesn't have damage from the Lich King card.
Right. It's damage from the Lich King cards, or it's mind control if you go for the statue route, right? Like those are the options that you have to deal with. And that, I guess, if you want to like take Jack Attack's line of play on that term we were talking about with the hard cast versus the Archivist, is the reason why you would want to keep a hard cast instead.
Well, now he's just dead to Shattered Branduin instead, which I mean I don't blame him for the big swing here because this is his one chance, but that is a 3-0 for Mr. New Zealand. Akumaker frustrated, and understandably so. It felt like Jack Attack had everything this series. But, you know, you got to maybe chalk it up to, was it just a lineup advantage? And I don't think it was. I think Akumaker had a pretty good chance across the board when you look at the grid.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with you. I don't think Jack Attack was enormously favored coming in, but he just sat back, chilled, played some Hearthstone like the cheerful New Zealander that he is, and came out on top. And I really enjoyed watching this guy play, honestly. He's just got that certain chill vibe about him that makes him very engaging. Not unlike one of our co-casters here with us today.
Yeah, actually, it's very much like a TJ vibe.
Yeah.
I like it a lot. Very friendly. Seems just happy to be here. And you know what, man? I think that win guarantees him the top 12 at least.
Okay.
I believe so. Because I think if you win one series, you're not guaranteed anything.
Right.
Actually, you are guaranteed top 12 when you win once, because then you don't go to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, he's top 8
one.
now, right?
So he's not top 8,
Yeah,
yes. Correct. So top 8 already puts him in the next threshold for points.
Yes,
so
which is all important, and even for you know, a more casual player like him, as it sounds, we did hear him say that, you know, this is driving him forward, that he wants to, you know, represent New Zealand, do his nation proud, and use this as a platform to really build a Hearthstone career going forward.
I like it, and I like the story too of his why he likes playing Control Paladin. He says, I saw Shoop play that list, and Shoop is really big on Control Paladin. That's what he used to win DreamHack last year, his claim to fame. And he's like, yeah, I like that deck. I just want to play it myself. So he just did, and he just won. And he's practiced it a lot now since, and now he's, you know, killing the competition one by one. We'll see how he's able to fare in winners round 3. And if you guys are following along Aku, he's just going to drop to the lower bracket. Not eliminated yet, but now he has to win 4 more series to catch up if he wants to get into that top 4.
Yeah, and he did, you know, that one minor turn that we talked about where, you know, it was in a 1 game. He actually looked very strong in the opener, and I thought we might be, you know, seeing some big things coming out from Aku in this tournament as one of the favorites. He had a solid lineup, nothing fancy, just, you know, gooddecks.com essentially, compared to some of the other stuff that we're seeing. He played very solid in his opener, and I really had high hopes for him moving forward. He still can do very well, but as we've mentioned several times, he now has that long, arduous lower bracket road ahead of him.
That's right. It's a pit of killers down there. So we'll update you guys on everything that's happening. But for now, we are going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to have more action here at HCT Sydney.
Now listen to this. Come on.
Live from, you guessed it, Sydney. I'm TJ, joined by Gia, and we're about to bring you the next match, which is going to be between Ender and Glory. And this one should be exciting. They got some interesting decks, so I'm looking forward to this one. What about you?
Right, so the last time we saw Glory, he was actually in a pretty heavy control mirror, and he ended up taking it 3-0. And now he'll be facing kind of the other face of the meta in this tournament, which is kind of more aggressive decks, although Ender's not taking a very conventional spin on these at all. As we know, he's like one of the few players to not bring Warlock.
No, he doesn't bring Warlock and brought Cthulhu Druid, but we'll get into that in a moment. In the meantime, taking a look at the upper bracket, we just saw Jack Attack defeat Amaker to move on to that sort of upper bracket semifinals. And Ghost ASA? I'll just call him Ghost for now.
Sure.
Who has probably the most interesting lineup in the tournament, at least from his tech choices standpoint. We'll be seeing him later today, so looking forward to that one. And Professor Oak as well, moving on in that upper bracket. In the lower bracket, a lot more going on. Players that lost in the first round have to play so many extra matches to make it through to that grand finals. So one, I think, surprise to a lot of people is that Hot Meowth has already been eliminated.
Yeah, probably a surprise in terms of his claim to fame. He's definitely one of the most well-known players in this tournament, and also the lone non-APAC representative. So kind of a heartbreaker for anyone rooting for North America region to make it now. So everyone left is from APAC. But because of how the brackets were lined up, and Hot Meowth had kind of a lineup that's vulnerable to Quest Rogue, and all the Quest Rogues ended up being on his side of the bracket. It was a bit unfortunate for him.
Yeah, tough loss for him. But definitely still a lot of big names left in the tournament, and I'm liking what I'm seeing in the upper bracket. I think some of the players that have taken more risks in deck building are being rewarded in this tournament so far. And that's sort of the story of Asia Pacific as a whole. From the beginning of Hearthstone's history is players taking big risks with deck lists, and a lot of times being rewarded for it. I think back to like Coco Sasa, and then even previously before that, B787.
Yeah, and
who brought
Lojum as well.
And Lojum, yeah. All three of those players brought really unconventional lineups, and Lojum being sort of the exception of not quite making it there, but getting so close with a crazy lineup that nobody expected. So
it was only because he was matched up against B787 at the end that he didn't get to make it.
And arguably, he made a mistake in the final game, which was debated nonstop, so we won't get into it. But talking about these guys' lineups, Ender and Glory, Ender, sort of the big talking point for him is the Cthulhu Druid. And then Glory has just sort of a lot of control decks with Big Priest, N'Zoth Mage, and Control Paladin being a part of his lineup.
Right, and the Control Paladin, as we kept saying a while ago, actually doesn't have the N'Zoth package. It's more all in on getting the OTK. And I guess cycling a bit more with Linessa package. So it's different, and I can't wait to see more of it, honestly.
Yeah, and you know, Ender is a player. He's a grinder. We saw his sort of little fact sheet earlier. So many top 8 ladder finishes, as it specifically said, the most out of any player from the Australia and New Zealand region. You know, we got a chance to talk with Ender about his journey in Hearthstone thus far and his expectations for the future. So take a look.
I'm Eamon. I play as Ender. I'm 20 and I'm from Melbourne, Victoria. I just started playing because everyone else was playing, but I continued playing and took it seriously. The moment when I really decided I was gonna try and go pro in Hearthstone was actually in hospital. I received a Starlight Wish and they asked what I wanted to wish for, and I said I'd wish to be a Hearthstone pro eventually. They gave me $1,000 to get coaching, but I quickly got to the level where coaching wasn't really required. This is higher than what I envisioned at that time, but I think I still want to go to the next level. Through 2016 is when I really started getting into Blizzard tournaments, just from grinding ladder and getting enough points to qualify. For the past 2 years, it's sort of been a full-time thing because I haven't really been able to go to uni. But this year, my health is improving significantly, and I plan to go to uni this year, and I continue doing Hearthstone as a part-time thing. My family definitely supports me, so I haven't really been doing much else for the past 2 years, and I've sort of been unable to do a lot. But Hearthstone's given me something that I can do, and I've been at least mildly successful at it, and they're really happy with that. Getting the right deck list is the main thing. Assuming you can pilot them decently, it's just trying to get the read on the other opponents and what they're going to bring. I think my lineup should be good against the field, but it could definitely backfire. I'm taking some unorthodox decks, and it could backfire quite a lot.
Ender's just such a passionate guy when it comes to Hearthstone. Even sitting backstage in the player area, before the matches started today, he was playing Hearthstone with some of the other players here. As soon as the matches started, if he wasn't playing, he's watching all the games, basically commenting on them and commenting on every play. And then he goes up and plays his games and goes back to the player and does the same thing. So it's Hearthstone nonstop for him from the second he gets here to the studio to the second he leaves, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, mind you, we've been here for nearly 12 hours, and it's been like that. Every single game, he still finds the energy to keep talking, and I don't know if it's something that just helps him keep focused, but he is his head is always in the game, and what you said about him being passionate also extends to his studies. Like he said, he wants to, get back into uni and make progress there as well. And it's great to see somebody with that much effort put into Hearthstone make it onto a stage that he said he himself didn't even envision himself getting that far.
Yeah, and talking about his opponent, Glory coming off just a few matches ago, his 3-0 victory. And it wasn't an easy 3-0 victory. That was actually the longest match of the day, just by pure time length, but it was a 3-0.
Yeah.
And you could tell just the big size of relief after he won that series, because it was really hard fought, and with his control decks, they're kind of grindy. And in one of the games with the Quest Warrior versus his N'Zoth Mage, it came down to basically like a hero power.
Flip,
yeah. As is true Quest Warrior fashion. But his decks, I don't know how they necessarily line up against all of Ender's decks. Ender said himself he brought an unorthodox lineup, and those decks being hit or miss is actually sort of what the decks are designed to do.
Sure.
Cthulhu Druid with Spiteful Summoner is designed to have those big power turns, but if you don't get those, or you draw your ultimate infestations and don't get Spiteful Summoner value, or don't draw Kell's Death and you don't do that, and Big Priest if you don't draw your Barns and your Shadow. There's just a lot of things that can go wrong with his decks.
Yeah, Ender mentioned himself there's a lot of risk of backfiring. These are decks that essentially can beat themselves. And we were talking a lot a while ago about how there are many APAC players that bring wacky, unorthodox decks to big tournaments. And we haven't seen that as much from the players specifically from ANZ. But if they have one representative to be the kind of out-of-the-box player, that's definitely Ender for this tournament.
Yeah. And I would think that if Ender's decks work properly, he has an edge. And, you know, he obviously has experience with these decks and pilots them well.
Yeah, Ender always is on High Legend, and he keeps tweeting about new decks that he's come up with. He's one of the people I net deck for sure for new stuff, and I saw him tweeting quite a bit about Cthulhu Druid being the nuts. So if he can make it all the way to this deck, then we might be seeing more of that on ladder as well. And looks like he's leading off with that deck. Exactly.
Well, Glory has a Barnes in opening hand. Ender does have Spiteful Summoner, but he's also drawn one copy of Ultimate Infestation.
It's that really, really sinking feeling you have every turn until turn 6, praying that you don't draw the second one.
And beyond that, he just has to worry about Glory snowballing a board because he has Barnes plus Eternal Servitude. So he's going to be able to pull a minion from his deck and then res it with Eternal Servitude, draws Obsidian Statue, so that increases the chance that he gets Yashiraj from Barnes. And this Druid deck has no removal. It is all minions, except for the Ultimate Infestations. So once you fall behind on board, it is almost impossible for you to come back outside of a big Spiteful Summoner pickup. So, okay, Obsidian Statue.
Okay, so Ender can win a 50-50 to have his Ooze survive, but it's not as consequential as the coming turns when he has to figure out a way to deal with the Resurrected one. And I think that pulling something... okay, so the number of 10 drops that can contest the 4-8 is quite high, but then they just die off the trade. So it's going to be up to Ender to draw the follow-up for the Spiteful Summoner.
He's got to play it now. I was thinking Spellbreaker, but he doesn't want to risk drawing Ultimate Infestation before he wants to play it. So he's going to get it.
Ultrastar making another appearance today. So the way this works out is that he can still play the Spellbreaker next turn. Yes, the Obsidian gets the free trade on the Spiteful, but at least it makes sure that his Ultrasword can survive. Barring the Shadow Word Death, of course, which he didn't know was in hand, but Glory gonna have a pretty good time this game, I should say.
Yeah, now Ender can just present threat after threat after threat over and over again, but the way Big Priest works nowadays, as we've talked about multiple times in the broadcast, is that it can also present threat after threat. Long gone are the days where Big Priest had 8 threats, and once you got through the big minions plus the resurrections on the big minions, you were good. You were smooth sailing. But now with the Spellstone introduced, you have to worry about waves and waves of these big threats. But, well, Mind Control Tech, I probably won't get value. It's rare that the board gets bigger than 3.
Yeah.
Big Priest.
And that the Spellstone gets all the way upgraded to that point.
Yeah.
Still, though, it's something that Glory has to keep in mind because, again, Ender has some interesting not only deck choices, but tech choices.
Yeah. You kind of have to. Especially if you don't go for the Cthulhu package in this type of deck, it's literally like 25 tech cards. Spiteful Summoners and Ultimate Infestations. I guess that would be 26 tech cards, but you need some ramp in there as well. So it's actually pretty nuts.
Kinda
but
like
players have had success with those types of decks.
100%. Like people would, start their idea and thought process for making a new deck with, well, Spiteful Summoner is really, really good.
Yeah.
So is Ultimate Infestation, and they're really good together. So now what are the best 26 cards I can put together to support that?
And there's not really 26 tech cards that you can put, so that's where the Cthulhu evolution came from. People just realized, I don't have anything else I can put in here, and I have like 8 slots open. So you might as well put in some synergies. And it's actually kind of funny because we were talking with Ender backstage, and Cthulhu actually comes out buffed, he said, when it gets pulled from Spiteful Summoner.
Really?
That's what he said. I didn't believe him, but I've never seen that interaction.
Never seen that, and
but he seems pretty confident that it does.
I thought that it any Cthulhu synergy buffs the Cthulhu that's in your deck, but it says no matter where it is, so even if
Wherever it
it's in
is,
the code of
even
the game.
if it doesn't exist.
That seems like some philosophical thing now. And now the MC tech gets some value, and that is the worst outcome. Pretty unfortunate for Ender there, and we saw some interesting turns from Glory where he had the option to use Shadow or Death to remove either the Ultrastar or the Doomcaller, but he instead just kept going for building minion pressure of his own, realizing that Big Priest this late in the game can very well fight for the board and then just use a Spellstone to consolidate that, but it's a little bit punished by the Mind Control deck, but definitely not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah. If he had pulled Lich King, that would have been a pretty big deal because you would have to kind of double trade and hope that your Obsidian statue hits a reasonable target. But oh man, Death and Decay
Still
is
seeing a full clear with Pint-Sized Horror and then double trade. Oh, actually just single trade. You can trade the 4-1 into the 7-1 and the Death Rattle clears the 7-5 after the Pint-Sized Horror.
well, he could do Death and Decay and then just trade one the Obsidian statue and be left with 4-3.
Sure.
And deal 3 damage to his opponent's face as well.
Yeah, definitely a play that leaves more to be done with the turn, but what else does he actually want to do with this mana?
He can Greater Healing Potion his Obsidian statue.
4-3-1, yeah, okay. And that puts it out of Ultimate Infestation range.
Or he can heal Shadow or Death, value trade. But then your second Obsidian statue is vulnerable to the hero power, because you can hero power and then play a minion as opposed to the other way around. So I guess this works too.
I'm not too sure about that. At least with the hero power play, you would have made it like if you force your opponent to hero power, then they can't Ultimate Infestation. This way he's kind of just feeding a really convenient UI here. So I would have either liked to see the greater healing potion or the play that you suggested.
The Great Healer Potion. I think you had it right the first time.
Yeah. It is pretty great, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty great. Ooh.
So now a bevy of options for Ender. I don't think the Cthulhu is big enough for him to want to play it here.
He can play, well, he can play the Twin Imps.
Right, yeah.
If he played Disciple of Cthulhu, but he's just going to go wide with some of the smaller stuff. And I think that's a wise choice. So he's making some progress.
This looks like the turn to go for the Pint-Sized Horror. That way you can push face for 5. The thing is, he would love to be able to equip this Frostmourne and start going face with it. So, do you ever circle plus embrace, or the other way around? So
Embrace Circle is a full clear because he could Embrace Circle, then trade in his Obsidian statue to the Cthulhu's Chosen, which would have lost its Divine Shield, and then still play Frostmourne. Or he could even Frostmourne down one of the minions. Like he could Frostmourne down Kun, and that way it re-summons. No, I guess he couldn't do that because the Kun would die.
Chosen would, yeah.
Yeah.
This way, it seems even better because he gets the board back and completely to himself. And Ender playing from behind this way, I really don't think there's any way he can come back, no matter how big the Cthulhu gets.
I don't know, he can get pretty large.
I mean, like, with the access to... I mean, if he had infinite buffs, sure, but...
Yeah, just a 12-12 is not going to be enough to clear up this board state. There's a 20 health being represented. Maybe he can clean up next turn with Cthulhu? It would die because the Obsidian statue would die.
Now is the Potion Horror turn, surely. I've been suggesting it for how many turns?
Yeah.
But finally, I feel like this is the best play. And it's just going to be lights out over the next few turns.
Yeah.
Next turn. That's just how things work when Big Priest gets the Barns and gets the Eternal Servitude.
And Cthulhu Druid no longer has a 100% win rate at HCT Sydney. It is now 50%, currently 1-1. So Glory taking a big win with Big Priest.
That's right, and he still has some decks that he might struggle with left though, so particularly I'm looking at this Paladin. I feel like it's just going to have a hard time against not only the Cthulhu Druid from Ender, but also perhaps the Secret Mage. Because outside of the Equality Consec, you don't have, or Equality Pyro, you don't have much board clear. He's not running the Nazoth package for additional healing from Mistress of Mixers and things like that. So I feel like it would struggle a bit more against aggressive decks.
It can, but if you get like one call to arms off that pulls a Dirty Rat, you're pretty good against aggressive decks. We saw it earlier on in the tournament. Secret Mage has actually been struggling against Control Paladin, but it has been the adaptation versions of Control Paladin. Whereas I believe Glory does not. He has Blessing of Wisdom in that one slot. So I guess he does have sort of a counterspell fodder. But you need some way, and he actually has Hydrologist too, so there's a few ways for him to sort of get through that in the early game if he wants to. But if you get a call to arms off, you're a lot of times smooth sailing in that matchup. And then if you ever get to a point where you can play Uther, that huge 20 health swing is almost impossible to deal with because you can't win the race at that point. So
That's right, it can usually outlast no matter how much burn Mage can put out in one turn.
I think it's still Secret Mage favored, but not nearly as much as some of the other sort of aggressive lineups.
Right, and on that other end, Ender also still has his Murloc Paladin, which, again, I feel like the Paladin might have a bit of trouble dealing with for similar reasons. Maybe it doesn't have the same burn potential, but it does have way more reload potential than the Mage would in terms of board clears. So if Glory misses out on that early call to arms, it may snowball really, really quickly.
All right, but looks like we're getting into game number 2. Glory on this Control Mage.
Yep.
And Ender, once again, tossing out the Druid.
Yeah, and I honestly have no idea how this matchup works.
Neither do I.
But I imagine Spiteful on 6 is still pretty good.
I don't think it's ever bad unless you draw both Ultimate Infestations before your Spiteful Summoners.
Like the refill potential is a little bit less for the Druid in terms of board presence than it would be for a Spiteful Priest.
Yeah.
And because of that, the Mage's AoEs will find targets and be able to reduce everything on board. The question is if they can do that consistently enough to beat Ultimate Infestation, because in that case, the threats will come one turn after another. Although Glory gets a pretty good start with Arcanologist on 2, and Ender missing out on, I guess, the ideal 2-drop start, or rather a Greedy Sprite to help him ramp into the Summoner. But still, it's a curve that you can't complain about.
That's what the deck is designed to do. Designed to just sort of scale up the curve. 3-mana play, 4-mana play. Not really many 5-mana plays. I actually don't think there's a 5-mana minion in the deck, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I guess it's built with the thought in mind that you either have played Mire Keeper or Greedy Sprite by then, so you just get the 6 and then play your Summoner.
And I definitely like the way Ender's playing this is don't trade minions, just go face. Because a lot of times the first board clear that comes out is Dragon's Fury, and that's going to clear your opponent's board anyway. And you want to be the one putting on pressure turn after turn after turn. So definitely like how he's playing this. He could have, sort of protected himself from a ping, but missing that damage and eventually giving your opponent like a better Dragon's Fury, I just don't think is the right way to go about the matchup.
Right, and the way that Glory's played, which is drawing the secret and then drawing with Cold Light Oracle, means that forcing a ping means that he needs to unload the coin and, I guess, play a secret on top of that. And you don't really want a coin too early in this game, because usually the coin can get you one turn closer to Blizzard or Flame Strike, which are crucial for dealing with the board.
Or being able to play Jaina and coin hero powering in the same turn.
Do you hear its call?
Cthulhu's getting big.
Real thick. And I haven't seen a Cthulhu, honestly, in just ages, so if it actually gets
there it
to
is
come
right
out
there,
and
you just
close
saw
the
it.
game. On
Oh,
the
there it is
actual
again.
board. Okay, I stand corrected, sit corrected, whatever you like, TJ. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Ender gives the double thumbs up to the camera. He's like, okay, we're in there. And Malfurion the Pestilent drawn as well, so that's a ton of additional pressure when you get that online. And again, just scaling up the curve. Because 3 damage a turn, especially against a deck like this, with the Control Mage is huge, because you're constantly putting them on a clock that isn't affected by their removal spells, because it's kind of damage from hand, because it just sort of comes out of nowhere. And Glory's sort of forced to play this sort of removal style game, and Ender's going to be playing threats and also pushing damage each turn. Oh, but
yeah, I like this.
Yeah,
Push for the 7 right now.
Yep, I do as well.
The good meter placement, of course, makes it even more awkward for Glory to deal with. He might just be forced to play out Blizzard again.
Ender also has additional damage from hand with Disciple of Cthulhu.
That panda is burst.
It is. It is a panda. I forgot about that.
I don't see any plays other than Blizzard, do you? He's actually choosing to give Ender a block pop, given that he could have just played a panda here. I guess it's the only way for him to...
It's even a pop at 1.
Yeah.
Because he can fit in the hero power as well, so this is quite bad for Glory. He's even a turn away from being able to play Alex Straza, so I think he might just be dead.
Yeah, that's just it.
Unless he picks up something that can stall, but he would need to remove the board, and he would need to find a way to
heal up. So
heal
it would
up.
have been Artificer, exactly.
Yeah, Artificer, and he just goes ahead and pings his face, and as quickly as it started, it's over. And the Cthulhu Druid showing why it's powerful. Just keep playing minions all the way up the curve, and Ender liked the face damage push early on in the game. That gave him the opportunity to pop the block, and sort of the exact turn that he needed to. But I think even if he didn't, he still would have been smooth sailing, because he had so much to follow it up. Even if Glory was able to play Alex Straza on the turn that his block was popped, there still would have been so much pressure coming back at him the other way. So
I'm just upset that I didn't see Cthulhu in the way that I meant to see it.
wherever it is. Just in the fact that Cthulhu gets buffed wherever it is, you see it wherever it is. In the graveyard, in the code, in the hand,
Mind,
in the deck.
dark corners under your bed.
Yeah. He's lurking, waiting to shoot void missiles.
Question is
at
whether
you.
it still gets buffed even when it's rotated to wild.
Whoa.
Wherever it is, right? Even in wild.
Well, because all the cards that buff it also get rotated, so
Unlucky.
it'll never get buffed again. And that was the end of Cthulhu. But now we're down to sort of the best of three. Ender with Priest Paladin remaining, Glory with Paladin and Mage remaining.
Right, and if you're Ender, I think you're feeling pretty good about the Paladin at some point, just because Murloc Paladin has been so dominant as an aggressive deck recently with the refill potential in Call to Arms, and also just if you stick Murlocs and get to play Cold Lights here to buff them out of range, it just makes a lot of the AoE awkward.
Yeah, or even Gentle Megasaur. Sometimes that can get the job done. It just has a lot of reload potential. It can turn small threats into big threats. And that gives it game against not only other aggressive decks, because it gets on the board so quickly and so powerfully, but also against controlled decks because you can make their, like you said, their removal spells quite awkward with a lot of the tools you have at your disposal.
Right, and Ender also still has his Priest, I believe, which I feel like is just very similar to the Cthulhu Druid, but it does it better.
Yeah.
In terms of just like, yes, you don't have Ultimate Infestation, but you have more spells to combo with your Spiteful Summoner, and those spells generate minions of their own when played individually. So I feel like if the Mage struggled against the Cthulhu Druid, it's also going to struggle against that Priest.
We'll see.
That is quite the opener for the Paladin. The Murloc Paladin, rather.
Yeah, Glory draws Dirty Rats, which can sometimes be good. But a lot of times you want to pull those out against aggressive decks from Call to Arms because it's just sort of a 2/6 taunt.
That's free with no Battle Cry downside.
Yeah, no downside. So, and that's just the curve right there.
Yeah.
And maybe you have to play Dirty Rat here because you just want to stop what your opponent is trying to do. Well, Hero Power,
It's
not
actually
the strongest play here.
a good Dirty Rat. Definitely better than the War Leader because now the Murloc Tidecaller doesn't get the health buff, which is crucial for it to be able to attack into the Dirty Rat twice. Now Glory, he can go for Hydrologist plus another, plus the secret that comes off of it. Instead choosing to get rid of the Protector right away, even though it's overkill with a weapon. What do you think?
It gets it online so that way he has the next turn and he has mana freed up to be able to call to arms.
Sure.
I think that's the biggest, even if it's not the strongest play, it sets you up for the strongest play going into the next turn. So I definitely like the way he's played this, but Call to Arms again, not as powerful when you've drawn both your Dirty Rats.
Yeah, he's thinking about going for the Consecration for the full clear here. So
he's going into turn 4.
yeah, so the thing is, okay, what is the worst result your Call to Arms can pull? Actually not that bad, and you still have the Rallying Blade to deal with the War Leader, and it's because he chose to play Rallying Blade over Hydrologist, as you said, that he has the freedom to play Call to Arms, and a lot of the time, the one who calls to arms first has an advantage, barring a Knife Juggler.
We'll see, and they're already mouthing over it. He's ready. That's a great outcome.
Yeah, so Glory would have to pull a Knife Juggler. Wait, he doesn't play that, of course, so...
that would be a sick tech.
yeah, just for Call to Arms, yeah. And because these minions are not Dirty Rats, Ender's juggles could be really, really relevant here. Clearing up everything from Glory's side of the board. He gets 3 juggles this turn if he wants to take them. Alternatively, he could get 1 juggle plus the Rallying Blade.
Yeah, he could also Spellbreaker. Spellbreaker sort of acts as a juggle if you Spellbreak with the Righteous Protector. But it looks like he is going for Rallying Blade.
Very unlucky where the juggle landed there, but he's still able to clear out yeah, the Argent Protector, and I imagine you use the weapon to get rid of the Pyro, and then... Oh, okay, I was thinking about leaving the Loot Hoarder up.
And leaving the Divine Shield on the Righteous Protector?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that could have been good. Would allow him to push a little bit of face damage too, but decides to clear up the board entirely.
I wonder what that was playing around. Not quite sure because the Loot Hoarder would have made the trade anyway. So
yeah.
I would have liked to see a face hit there with the Righteous Protector. Well, anyway, Glory, I guess he's forced to just go for Bully and second Righteous Protector. He could risk the Rat again, but follow-up to it is also Righteous Protector and Hydrologist. So I guess the Rat makes more sense because it allows you to go wide, and the 2 attack versus 4 attack doesn't matter on this board. It's only punished, of course, by whatever comes out of the Rat.
Yeah, that's actually a tough choice. Righteous Protector almost always comes down. But maybe he wants to evaluate first. Not that it changes the play. Does get Spellbreaker. I didn't even see, was that Redemption?
Yeah, that was lightning fast. And this play also is better against Divine Favor, of course, because you play more cards out of your hand. So I can definitely see this.
Does pick up the 1-drop to get the 2 extra juggles.
I wonder if you should be trading into the Dirty Rat first, because on the off chance that both juggles land on the Righteous Protector, you'd rather resummon the Dirty Rat in case of redemption than the Righteous Protector.
Yeah.
But in that case, the minion trade into the Divine Shield was a bit weird, because he was first playing around Noble Sacrifice, so sometimes Paladin secrets can trip you up as well. It's difficult to say. The decision between playing around Noble and Redemption is usually what it comes down to. Oh, the snipes, though. Those are world champion juggles right there.
Yeah. Knife Juggler wasn't performing up until that very moment. and got the job done. So Ender just continuing to push and has this wide board state that Glory currently doesn't have an answer to and doesn't pick up an answer to.
This had to be the other consecration. We saw one used already, and Glory hasn't drawn too much through his deck, so Ender was pretty confident about going wide there. And even if it did get cleared, he would have Hydro plus Secret plus Divine Favor to kind of refill. So seems like Ender has been comfortable throughout this whole game, and it's just a little more now to clear it out.
Two opportunities for lethal here.
Yeah.
With Juggles.
And the Megasaur.
And Megasaur.
And the buff.
I think he has 12 on board. Hits a Juggle to face, so he has 6, 10.
Just
yeah,
a
12.
lot of outs. Okay,
Oh, he
those
needed
are not
anything.
damage, but he still gets another 2 Juggles from the Megasaur. So I guess you just take Divine Shield and go with it.
If one of these Juggles goes face.
There you go.
There you have it. Glory concedes. Ender goes up 2-1 in the series on match point with just the Spiteful Priest remaining.
And that's a good deck to have last, at least for your morale, just because the deck feels strong.
Yeah.
And especially strong against, I guess, some of these control decks from Glory that are less prepared to deal with big minion after big minion.
Yeah. I would say so.
Yeah, and it's very different from the last time we saw Glory on stage with some really, really slow matches. Ender's decks are bringing games to a close in the blink of an eye. And he still looks completely energetic despite the whole day either waiting in the player's room and talking about Hearthstone nonstop, still playing at the top of his game. And you love to see that.
Yeah, literally been talking about Hearthstone all day. And Glory's kind of just been, chillaxing a little bit, hanging out in the beanbag chairs.
Yeah, you do love those beanbags. I feel like you bring them up any chance you get.
Ah, they're great. I took like a small nap on the beanbag chairs earlier, and it did not feel rejuvenating at all.
Okay, yeah, I'm more of a couch person myself.
But it's still just, it felt great, so.
They just feel homey, beanbags.
Yeah, even though I've never owned a beanbag chair in my life, somehow it feels homey. But Ender currently on match point against Glory. We'll see if he can close it out. For now, we're going to have to go to a short break, but don't go anywhere. More HCT Sydney right after this.
The Sydney HCT stop is proudly supported by McDonald's Australia.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Sydney HCT Stop. I'm TJ, joined by Gia, and we're about to get into what could be the last game of the series between Ender and Glory.
That's right. Ender is up 2-1, and he's been taking quite a few quick wins. And these decks that he said were possibly going to backfire haven't backfired, aside from that first game with the Cthulhu Druid. And it's not like it backfired for the reasons he was implying, which is like the possibility of drawing into double ultimate infestation. It was just that I guess the Big Priest draw was a little bit too good. And Big Priest is actually another one of those decks that can backfire pretty spectacularly.
Yes. Maybe not as much as Cthulhu Druid, I would say. And now we'll be seeing that deck from Ender. Well, a similar kind of deck than his Druid deck from earlier, which is the Spiteful Priest, which is kind of, as you mentioned, just sort of a more consistent version of that type of deck. Because you have additional spells to be able to couple with it.
But the early game principle is very much the same. You want to curve out with your minions that are very well statted for their costs, or they have amazing upsides like Northshire Cleric. They always have it on one. Frodan was right. And then you curve into Spiteful Summoner, and for Ender, he can coin it out on turn 5, so that's going to be quite difficult for the Mage to deal with. However, Glory at least has Doomsayer.
Yeah. The Doomsayer are not the greatest against Northshire Cleric, because at the very least you can attack into the Doomsayer and heal it to at least get a card draw out of Northshire Cleric. But he will be able to play this on turn 2, or sorry, turn 3, to hopefully get these 2 minions. And this deck, of course, lacks spells outside of Free from Amber and Mind Control, because that's how the deck works. So there's not going to be a way that Ender can remove it.
Yeah, I think the resurgence of Doomsayer in popularity is largely due to these spiteful decks that sacrifice, I guess, some early game snowballing in favor of getting to Spiteful earlier. And also because we've seen the nerf to patches, it's much more difficult to remove. Turn 1 Doomsayer didn't go off. Turn 2 even.
Yeah. A little breath of fresh air, but he's going to be met with a giant Twilight Drake.
Yeah, and nothing to do on turn 4. That feels awful, man. Not even a secret.
Well, it's it's pretty common for the deck, I feel.
Sure. Arcanologist.
Arcanologist and Ice Block. That's it. That's about it.
Okay. Raven.
Oh, yeah. Raven. Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad it came on right in time for me to have some argument against you.
But of course, you're not really going to win any Ravens in this matchup because your highest spell is 7, and their lowest spell is 8. So unless they've drawn all their spells, then you're not going to get it. And now, Ender are going to continue this pressure train with Spiteful Summoner.
And whatever comes out is most likely going to get Meteor down. So, Rockface.
Yeah, that's definitely getting Meteor down.
Yeah.
And now if Ender wants to play around Meteor, he probably wants to trade Twilight Drake, because that way Spiteful Summoner survives. But I guess either way,
it's a 4 damage bonus?
It's a 4 damage bonus, because it would probably get pinged the turn after that, or AoE down. So keeping the Twilight Drake healthy is probably better in the long run than keeping the Spiteful Summoner alive, but not pushing damage. And it would have to be exactly Meteor that player would be playing around, so.
Yeah, I don't mind the face attack at all. So Glory doesn't have much other choice here unless he wants to polymorph the Rod Face and then save the Meteor for the Twilight Drake. But it seems counterintuitive, removes less damage in the immediate turn, so that made a lot of sense.
Once upon a time.
Do you just laugh whenever you see Temporis? And
Nozdormu, yeah.
All the time.
These are the meme options.
I was going to say the time options, but sure, the meme options. Probably even the more accurate term.
Meme is time, but he takes the boring option, which is Bookworm.
You say that with such contempt, TJ. I heard it dripping
I do.
from your voice.
Yeah. Bookworm does have value, though. It can kill a Doomsayer.
Sure.
It's removal in a deck that has no removal, I suppose. Like single target removal in a deck that has no single target removal outside of Mind Control. And now, really, the only choice is to Blizzard.
Yeah.
Or Polymorph, I guess. Polymorph has a lot of value, but Polymorph is probably necessary to hold on to for when inevitably bigger minions come out.
From the Free from Amber.
From Free from Amber or from Spiteful Summoner. Or once you play your Alexstrasza and Ender plays Grand Archivist and steals it.
It might be that Glory feels so far behind, though, that he has to hope that those cards aren't in hand, because Blizzard here is a very, very temporary solution. It actually doesn't clear anything off the board. Once the Twilight Drake is unfrozen, the same problem persists. But I can see this because he's able to pair it with the Arcane Artificer, and outside of single target removal, like the Bookworm, Ender can't deal with it conveniently. And there is no way for Glory to know that he actually had the Bookworm in hand. So yeah, the Nether Spike pick working out for Ender there. And yeah, just forced to go for Syndragosa, but this gives Ender a nice window to start pushing for face damage.
Yeah, definitely.
Even more.
But Glory does have sort of that package that he needs to be able to deal with it with Frosted Shayna plus Alexstrasza. But he can stifle the comeback and pressure with Twilight Acolyte.
Yeah, Swapman on an 8/8 feels pretty good. I think Ender's just deciding on whether he wants to start with the Draconid Operative this turn. Or Song Stealer for one of the tokens.
Just assume Twilight Acolyte's Ginger.
I see gold in your future.
Did.
Have you ever
and I feel awful. Hot pocket me.
I don't think I even know what girl kobolds look like.
Me neither. And I feel awful.
Zola the Gorgon. Just felt like saying it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's implications.
It's probably not good enough this turn. Nor is Alexstrasza, nor is Frostless Jaina even. Jaina puts him back to 18, and then he can trade off the 3/2, and that would still leave.
It would be still
21.
enough damage for lethal, yeah.
So he's forced to polymorph on the 8/4 Kobold, because we don't know if it's a dude or a dudette.
No, then he's still dead.
After trading. Oh yeah.
Be exactly 13 damage still left on board.
So, but with the polymorph, he can fit the block in at least.
The block, yeah. And plated beetle as well to trade in.
Yep. But it definitely feels like just delaying the inevitable. He's not even had the time to ping away the token to try and find some sort of miracle legendary, although I'm really not sure what can save him in this position.
There's probably a few things.
Okay.
Ragnaros Light Lord, Tinkmaster Overspark, which I always just blanket say, even though it probably has no effect. Deathwing, who knows?
Of course. Deathwing's the instant answer for what card could possibly help me here. It's probably most likely the answer.
Not great options. Flamestrike probably the only one.
Yeah.
But even then, I guess it could help with potentially Water Elementals later. Dragon's Fury also could do that, but yeah, I guess Dragon's Fury is a guaranteed 8 damage, but yeah, at the cost of his own board.
Not that it's going to be taken care of anytime soon. I don't think even a Flame Strike gets Glory out of this, so it's just going to be the game.
Or very close to it.
Oh yeah, Blizzard is the other way he could have survived there.
That's when the charged Devil Sword lethal comes through. I don't think there's any other available outs for it.
No charging it yeah, not within the neutral or priest cards, so yeah, in this case, Glory's definitely just taking the time to plan out his later turns because he knows he has to play Blizzard to survive this turn. But what does he need to draw into to make the game go on one turn longer after that? And frankly, I'm not sure, but slowly he's been picking apart Ender's board. So a Flame Strike top deck after this will be able to clear most things up. Of course, Ender will probably heal the Operative out of range. But then Glory still has some minions. So it depends on whether Ender can find either lethal or something sticky off of the Free from Amber.
Is there ever a world where you mind control the plated beetle?
Um,
Probably not.
Yeah.
It's a little too cute. Because you know he has another one. I think it's just you try and make the biggest. Charge Devil Sword would be...
Right. Oh, there's Tortola and Primalist. Not Battle Cry. Not having its Battle Cry for the fun lethal, but cute card still.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really just going through the motions here because Gory's been playing from behind all game, and that is really the strength of Spiteful Priest for you. Yeah, that's just gonna be it. Okay, Alex Raza for 15, and then you'll trade into 3 minions. Still leaves 17. And the player beetle puts you to 18?
So you can still survive.
Oh, okay.
But then your Alex Raza gets mind controlled.
And then you're sad.
And then you're sad because then you play Frosted Jailer and you're still dead.
Uh-huh.
So while Glory can buy himself one more turn, surviving at 1 health, it feels like it's nearly impossible for him to win the game from this scenario.
It really emphasizes how powerful Spiteful Priest can be in the late game with a combination of just huge dragons from the beginning and then Spiteful Summoner and then the cards that Spiteful Summoner benefits off of individually. There's just almost no end to the threats, and then you can even operative into some crazy things when you're falling too far behind.
Yeah.
So at some point the Mage just runs out of answers, even though when you look at the deck list you're like, wow, all this AoE, you got Meteor, you got Polymorph as well, it's still too much. The Priest is too much for the Mage to deal with.
And they're actually even going to not even go for this mind control, but instead just present even more threats, heal up his board a little bit, just sort of a little bit of a safer play. And again, put Glory at 1, and I think this time there's no outs.
Dragon's Fury into 7 cost. Yeah, he still can't ping off both the Drake and the Sea Giant, even if he gets 7 and trades Alex Raza.
Yeah.
So that is officially the game. I don't think there's a legendary at 8 mana or less that can help him here.
Definitely not Auction Master Beardo. And Ender takes the series 3-1 over Glory, continuing this run through the winner's bracket.
Yeah, and that's another knockout by an ANZ player onto a greater APAC. I mean greater by like the rest of APAC because ANZ is within APAC.
Yeah.
A lot of discrepancy there. And I feel like people use SEA, APAC, ANZ interchangeably in the wrong ways sometimes. But yeah.
Whoa!
Not you in particular.
I know.
I know you've been here a lot of time
Yes.
in APAC. But yeah, yeah, I mean, ANZ has just been performing so well. And it's great to see Ender with his endless energy and passion to talk about Hearthstone all day. I bet he's just going to go back and talk about that game even more.
Yeah, it tends to be what the players do. The number one phrase that comes out of players' mouths when they come back, win or lose into the player areas, what were my misplays?
Yeah, what could I have done better?
Yeah, did I make any mistakes?
Or what do you think about this turn in particular? And
Yeah.
it's very clear in their memory because they think about it over and over. And some of the
Non-stop.
players are just kind of hard on themselves. Like a while ago, I saw Waning Moon just really feeling bad about some of his plays that could have been done better. But an important part of being able to perform well in tournaments is to put the games that you lost behind you and immediately focus on the next game. Sure, you can look at your misplays, but you can't let them distract you from your future games.
Yeah, you have to look at your misplays later on, maybe that night or the following week, and learn from them after the fact, but focus on your matches beforehand. But definitely great performance from Ender. Brought some unorthodox decks, some risky strategies, but they're paying off for him so far here at the Sydney Tour Stop. But we do have 2 matches still left on the day. I know it's been a long one. If you've been tuning in from the beginning, I salute you because it's been a long day of Hearthstone, but we're still not finished. We're going to have the 9th match of the day coming up in just a few moments, but for now we're going to have to go to a brief break, so don't go anywhere. More City Tour Stop action continues right after this.
The Sydney HCT stop is proudly supported by McDonald's Australia.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to HCT Sydney. I'm TJ, joined by the one, the only, Soul. How's it going?
It was going great until I had to listen to your
that intro?
impersonation of whatever that was supposed to be.
Hey guys, I'm Soul.
That just doesn't sound anything like me, but okay.
It's literally the perfect subtle accent.
All right, we'll let the people at home judge, I guess.
Okay.
But it's going good. How are you?
I'm great, man. I was waiting.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting.
Yeah.
I'm actually incredibly excited for this match.
Why is that?
You know why it is.
But they don't.
They don't, and they're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
All right.
Because I'm going to talk about the bracket. Again, we're going to another upper bracket match. So the winner of this match qualifies for that upper bracket kind of finals. Right? It's the upper bracket finals. So they get very close. That would have been 3 wins on the day for that player. So that's what you want to do when you come to these tournaments, because you have multiple opportunities. If you lose in the upper bracket finals, you have to win another match, and then you're back up into the finals. So we're going to be seeing Ghost versus Jack Attack, and Ghost has probably some of the weirdest tech cards I've seen in quite a long time. Soddle, hit me with the deets.
Yeah, it's not just tech cards. His actual archetypes are just nonsense to begin with, right? Here's the archetype breakdown of what he's brought. He has Quest Rogue. He has a charge OTK Quest Druid, essentially. I don't know what have they called it? They've just called it Quest Druid.
Quest
Druid.
Yeah.
Good cop out. I like it. And then there is the Control Paladin that we've been talking about a whole bunch. I think pretty much every series someone has referenced this. There is King Togwaggle. In the already slightly weird Auction Master Beardo OTK Paladin deck, he has a King Togwaggle and a King Mukla. And then
King Paladin.
King Paladin, exactly. And
That's
then on
right.
top of all of that, there is Shaman, which is a Jade Shaman with a bunch of wacky tech cards in there. A bunch of just like cute ways to generate extra Jades.
That's right.
Yeah.
With Rummaging Kobold to get back those Jade Claws.
Exactly.
And Grumble, the world guy.
Shaker.
Grumble the world shaker. Grumble the world guy.
The world guy, indeed.
Yeah. So, very interesting deck list. And we haven't seen him on stream, but he's won 2 matches. He's 2-0 so far.
Yes.
At HCT Sydney. So, obviously, he's having success with these decks. And I am unbelievably, as the word we used earlier, anticipatory for this matchup.
I love that third fact just needed to be stated. The only player bringing King Togwaggle.
And it doesn't even specify that it's at HCT Sydney.
Yeah.
The only player using King Togwaggle in the entire world.
The funny, like one of the popular net deck sites, like it may have been Hearthstone Top Deck, so I can't quite remember. Like as deck lists were revealed for this, they weren't posted to the public, but it was when we got them, like in the Discord group for this event. They posted like a guide to which cards were probably safe to disenchant now that the Kobolds meta has settled, and King Togwaggle was like top of that list. I was like, well, Ghost Asa is doing very, very well in this tournament. So who knows? You might want to hold on to it for a moment just yet.
And King Mukla, if you ever open that. So we were theory crafting what the strategy was, and we came up with the conclusion that if he has the coin, he waits till his opponent has 8 cards in hand, and then King Mukla's puts the bananas to fill his opponent's hand, coins, and then King Togwaggles. So that way the ransom card, which swaps your decks back, is discarded.
You say we came up with this. I'm going to clarify. You came up with this.
Yeah.
I would counter by saying that sounds quite silly for many, many reasons. Firstly, you're using a coin, which is kind of counterintuitive to the OTK portion of your deck anyway. You'd rather just have a coin in your hand a lot of the time.
And
right?
it's not really a win condition because you still have to then defeat your own deck.
Exactly. So more likely, like what we have here, like all jokes aside, like seriously, what Ghost Asa has is like the ultimate control buster lineup, right? Like Quest Rogue to start with, then there's Quest Druid, which is already a control buster, but he has this weird Carnivorous Cube, Charge Devil Sword, Deathwing kind of OTK charge package in that. He has OTK Paladin, but then what he's added to it is just like some cards that he can use to burn cards from other control decks, right? If he just puts 2 bananas into an already full hand, great. If he just gets a free 5/5 because the opponent's hand is already pretty full in the first place, great. Right? It's just another like strong card against control. I wouldn't suspect that like combo of the coin togwaggle is in his mind, but maybe it is. What do I know?
Yeah, and Jack Attack, on the other hand, has sort of a standard lineup, but it's built in a non-standard way, I suppose. Because you'd think that in this lineup you'd put an aggressive Paladin, like most players in this field that brought a similar lineup to his did. But he actually opted for the OTK Paladin instead, which I think there was maybe like one or two other players that brought like the exact same lineup that he did. But he said he saw it the day before he was supposed to submit. He saw that Shoot posted a list online.
Yeah,
that was an OTK Paladin. And I actually talked to him after the first match they played today, as he was coming off the stage and we were done casting. And he had just OTK'd, actually done the full OTK with the Paladin. And I said, what was going through your mind when that happened? He said, I don't know, I was just thinking, my deck has no, but my grandfather's deck has no pathetic cards. And then I instantly loved him. And I think he's a funny guy, great player.
I was gonna say, it sounds dangerous to get you and Jack Attack in the same room together, because I feel like there'll just be like a chill dude overload where like the universe will not be able to quite comprehend the amount of chill.
We'd just be high-fiving over and over again.
Yeah. Just giggling and nodding at each other for hours on end.
Without even saying anything else.
No words.
Dangerous. So I've been staying on the other side of the room from Jack Attack since that moment. For safety purposes, for the safety of myself and those around me.
And the universe as a whole.
But we're about to jump into the match. You can see these guys sort of playing a practice match with the, I think they do that with the band decks to make sure everything's in order.
Yeah.
I'm curious as to what did you see the bands? I'm curious as to what the bands are going to be in this specific scenario.
I did not catch them. If they were shown, I was not paying attention.
What do you even ban from Ghost?
It's a fantastic question, and I have honestly no idea. Maybe the Quest Rogue is probably, well, it's so tough to say because
He's got Quest Mage,
right?
Or Secret Mage. Sorry,
he has Secret Mage because Jack has like the hybrid lineup. There's not really like any of these decks that like seem scary across the board. So maybe it just like defaults down to the Control Paladin as like the most real deck at that point. It has banned the Quest Rogue.
Quest Rogue.
Wow, okay. I mean, that was my first instinct, and I kind of like talked myself out of it because you have that Secret Mage available, but then maybe that's the read from Jack Attack that he picked up, that his Secret Mage was going to be banned out, and therefore the Quest Rogue was going to be problematic.
Yeah, that's where the weird lineup sort of comes in from Jack Attack. I said his decks make sense, but maybe not as a lineup fully, because there's not much crossover with like Control Paladin and Secret Mage. They're doing almost completely different things because the matchups that Control Paladin is weak against, Secret Mage is good against, and you'd think, oh, well, it shorts up its weaknesses. Well, maybe in Last Hero Standing that'd be good, but in Conquest, maybe not necessarily, because your lineup's trying to do too many things at once. But we are going to get underway, and right off the bat,
that mulligan looks almost like a real Hearthstone deck.
The funny thing to me is that it's almost like we didn't even have a Shaman icon prepared for Ghost. Because it's the Druid icon currently. Nobody expected anybody to bring Shaman. It snuck through the cracks.
I expected there to be one or two Shaman, but I expected them to be Evolved Shaman, not like Jade Shaman.
Not Kibler Shaman.
Not Kibler Shaman, yeah, right, exactly.
I don't think Kibler made the deck, but he plays it probably more than anybody else, it feels, especially recently. Well, we do have the Shaman icon because I just saw it. All right, double Murmuring Elemental in the opening hand, but no Elementals to use with it.
The light shall burn you.
So what do you think of this matchup, Sottle?
Great question, TJ. Glad you asked. Devolve will actually be a decent card for sure, because essentially this deck is just playing piles of stats, right? Like Devolve hitting a Twilight Drake, Devolve hitting Cobalt Scalebane, Draconid Operative, whatever it is. They're very, very useful. Whether the Jack Attack can like hold on long enough for his late game cards to actually come into play is a question, because Jade Shamans classically develop a little bit slower than say Jade Druid used to do. They don't really overwhelm you like Jade Druid can, so Priest probably has a little bit of time to set up. And Duskbreakers, as in most matchups, will of course be fantastic against Shaman, because those cards alone will get you through the entire early game, like all the way up to 3/3 Jades, plus any irritating totems and stuff that come down. just Dunzo with 1 card from Dustbreaker.
But just the sheer amount of Jades that this deck can push out is actually quite large.
Yes.
It's a large amount. Because you have Rummaging Kobolds for Jade Claws, you have Grumble World Shaker for Jade Spirits.
Yep.
You have Aya Blackpaw. So it doesn't, of course, reach the level of Jade Druid, but you also have sort of this little extra oomph with like Bloodlust,
right?
To push and end the game, and maybe a better removal overall. Removal that includes Crushing Hand.
And there you go. Straight away, you can see that one of the cards you didn't mention, although we did touch on it right away at the start, is Murmuring Elemental gets you more Jades as well, doubling your battle cries. And Jade Claw is a pretty unique weapon, being a battle cry weapon in itself. Gets straight up to those 2/2 Jades. It's already looking like Jack Attack might have to throw out a Dustbreaker in the near future if this board gets any wider.
And there it is, the Rummaging Kobolds. Pure value, so to speak.
You saw one of the interactions I was talking about. Devolve hitting that Twilight Drake is just always such a huge stat reduction. Twilight Drake, when it comes down, is so often very, very overstatted for a 4-mana minion, and it doesn't have any immediate effect on the board, which makes it a prime Devolve target. He got the Worgen out of it, which is, a decent shot for a 3/3 for 3 mana, just pretty solid, but Ghost House are able to deal with it very, very easily just with that J-Claws.
The thought here is whether or not he wants to break the Jade Claws. I don't think he attacked with it that turn.
No, he killed the Worgen with it. He killed it with a 1/1 Jade and the J-Claws.
Maybe just planning out his future turns.
Yeah. It's not even like he would be like representing any card in hand, because there are no 1-mana cards in his entire deck that he could represent having. There is Dustbreaker number 1. But there goes the J-Claws.
There goes the neighborhood.
And this is kind of problematic, because if Dustbreaker number 2 comes down here, Jack Attack is going to be well out of removal. So yeah, the silence option does seem a lot more solid in this position. Just be able to contest the board state, make sure he has a Dustbreaker to fall back on in the future.
Yeah, and of course the double Cold Oracles, a card that we didn't mention, that's in the deck from Ghost. One of the things that Shaman struggles with is card draw.
Yes.
Outside of Manatite Totem, they don't have great class card draw, and Cold Oracle, especially in what his strategy seems to be as a control buster, also serves a similar purpose of potentially overdrawing your opponent if their hand is too full. Kind of the same theory that we had with King Mukla and the bananas. Cold Oracle kind of just makes sense with his strategy.
Yeah.
And he's actually has, across all of his decks, 6 Cold Light Oracles in his 4 decks. 2 in his Paladin, 2 in his Shaman, and 2 in that Quest Rogue. So when people bring out Orthodox decks, I can respect the fact that if they bring wacky stuff, it at least has a plan and it's consistent, and that plan is consistent.
Right. Like, you can look at a lineup like this and like, well, I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Like, fine, you can have that opinion on any lineup, but you should always be able to look at any given lineup and say, here is the plan, and here are the consistent choices that he has made that follow this plan through. And like, Ghost House has for sure done that.
And a much better Dustbreaker here, because he also sort of protects his Cabal Songstealer and can continue pushing damage. And I don't really know how well this deck functions from behind, because it doesn't have the big sweeping removals like Volcano,
right?
That sometimes you see in more control-y Shamans.
Right.
It's got Devolve, Maelstrom Portal, and Crushing Hand. But we'll be able to start increasing this Jade count and just sort of not removing, but contesting the board with minions of his own. And now that he's seen both Dustbreakers, he can be pretty confident that there's going to be no more removal, because this deck does not have any more removal.
Right.
Except for Mind Control.
Yeah, and the other thing it doesn't have is damage, right? Like, that's
Damage from hand.
one of the big weaknesses of Spiteful Priest. It doesn't matter when you stabilize against the deck. If you stabilize at 1, you might as well be at 30. You're not dying from that position. So Ghostdust are not panicking, even though he's at 19 and there's just 8 more damage smacking him in the face here. He just goes for max board development. And he doesn't really have a great deal of removal to follow this up, but he knows that he has to get stats on board to contest. And are we about to see the competitive return of Hex?
I thought you were going to say the competitive return of Crushing Hand. But don't even ask me that question because I have zero answer. It's going to be pretty good in this instance, but he's not. There's no development going on. So he's going to be in a similar position next turn when Jack Attack reloads, and then he doesn't have the Hex, but he will have all the mana available to him. So, and at this point, you probably just jam coil that Oracle because your opponent probably has everything they need to reload anyway.
Yeah.
So giving them more options in, well, it goes with the totem up. I don't know, I feel like I'd want more options and not care about my opponent having more options when I'm in this position.
Right. I mean, there's also the point is that, like, if he was going to Oracle, he should have done that first. Regardless.
So it was the old.
I was going to say
cover up the misplay by not doing it at all. Yeah.
You can get into like I'm just a tiny bit embarrassed right now territory, and just like maybe talk yourself out of it at the last minute. But yeah, who knows?
Like I'm left with 2 mana as a Warlock, and I forgot to tap before my turn started, and so I just don't tap. And I'm like, oh, it's planned. I don't want to take the 2 damage.
Oh, like. Good players don't tap anymore, TJ. Did you not get the memo? Since Surrender, the best play is always to not tap.
I didn't get that memo, actually. I'm not on the good players mailing list yet.
No, me either. Don't worry about it.
I have not been approved by who would be the chairman of the Good Players Club.
Probably Zixo.
Zixo
it's
yes.
a self-appointed position. Let me be very clear.
Yeah. And the assistant chairman is probably Tic Tac.
Right.
Is someone injured?
This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, though. Like, this board state is going to get massive again because of that Archivist. But it's as long as you don't immediately die, you can stabilize very, very easily against this board state. Devolve will get rid of the non-normal effect, allow him to think through the rest of his turn.
Oh no!
But he devolves it just into another Archivist.
Yikes.
That is disgusting. And Jack Attack has the suitable I would say has the face of a man who just got a 2nd Grand Archivist from Devolve, but that's literally just his face all the time.
That's my face right now, too.
Yeah.
MFW, I'm Jack Attack.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I've actually never seen that animation before.
But he's getting there, you know?
It's quite aggressive.
He's well on the road to stabilizing. As unlikely as it seemed on a couple of turns.
But what does he do for continued threats? He's out of stuff.
He finds a turn where he can play Aya without dying and then just uses minions for the rest of the game? I guess.
Yeah, but that's incredibly unlikely. Because he won't have a turn.
Sure.
Presenting lethal every turn. Play Jinyu. There's no Volcano. There's no Devolves left.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I will say, yes, it's looking unpleasant because he has no more answers. But that was Dustbreaker number 3 that put him in that, like, awkward spot. Otherwise, he would have had a few minions hanging around on the board. The first 2, really, he was actually ahead in the early games. He actually had, like, a better start because of the synergy with the J-Claws early on. And then it took the double Dustbreaker early to shut that down. So, you know, Jack Attack had a pretty good draw to shut this deck down. Like, it didn't look like one of those, like, hopeless meme decks that we sometimes see in tournament, and he's done very well to be to this point. This is now round 3 of winners for him, so...
Yeah.
The deck has performed, and we will probably see it again at some point this series, but for now, at least, it's looking like it's going to be a quick 1-0 to Jack Attack in Game 1.
Ghost thinking through, but, I mean, there's not really much to think through. Even Taunt Totem doesn't allow him to. Maybe he's just thinking about, hey, what deck do I want to queue next? What's going to be my game plan going into the next game? But he is thoroughly dead. And Jack Attack's riding some momentum. This is the 7th game he's won in a row.
Is that true? He 3-0, 3-0?
He didn't 3-0 his first match, but I'm pretty sure he reversed swept.
Oh, I got you. You're right. Yeah, in a row. I see.
He's riding that momentum train. He had at least a 3-0 in the last series, and I think his first series of the day. But it's at least 5 game wins in a row now for him. So feeling on fire. He's a confident guy, too. Just sort of struts around, throwing out New Zealand memes.
I was going to say, I'm not sure if his confidence would be the word I use, because, you know, his interview is basically saying, like, you know, I turn up if I lose. It's just, like, average New Zealander.
I'm an average New Zealand player.
Yeah. I don't know if you can quite describe that line as coming from a man of confidence. What's up?
If I win, I'm the beast. Like my New Zealand accent?
Yep. It's just a man who walks around talking about his deck all day.
Yeah. Gosh, darn right he does.
So Shaman falls at the first hurdle. But he does still have the Shaman. Again, to recap, the decks that are available with his Quest Rogue band, his Jade Shaman that we just saw, his Charge OTK Jungle Giants Quest Druid, and his King Mukla King Togwaggle Auction Master Beardo OTK Control Paladin.
But Sottle, which part's the OTK?
It's when was the last time we saw a lineup this strange was Roger, right? Like that's the only thing I can think of that comes close to this in like a major tournament.
But it wasn't even that weird. He just brought full control. In his list, there weren't anything that was a crazy card.
Sure.
It was just all of the anti-aggro cards and no win condition outside of running his opponent out of resources. Whereas this, like you could see the purpose of every card in the deck, even if the purpose was unconventional.
Okay. How about Frozen with like the full hard target strategy?
You could see the purpose in the list.
Okay.
Even if the purpose was unconventional.
So you're saying this is the weirdest lineup you've ever seen, is essentially what we're boiling down to.
At least one weird deck.
Okay.
Because I can see the purpose of the Quest Druid.
Mm-hmm.
It's to summon a crap load of Charged Devilsaurs and kill your opponent in a single turn.
Yeah.
But King Mukla and Togwaggle. It's to play your opponent's, force your opponent to play your deck because you know your deck's worse.
By Jove, you cracked it, TJ.
I really want to see the Druid in action, though.
I do too, actually. I played a number of different Quest Druid decks, and I do feel like they're semi-competitive at least. Like the one that Monsanto brought to playoffs did work for me on ladder at one point, and then recently like the one that Blaine built with very similar deck, and now this is a completely different build with the Charge OTK. But the introduction of Oaken Summons and Curse Disciple has basically made Quest Druid like right on the fringe, essentially, just because it became so much easier to complete your quest with just those two cards.
Yeah.
And at that point, like when your quest can be completed so consistently, at that point it does feel like the world's your oyster, right? Like any number of ridiculous things should be possible when you can make your deck cost 0.
Before the Quarter Creeper nerf, it was I think it was competitive.
Okay.
It was like tier 4.
Sure.
But it could be played.
Mm-hmm.
But now it just feels like you have to put in suboptimal choices to be able to finish the quest. Because before, you had the Oaken Summons to get Curse Disciple, and then you could play Quarter Creeper for free a lot of times.
No way! What a novel concept!
Whoa! And now that Quarter Creeper doesn't contribute to the quest progress, then you have to play some more 5-cost minions that you can't cheat out like the other two, sort of. So you have to play Darker Koa or Lich King. So it's just a little bit too slow for some of the faster decks, especially on the ladder.
Either way, that will come later. For now, we are back on the Shaman. And this, I suspect, might be a little bit of a better matchup for the deck.
Guess is as good as mine.
Or perhaps even better.
Most likely better.
Synergy is back, though. These J-Claw synergies do keep coming together in the opening turns, at least of the 2 games that we've seen so far. Going Beetle over Loot Hoarder with, of course, J-Claws in mind, making sure that he retains some board presence, doesn't just drop a Loot Hoarder and just start falling behind way too early.
But Ghost knows that he's going to be able to pick up a few draws from Manatide Totem.
Yeah.
Because there's not really anything that's going to contest it, which is the 2-attack minion on board. So Like the play there with the coin.
It's changed a little bit. Like if you go back a year or more, every iteration of Shaman that played Manatide Totem against every iteration of Paladin would essentially coin Manatide Totem because there was just no interaction. There was just no card that affected the board early enough to be relevant. Now, basically every Paladin deck has switched from True Silver to Rallying Play, which means there is counterplay to that early Manatide, but it's still just those two cards. So it makes sense to use your coin that way, I guess.
But this turn is maybe a little bit tougher. If you play second Manatide Totem, then there's a world where Jack Attack leaves them up and just lets you draw a lot of cards. Because the deck, the early mana plays are very situational, like the 2-drops. So you can't unload your hand that quickly. But that's a tough decision to make when you're in the Paladin shoes. Like, well, my opponent's drawing 2 cards a turn. I can stop it now if I want to, but do I let him keep drawing and try and play that plan where you force him to play suboptimally because he has to get rid of cards?
Right. It's particularly awkward, you know, with Shaman being the class that gets into this situation where Manatide can stick to the board and be used to fill your hand up, because Shaman is also the class that has Overload, which can then make it very difficult to just keep dumping cards out of your hand over and over again, turn after turn.
And Cold Light Oracles.
And Cold Light Oracles.
And Harrison Jones. Not that it'll make a big deal in this one, because the weapons that it would destroy would come later on in the game, and you're probably going to Hex Tyrion when it comes out, so. But again, Shaman traditionally struggling with card draw.
Yep.
So Harrison Jones in a meta that has quite a bit of weapons with Skull of Minari, with Alaneth and Secret Mage, with generic Paladin weapons, Uther plus Tyrion plus Rallying Blade in the more aggressive list, plus Maul in the more aggressive lists. It makes sense. Going for the spell power. Doesn't nail it.
Call to Arms is just such a silly card.
Yeah?
Yep. I have no follow-up to that. It was a standalone statement that I will leave just hanging out there on the air.
Okay. Just gonna let it sit for a bit. Silly cards.
That was better. That sounds more like me.
I'm so silly cards.
No, we've gone the wrong way again.
This is actually a scary board state, but the thing about it is Jack Attack can't really play any spells.
No.
Because it'll destroy his own board. But he can start chipping away slowly, bits at a time.
Yeah. He doesn't really have... It's not like the deck plays a bunch of spells that you just want to use for development anyway. Like, you have your Equalities and Consecrations. That's about it. You know, Spike Ridge Steed can be huge to ramp up pressure or be a big defensive play later on. But the deck can function very, very well without it. So just having Pyros hanging around on the board is just perfectly fine.
Missequencing.
Yep.
He should have got the Mana Worm first.
He should have. What a fool.
Hex is looking mighty fine in that hand. Looking at all these cards. Probably wishes he had more. But Spike Ridge Steed plus Tyrion
Reporting for duty.
going to be able to be stopped in their tracks by the Hex. Now, Ghost hasn't really ramped up his Jade counts yet.
Nope.
But he does have a decent amount of time to do so. It's just right now he doesn't have many Jades to begin with. I guess he has Rummaging Kobold plus Jade Spirit, but beyond that, not much to work with. Crushing Hand probably doesn't want to come down on a Dirty Rat or a Loot Hoarder. Bring it on back. Here it is.
Silly card number 2, right on time.
Actually, Dilsta does have the full suite of 2-drops left in the deck, so he's able to pull Dirty Rat, Loot Hoarder, Plated Beetle again.
Right.
And Jack Attack looking like he's kind of smooth sailing. Being able to thin his deck like this means he's closer to those bigger cards in his deck. Burgley Bullies, Uther of the Ebon Blade, and outside of Genuine Water Speakers, this Shaman deck from Ghost doesn't have a way to stifle that pressure, but I guess he has weapon removal, so he shouldn't have to worry about that much in the end. Can Jack Attack OTK for the second time in one day?
It could happen. I mean, if he stays ahead on board and he gets a Burgley Bully down, it's not really something that Shaman's able to deal with particularly well without throwing a Jade Lightning or something similar at it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Hex targets left in the deck. It's likely that's going to come out before Burgley Bully with Tyrion and Spikered Steed there. So he's just not developing quickly enough to get over the hump. Sort of the same situation that we saw earlier when he was playing against the Spiteful Priest, where the deck looks like it's functioning correctly, but he doesn't quite get to that point where he stabilizes. It looks like it's functioning how it was designed to function. It's just not quite good enough.
He's going to jam the Tyrion. He's probably not expecting any huge fireworks from it. He knows there's double weapon destruction plus hexes plus devolves in his opponent's deck.
Yeah.
He gave a lot of respect to Devolve earlier. He had a really clean turn, I think just on 6 to drop Spikeridge Steed. It would have been a very dominant board position, but just gave a lot of respect to what Devolve would represent in that position. But, you know, Devolve hitting Tyrion is not the end of the world. If it gets hexed, then sure, he's probably not getting full value out of the Ashbringer anyway because of the double weapon destruction. So it makes sense, honestly, just to curve this out, drop it on 8.
Not a great follow-up to Hex. Could attack Crushing Hand Harrison Jones, but then he'd have a full hand and not have any other cards to play.
Right.
And also be overloaded next turn. And then he'd also take 6, which is kind of scary from his perspective. So it seems like Hex is the right way, but then Cold Light Oracle, in which case you'd Cold Light Oracle first to try and pick up something different. I don't know, that's tough. He just doesn't have any of those synergy cards in his hand. Like nothing to couple with the Murmuring Elemental. No weapon to destroy with the 2 weapon destructions. No big minions to kill with the Crushing Hands. No minions to Bloodlust.
It's extra sad for Ghost because he had his Kalamos activation that turn with the Elemental on the previous turn, and it wasn't a good turn for Kalamos to come down, so now he has to reset all of that, wait like a bunch more turns to set it all up again.
Reporting for duty.
There goes the Spikeridge, and there is the Bully now. It's come into hand. He does have Bully and Beardo already, plus adaptations in hand, ready to go.
Yeah. So 2 coins plus an adaptation is... Plus, of course, Uther being active.
Yep.
The Uther Hero Power is enough for the OTK. Or 3 coins. That's a little bit harder.
Especially if you waste all your coins on the Togwaggle.
On the Togwaggle! And then at that point, you don't even have your own deck. So you have your opponent's deck. So you don't even have Uther or Burgley Bullies anymore. So actually, that just means it makes more sense, because why would you need the coins for Archmaster Beard or
That's
OTK
true. Yeah.
when you can't even OTK anymore because you gave your opponent your deck and forced them to keep it?
Fair point. You got me there. That second Bully is huge, though. Now having both in play means that he is pretty much checkmated this situation.
Yeah, and there's key plays that Ghost could make where he fills his hand with coins and then forces him to overdraw Uther, which is the top card of his deck, but then he also has to deal with the 8 damage that's coming from Burgley Bullies.
Yep.
So it's not going to get there. And didn't play an Elemental last turn, so can't try and clear the board with Kalamos.
Yeah, nor can he heal with same said card.
So he has to double Crushing Hands?
Sick.
Question mark?
Mm-hmm. I guess?
He could just get away with 1 Crushing Hand, actually.
He's gonna dump his hand and then double cold light. Is that the plan? Yeah, looks that way. Yeah.
Oh, this will overdraw.
He's going for it.
Consecration. Second there. There'll be one more card overdrawn.
Yep. It's a great spot, honestly. It's the equality that goes down. So Jack Attack has dodged the bullet for now, but he knows there is a second Cold Light Oracle in Ghost deck, and he just drew a bunch of cards to get towards that. So yeah, Jack's going to just dump his hand. Since he has so many coins, he doesn't need these adaptations.
Oh, Wind Fury,
to the OTK
+3
anymore.
attack.
Yeah, guess
Nails it!
That is just lethal.
Lethal, exact lethal. And a pretty interesting spot from Jack Attack. He could have also, if he didn't get that, just played Ragnaros Light Lord. And Ghost was overloaded a huge amount the following turn.
Right.
So gave himself some more options should he have not hit the two things that he needed from adaptation to find lethal. But Shaman deck not getting there. Just not getting there. It always feels like it almost turns the corner.
That is the face of a man who appreciates a good frog lethal, right there.
Yes, it is. My man.
TJ just air high-fived across the studio. For a moment, Jack Attack's hand went up to the skies. It looked like he was ready to receive, but he just had an itchy head.
He just had an itchy head. He can't even see me.
Nope. We've actually had to put a partition in between TJ
so
and
Jack Attack can't high-five me
Yep.
across the studio.
100% true.
I just want to give Ghost a high-five right now, too.
It's all right, buddy. It's more of a consoling high five, though.
I like your decks. High five. Don't play Shaman again. Show me Druid. High five.
I do really want to see the Druid in action. You know, far be it from me to tell Ghost what he does with his time, but I would love to see this Druid on stream.
I'm in agreement with you. I feel anticipatory of the fact that we might get to see Druid.
Watch and learn as TJ slowly creates his own language from scratch.
You tell me what the feeling of anticipation
I think
is.
that's probably right, yeah.
I'm probably not even using it correctly. It may be a real word. I don't make up words. I just make up additional uses to words.
Sure. Well, Ghost Asa makes up additional uses for Hearthstone cards. That is something that we are very quickly learning.
Right. Actually, I don't know which one I want to see, but I think we've seen enough of Shaman. I want to see either the Druid or the Paladin. We have to be missing something. Think, Subtle. Think.
What do you want from me?
Think of every interaction that could possibly happen with King Mukla and King Togwaggle. Think.
I am. I'll sit and think. You can carry the
There
ball.
they
Well,
are!
there they are.
Just keep
Best
them both.
friends forever.
Oh man.
That's just a 4 keep, right? Like this is the core of the deck right there.
I think you maybe throw away Equality. That's the one that I'm questioning the choice for the deck is the Equality.
I'm questioning all kinds of choices right now.
If he keeps King Togwaggle and King Mukla, we definitely miss something. I mean, you're probably keeping Mukla. Okay.
Okay. Honestly, memes aside, yeah, that mulligan makes sense. King Mukla, if your opponent is just intending to just go like tap giant or whatever, King Mukla can punish them super early. Acidic Swampooze is obviously the card you want to shut down Skull of the Minari, so yeah. In reality world, not just Sottle and TJ are having a bunch of fun right now world, yeah, that's the right mulligan. You having fun, TJ? I'm having fun.
No, I'm not, because we're actually seeing a practical use for King Mukla instead of my completely impractical use for it. So I'm a little bit disappointed, but he's 2-0 right now in the tournament.
Yeah.
So he has a plan. Man with a plan from Taiwan.
Close enough. I'll allow it.
Let me think.
Air Power Pass. Control Paladin Classic.
That was probably like a genuine debate from Ghost about like how much pressure he really wanted to put on in the matchup. Like, is 3-2 go ever like a viable strategy in that position?
And we're about to see it.
Yep. On curve Mukla, 2 bananas goes up to 10. Jack gives
That's
the...
also a man that can appreciate...
Oh!
Whoa! King Mukla is the best card in the game.
That's one way to kill a Void Lord without 3 down, 1 3's coming out of
Yeah.
it.
Holy moly. I think Ghost is the best player in the world.
I agree. Move over, 6-0. You are no longer the self-appointed
Ghost is
chairman.
now the chairman of the Good Players Club.
Follow the rules.
Outdoor Peacekeeper is a card that kind of got lost in the shuffle of us just talking about all the ridiculous things that are in this deck, but it's actually not core to Control Paladin anymore. Like, it's not in a lot of the builds that we're seeing in this tournament.
Because it's always been such a powerful tool, and if you look at the lineup, especially when you look at his ban strategy, there's a lot of targets for it, because if you're expecting a meta with a lot of the Spiteful decks, plus Cube Warlock, like the greedy Cube Warlock, it just has a lot of uses. Mountain Giants, the Spiteful Summoner targets.
Right.
Even against like Big Priest, it can, get those bad boys down.
Yeah.
And he does have Spellbreaker as well, so we could be looking at a situation where Ghost, his lineup is trying to get through these Cube Warlocks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, all jokes aside, I think that's probably the case, and it was the point I was leading into. Like, you keep pressing me to find a usage for this Togwaggle, but at the end of the day, the Mukla does make sense in this matchup for exactly what you just saw. And then the Outdoors being included in there as a tech card, which it kind of is now at this point, as weird as that sounds. Well, yeah, one of the ways you could lose what's probably a good matchup for you is that just an 8-8 comes down on turn 4 that you can't deal with. So give yourself extra insurance against that while you're at it.
And King Togwaggle against these control decks, it's you summon a 5/5 and force your opponent to spend the mana to swap their decks back. And similar case of Mukla, if you draw any amount of cards from your opponent's deck, that's effectively discarding them.
Yes.
Because you keep them, and then when you switch your opponent's deck back, they can't draw that card anymore because you drew it, and it's in your hand.
Right.
So they kind of serve a similar purpose in a weird way, now that I think about it.
I slightly baffled by going face instead of just killing the 1/5 with the Mukla on the previous turn, because you just allow exactly this to happen. I don't feel like Mukla pressure is really going to end the game for Ghost in this matchup. I don't think that 5 damage is super relevant in most worlds, so that looks like kind of a weird decision to me.
Maybe he's willing to accept the cube on Mountain Giants, because once he removes the Mountain Giants, they're gone for good.
Sure.
Whereas if he gives his opponent, if he doesn't bait his opponent into cubing Mountain Giants now, the cube will come down on Demons later, and he has to deal with those all over again with Blood River Gul'dan and Azoth. I don't know, just a thought.
So what you're saying is Jack Attack just got baited and outsmarted right there. This is what Ghost wanted to happen.
Yes.
Okay.
Must move quickly.
Look, now the Mountain Giants are gone.
They are, but so is an equality.
He
and there
baited the cube.
And there is a Blood Reaver Gul'dan and an Azoth that still need to be dealt with, and that's one equality down already.
But what are they going to summon? Right now, nothing.
Very true. That is an incredibly fair point.
And there's one less Void Lord in the deck for them to even hit.
You know what, TJ? You're making a lot of sense right now, and I will shut up immediately.
Side effects? No.
This is actually getting quite scary.
It is.
Doesn't use bananas, and he can actually Ghost can actually clear here. He could Spellbreaker one, kill the other, and continue sort of this pressure train. And Jack Attack has nothing, absolutely nothing. He's going to need to tap the following turn to even or draw into a threat.
Right.
And unless that is Zest Lackey into second Dark Pact, he'll have no way to immediately impact the board. So Ghost is in a great spot here, I think.
Yeah. And he can just rip a Defile at any point now, then use the bananas to change the breakpoints however he wants.
so Defile would be away.
Mm-hmm.
But for him to fully turn the corner and put his own pressure on and develop more towards his win condition, he still needs to find demons.
Yep. And Defile would stabilize, and it's not like Ghost is going to be throwing a lot of board pressure at him after this initial wave has been dealt with, but he is going to have to deal with like Coin Uther from this point anyway. And actually,
well,
this is kind of smart.
Yeah,
honestly.
Holding on to Spellbreaker for later on in the game with the only remaining Void Lord in the deck.
Right.
Which means N'Zoth will summon a Mistress of Mixtures?
And a cube.
And a cube. A cube which has no effect.
Yes.
Maybe trying to scare him into thinking I have Void Lord on 9. Buddy boy.
Right. I think he also like understands that he's looking at a Coin Uther here potentially, just the way that the Ghost played that out on the previous turn. So putting it in play as a 5/6 discourages that play from happening, and it's a play that he really, really, really does not want to happen right now.
Reporting for duty.
And it doesn't.
He just go in with all of his cheap minions. Wild Pyro, Loot Hoarder. If any of them connect next turn.
Mind if I roll need?
Okay.
Your magic shall not save.
If any minion connects next turn, Uther is lethal. But then the Serenite Chain Gang comes in.
Oh boy. This is getting very, very dangerous for Jack Attack, but that Serenite Chain Gang is going to do God's work right now. And even behind this, a Blood Reaver Gul'dan that doesn't do anything apart from give yourself a bit of armor and a hero power that can stabilize this situation for you.
But
might
give
even
up
be
his
good
life
enough.
tap in a situation where he has no cards and has no demons that he has played so far this game.
Very true.
So, well, there's one.
Yeah, it's Gul'dan time.
And surprisingly, still not a bad card.
Yep.
When it doesn't even summon any demons. And like you said, going to help him stabilize and maybe even start putting on pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to pressure through the 15 points of lifesteal in the short term. It's more about just stabilizing him into a position where he can... Basically where he can just play proper Hearthstone again without just having to panic and try and stay alive every single turn.
Yeah.
If he can get to that point, he might be okay. Although, as you mentioned, the fact that he's so low on hand size right now and is only drawing one card a turn from this point is a big issue.
Yeah, there was actually, if there was no Blood Reaver Gul'dan or any heals, it was actually a lethal setup for Ghosts. Because he played the Uther, he could have Wild Pyromancer coined, second Wild Pyromancer Call to Arms.
The Frozen Throne.
Right. Which would clear off the 3 health Serenite Chain Gangs. And be able to push through with the Uther. And he's actually just going to make that exact play this turn anyway, and push some damage.
I get the logic, but that just looked really weird.
It did.
Yeah.
But, ooh.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, what good is N'Zoth even anymore? It's a 10 mana 5/7. Or you can have a 5 mana 5/7 with charge.
I mean, the N'Zoth did have a Mistress and a cube in it, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right, Subtle.
Right. So
I'm so sorry.
If no need to apologize, TJ. we all make mistakes. Did you see the last series I cast with Gia? There were a lot of them.
I was napping on a beanbag chair, actually.
Fair enough. Yeah. Jack Attack gives up that game, and that Paladin is going to get the job done at the first port of call. And from what I've heard, this has been the deck that has been performing the best for Ghost when people have like Because the rest of Ghost games have been played off stream.
Yeah.
So when the players have walked back into the player room to report, it was like, yeah, the Paladin just destroyed me and just I was too far behind in the series at that point. So this has been the deck that has apparently been doing the most work for him, and it's the other ones that are the real out of left field choices. As much as we like to focus on there being a King Togwaggle in this deck, it is at least an understood, recognized Hearthstone archetype that is being played in competitive tournaments by other players.
I'm trying to convince myself that at least. But I love the choices. Mukla sort of serves the same purpose as Cold Light Oracle in that regard, and he has 3 of those options in his deck because he has a double Cold Light Oracle in that deck, and it just seems like all of his decks are kind of designed to beat up on Warlock. And now that Jack Attack's last deck is Warlock, can he beat it 3 times in a row is the question. Arguably one of the strongest decks in the entire game right now in Control Warlock. Can he defeat it 3 times in a row with an unorthodox lineup?
Yeah, it's a great question. And the target Warlock, like I can totally see how that Paladin does it. With just the extra tech cards really do make all the difference, because without those, it's not a phenomenal matchup for Paladin by any means. We see people with Control Paladin in this tournament still banning Warlock with their lineup, right? But with those extra tech cards, it can really push you over the edge, and we saw that come into fruition with the Void Lord being burned and making all the difference there from that Blood Reaver Gul'dan. There just not being another Void Lord in play the whole time. The Shaman, of course, I can see that as well. You know, you get board pressure with the Jades coming down, and then when the annoying taunts keep coming back, there's Hexes, there's Devolves, a bunch of ways to just not even put them in the N'Zoth pool or the Demon pool, and then you can push through that way as well. The reason I keep talking about why I want to see the Druid is, like, I just don't know. Like, that deck is just so out there that I have no idea how effective that is against Warlock, personally.
It seems weird because you're not going over the top with Malagos.
Right.
You have to charge through, and with Deathwing, can you charge through enough Voidwalkers to get there? But
yeah, and the Druid is the deck that isn't playing the Cold Light Oracles because it has so much like natural card draw to itself with like Branching Path and Ultimate Infestation, but it's then playing Naturalize to like essentially do the same thing and fulfill that same role, right? So, you know, slowly, little by little, once we decide to stop memeing quite so much, you can see there is like a very coherent strategy throughout this guy's lineup, and it is very much target Warlock. It's just, it's so out there, and that's why I wanted to make like that Frozen comparison, because they both end up in the same place, right? It's hard target. They're going to lose to like basically any lineup that doesn't have that one deck that they're targeting in it. But if they're consistent enough and they find enough Warlocks, or for Frozen it was Warrior, right, that he was targeting in the tournament, then they're going to do very, very well. Unfortunately for Frozen, it turned out his lineup didn't even beat the deck that he was trying to beat in the first place.
But it seems like Ghost is doing it. But I'm excited to potentially see the Druid in the upcoming match. But in the meantime, we're going to have to go to a very quick break. But don't go anywhere, guys. More HCT Sydney action right after this.
The Sydney HCT stop is proudly supported by McDonald's Australia.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the HCT Sydney Stop. I'm TJ, joined by Soddle. We're in a land where Quest Druid may reign supreme, but we haven't found it out yet.
Nope, we are eagerly anticipating the moment where Quest Druid enters the fray. I suspect we will see it one way or the other, because either he chooses to queue it now, or he chooses to queue his Jade Shaman here and has a very favorable matchup against Warlock, the deck he is queuing into, and therefore will probably win and have to queue his Quest Druid in game number 5. So I think there is a very large opportunity that we're going to see that Quest Druid come out to play one way or the other. It's just down to Ghostbuster at this point, which order he wants to throw him out, and he is going to make us wait, TJ. What a guy.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Theoretically a favorable matchup, but I feel like we've said that Ghost with the Shaman deck was in a pretty good spot in previous matchups, and then just lost because he couldn't quite get there. But he has so many tools to just disrupt this whole demon cube thing that's going on.
Right. And that's the difference, right? Because in the previous game, sorry, we said, yeah, okay, he's in an okay position, but he'd got himself into an okay position by using tools that are targeted at Warlock to kind of do okay jobs against other decks. Whereas in this situation, if he draws Acidic Swamp Ooze, he's not just going to jam it as a 3-2 and use it to fight for board early. He's going to use it to blow up Warlock's entire game plan.
Yes. He's not going to use Devolve to turn some really strong 5-drops into some 4-drops. He's going to use the Devolve to make the Warlock cry.
Yes.
By devolving their demons and ruining their synergies.
Turn 1, nothing to do ever for the deck. Ghostbuster just taking a moment to pause, consider his options. Of course, he doesn't have as long as he used to if he wanted to take the full ability to do that because of the turn timer nerf. But still just taking a little moment.
Turn timer nerf.
That's just what it was.
I guess. It's like it's something that needs to be balanced.
Apparently it was. I didn't do it.
They did say that most players wouldn't be affected by it.
I'm not most players, TJ.
You are not. You're not average by any stretch of the imagination.
I choose to accept that as the compliment I believe it was intended as.
But are you below average?
Let's not talk about that.
You're below average in height. As you try to compensate for it every time on HCT.
It's true. It's actually like very relaxing to do an event sat down so I don't have to stand on my toes all the time to fix my crushing self-esteem issues. Hi, Reddit.
That amuses me greatly. Okay, not using the synergy now with the Murmuring Elemental. We'll save it to maybe where you can get a little bit more value out of it. And not that an extra 2/2 would even make the difference in this scenario. Make a juicier Defile or Hellfire.
Right. He has 8 represented with the Jade Lightning here anyway, which is the number that he needs to do if Mountain Giant comes down because he didn't have an answer to it in the first place. But it looks
Or
like
he
he's
can just crushing hand
Right,
it.
he's going to go Crush instead. Boom.
And he still will be able to Collide Oracle next turn, be overloaded for 3, so he'll still be able to potentially force Shack Attack to even overdraw, but I can imagine we're going to see Possess Lackey coin Dark Pact here.
Yep. For so many reasons. Firstly, because it's just busted and you pretty much do this anytime that you can.
Yep.
Secondly, because it kind of fixes that Cold Light Oracle problem that you know you can run into, and Jack Attack knows he has been burned once by already.
Yeah, it does. If he wanted to get really greedy, he could Possess Lackey, trade it in the following turn, and then
you
Dark Pact.
Sure.
But that's super greedy.
Mm-hmm.
And he would have been punished by Cold Light Oracle at least a little bit, so. Ghost is going to trade some stuff in. Cubing it now is very risky Because you run yourself into Hex, those Doom Guards go bye-bye. Devolve, Doom Guards go bye-bye.
Right. And you actually have 0 read on Hex because there was only 3 mana available on the previous turn, so new Hex was actually unplayable. You could make the argument that maybe if Hex was there, the Doomguard would have been hexed in the first place because it's just kind of the same thing, removing it from the pool. It can't get cubed if you Hex it in the first place.
Yeah. You could try and stick Spirit Singer Umbra, which would have the effect on cube, where next turn, if Spirit Singer Umbra sticks, he could, if both minions stick, I suppose he could be able to cube.
Right.
The cube. Transformers reference. The intro, the first Transformers movie, the whole speech that Optimus Prime does. Is it the first one? Might be the second one.
By Transformers movie, do you mean like an animated movie from the 90s?
No.
Then stop talking immediately.
No, complete Shia LaBeouf.
Side effects? No.
Actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf, that guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one.
Yeah.
Made his living from, I believe, dancing in music videos?
Yeah. So yeah, despite even the Possessed Lackey Dark Pact happening on 5 with the coin and plowing through a Mountain Giant, Ghost has just got himself into a very clean position here.
Yeah.
And it was honestly, for a while, it was like the implied threat of everything he could do to blow up Jack Attack's game plan, right?
Yeah.
Like, he couldn't just dump a cube on the board because of Hex or Devolve, which like weren't even in hand at the time. He tried to drop a Spirit Singer Umbra because he didn't have another activator for the cube afterwards. And like that delay of Jack just not going all in gave Ghost the time that he now needed to draw the Hex, which he now has available to blow up those plans in the future.
And can kill both of these Doomsayers with Calamos, and just continues to pile on this pressure. And Jack Attack just doesn't have a great way. Hex will be enough to at least make him live, but it's going to draw out the Hex.
Yep.
And then he's going to be sad once again. He can Hex Murmuring Elemental, Cold Light Oracle.
Oh my, that is kind of savage, and I love it. It's giving me strange, tingly feelings, TJ.
Is he going to go for it, though? That's the question.
Aww.
What?
I don't understand.
What's it even there for if you're just not going to do it? Especially if he's just going to do it next turn. Why would he not just do it this turn? There's absolutely no difference, I feel.
Maybe in this matchup it just has to hit Jade so you can run out of threats to end the game?
Supposedly, but he could have just done this last turn.
And now he gets to do it twice with both Cold Lights in the same turn, I guess?
I guess, yeah.
My hand is too full.
Maybe that's the nod.
Right.
But you still would have overdrawn 2 cards. I guess at this point you overdraw.
And actually, no, he can't, because he doesn't have board space to like replay the same 2 minions again, because it's only your next battle cry happens twice, right? So he'd have to play both
he could
again.
Trade.
Yeah, I guess.
He could trade in one of these minions. Or he could just do the second one. You still overdraw 3 more cards at the very least.
Yeah. I don't know. He's in a really good spot, whatever he did those last few turns. His work has kind of been done at this point. He didn't find a Devolve or anything to deal with the second Void Lord, though, which means it can now potentially go into the pool. And actually, it's kind of smart to not trade at that point.
Yeah.
Because if he traded his own minions in to make room for the extra Cold Light, then he couldn't just leave it on board for a turn. But it seems like that's not his plan anyway. He's just going to go through and deal with it.
I actually don't really like killing it here, because you haven't seen any of the big 10-mana cards discarded, and now you give him an extra Void Lord.
Right.
So it was very likely that he had one of those, but Jack Attack's just going to go with something different. He does have 1 Doomguard still left in the deck.
Mm-hmm.
So many possibilities.
So he can get it out and trade it in.
Yeah, he can use the Defile here to get it out immediately if he wants to. If he... Actually, no, he can't. He needs one of his 1/3s to still be alive to chain across to the 4. I was going to say he can throw them both into the Calamos beforehand.
Not quite.
But nope. Yeah, this is one of those turns where the rope appears when you're playing Warlock, because there are so many things to consider. It's one of those turns where you waste 60 of your 75 seconds just counting Defile, and then realize you haven't thought about any other play for the entire turn, and then just do something. Yep, there you go. That's exactly what happened.
Well, he does clear the board, and it has a pretty decent Blood River Gul'dan or N'Zoth going into the next turn. But his deck's quite empty at the moment.
Right.
And more Jades.
More Jades indeed.
And with the Evolve in hand now, N'Zoth and Blood River Gul'dan will not be able to stop these Jades. And even getting in the extra damage, so... Yeah, that's almost out of cards. And I wasn't paying full enough attention.
Did the first Doom Guard die, or did it get hexed? The first Doom Guard died, right?
It's just game?
Yep.
Oh, wow! For some reason, I thought it got hexed.
Yeah.
But that was the Void Lord that got hexed. So Ghost just didn't have enough stuff to end the game, and Jack Attack finds a way. And we're not going to see the quest through it. Takes his 3rd win of the day, moves up to 3-0, and goes to that upper bracket finals.
It looked so, and that looked like a really clean matchup for the Shaman.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I don't even begin to pretend to speak with enough authority on that matchup for anyone to like listen to what I say.
Yeah.
But the moment where it's potentially seemed to go wrong was like the Cold Light Oracle turn. That's where he seemed very unsure as to what his game plan was. He was obviously fishing for a devolve or something to be able to answer that Void Lord to stop it going into the pool. After that point, when he realized that the Void Lord had to stay up, he kind of looked in two different minds about what he wanted to do with it, whether he wanted to let it live, whether he wanted to deal with it, what the implications were of which trades he should make in either world. And then from that point, you know, Jack Attack had a solid Defile turn from that point, and then the 2 Doom Guards being in the pool and an 8-3 stick into the board, it's just good enough. Just got there.
Yeah, and there was a lot of things that had to go right for Jack Attack in that series for him to take it. His 2nd Doom Guard not being in the pool of cards that was discarded, which was 5 cards, I believe, were discarded at the end of the game.
Or like the fact that he had the Blood Reaver and N'Zoth in his hand the whole time anyway, so they couldn't have been burned.
Yep. Yeah. And but he did play well. Like the turn that he could have played N'Zoth and Blood Reaver and summoned a Doom Guard and a Void Lord and get that online early. Instead, he went with, well, I'm going to pull my Doom Guard out now so that I can try and push that extra damage. And so definitely played well. Took the opportunities of his discards not really mattering and played well to finish off the game. And again, it's like, well, yeah, you can bring a lineup that tries to counter control Warlock, but it's just such a good deck that it's hard to beat it 3 times in a row if you don't have good matchups against anything else.
Well, what was the maths in the end? It's not my maths, so I never remember it. But it's like 80% plus, right? That like each deck has to be be against it before you consistently
85% or something like that.
With 3 decks in a row, to get above 50% win rate overall. So it's a tough ask for sure. But you know, those are decks with not just nods, but you know, in extreme leans towards Warlock in terms of the tech cards that were in there. So it's a lineup that have been successful for him so far, and I'm sure he will continue marching perhaps through the lower bracket with it.
That's right. Jack Attack currently at 3-0, and now he's waiting on stage for a quick interview.
Thanks, gents. Yes, I'm here with the real Jack Attack, mate. Congratulations. You won 3 rounds straight. Must be feeling pretty good right now.
Oh, it feels amazing. That last series was like, I don't think I've ever seen those decks before. That was just a complete fiesta.
It was certainly interesting. I'll give you that much. Talk to me. How are you feeling at that point? Because when you see those 2 Doom Guards come down at the end, are you relieved? Do you expect to see it? Talk to me about that.
Well, when I saw the Oracles, I thought for sure he was going to get a Devolve or a Hex, and then he played another Oracle, and he didn't get a Devolve or a Hex, and he just kept drawing cards, and I thought for sure there would be a Devolve or a Hex, but like, I don't know what the odds were, but just to get 2 Doom Guards off the Gul'dan, like, just, what, GG.
The quick math there, yeah, the chances are not good. So you must be feeling pretty happy about that. So you made your way into the upper bracket final. That means you've guaranteed yourself at least 3rd place here. That's a good number of points, and that's a good standing no matter what. How are you feeling going into tomorrow?
Pretty good. I'll have to face the winner between Professor Oak and Ender, I believe. So we're going to have an all ANZ upper bracket final. That's pretty cool, I suppose. It's pretty unexpected as far as I'm concerned.
It is certainly unexpected. We hope for it, right? I think an Australian-New Zealand crowd, at least, I'm sure I'm being biased, was certainly keen to see it happen. But again, maybe we hope but didn't expect to see. So one last question for you. I heard a rumor that you are a book editor, an amateur book editor. So if there was a story that was Jack Attack wins HCT, Sydney stop, and you're editing it, is it fiction or non-fiction?
At this point, it's becoming more non-fiction every game as far as I'm concerned.
Well, congratulations, man. We'll have to see to tomorrow how you go. So for us here, we have one more round left to go today. It's been a huge day of Hearthstone action here at the HCT Sydney stop. We'll be back right after this.
The Sydney HCT stop is proudly supported by McDonald's Australia.
think it's silly time to learn to swim. Every time you look around, pain is the only what you find. You're still dreaming head up high, trying to leave him all behind. Your black eyes betray you empty. Your tears can't heal you empty. But even the years go by, you're still smiling. I hear you empty.
It's time for the last match of day number 1 here at HCT Sydney. Hope you guys have enjoyed the Hearthstone action. And now that we got all the memes out of our system, it's time to buckle down and find out who will be the final player joining us in the winner's bracket here between Professor Oak and Ender. I'm Frode, I'm joined by Gia, and together we are bringing you guys the closing of the first day. How have you enjoyed HCT Sydney so far?
It's been great, really tiring and a long day, but having everybody together in our homey beanbag-filled waiting area and getting some food finally for dinner, and it was a bunch of pizza and what was it, Turkish Australian food or Australian Turkish food, whatever it was really good.
It was Middle Eastern, that's all I know.
And now we're ready to get into the last match. And funny that you said we got all the memes out of our system, but then again, I guess some people could still consider Cthulhu Druid a meme because it's not that well represented on ladder, but it's been working well for Ender, so.
True. You know, I go by the theory of relativity, Joe. I don't think anything will top the previous years of what we just watched.
Sure.
Where, you know, we have Murmuring Elemental Shaman with Coalite Oracle Mills and King Moogla Togwoggle shenanigans. I'm just happy that Ghost took a game, let alone you know, make it to round 3 with this lineup. And this is the last round 3 matchup. After this, we'll have 4 players remaining in the winners. Ender has the Cthulhu Druid, the Cube Warlock, Dragon Priest, and the Secret Mage. And Professor Oak has the Spell Hunter, Cube Warlock, Big Priest, and Dude Paladin.
Yeah, and Ender has been on stream twice already, so this is his 3rd time, whereas we haven't seen quite as much from Professor Oak, but I've been hearing rumors and whisperings that Professor Oak is a Barnes gamer.
Is he?
Turn 4. Every single time is what they said. Or at least
Self-professed. I mean, it makes sense given that the 2 best Barnes decks are in his lineup. But, you know, just focusing back on Ender, in case you guys missed it, he is playing Hearthstone just as a form of passion and inspiration. You can kind of sense it too, just whenever I'm in the back room and I'm watching the games. Not only is Ender engaging with the game and watching it very closely while other players kind of walk in and out and just hang out, but Ender's also, you know, talking with other people and just theory crafting on how to perfect other people's play, let alone his own play. So this guy lives and breathes Hearthstone ever since he, you know, made that wish. And we'll see if that wish comes true in the coming months here, because this could become the beginning of quite the epic story.
Yeah, he's definitely the most vocal of the players in the waiting room while just spectating the games. A lot of them have been getting tired, but Ender, with his endless energy, making it through to the end of the day. And I've heard that he actually had a bit of a problem making the ban here. He just mentioned that he was supposed to ban Dude Paladin, but with an unfortunate misclick, instead banned Spell Hunter.
Yeah, so I don't know. Okay, so apparently he did the wrong ban, and he said that he did that unintentionally by misclicking, which I feel like is very careless in a tournament like this. So I would chalk it up to, you know, some high-level mind games, because he was telling this to Professor Oak.
Sure.
But granted, Spell Hunter was one of the weak points of this lineup. Spell Hunter and Big Priest are big question marks. And we'll see if Professor Oak escapes unscathed, whether or not he still gets taken down anyways. He has competed a lot in a lot of different tournaments, mainly within the region, as he is the oldest competitor in this tournament at 28. Wow, that makes me feel old. Studied engineering as well, and definitely has a lot of experience just outside of Hearthstone. And glad to see that he was able to make it as well. You know, definitely representing Australia and New Zealand, and that region's been killing it. And once again, we'll see kind of a countryman civil war here, as a lot of ANZ players have been battling each other in the winners bracket.
Right, and Professor Oak is definitely one of the players that has more on his resume because we have a lot of up-and-coming players in this tournament.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's also one of the busiest outside of Hearthstone, I'm told. He's got a full-time job and a fiance, and fitting in Hearthstone between all of that is pretty difficult, and yet he's made it so far.
Yeah, so he's definitely sky high if you know, he's been engaged in recent times and winning in Hearthstone, just winning at life. And it doesn't matter if he's the oldest guy here. Well, he should be the oldest guy. He's Professor Oak, for crying out loud. But you know, we'll see if this ban ends up helping him or hurting him. And now this is kind of interesting. Banning the Secret Mage from Professor Oak. Secret Mage has definitely had very middling, or you can even just say bad performance today. And now this is, I think, possibly the first Secret Mage ban of the tournament.
Yeah, I find it a little bit weird because he has the Paladin, which traditionally has a good matchup against Secret Mage as an aggressive variant, but maybe he's scared of the Secret Mage against his Warlock and Priest. And again, the Controller Cube Warlock matchup versus Secret Mage has long been debated, and people seem to be on opposite ends of which class they actually think is favored, and the opinions are split down the line within this tournament, and even among the casters.
Well, it's interesting too, because I mean, he did the ban blind, so it's not like he knows that his opponent banned Hunter and he had Paladin. I think he assumed his Paladin was going to get banned. But even then, Spell Hunter has one good matchup in this head-to-head, and that's against Secret Mage.
Yeah.
At least on paper. So you should have it covered twice over. So that's kind of where, you know, I'm kind of wondering if maybe that's just like a personal preference, or maybe he teched his lineup in a way that makes him more vulnerable to Secret Mage. Who knows?
Yeah, possibly. And the Barnes Gamer rumors hold true. So it's going to be the Big Priest first for Professor Oak versus a Murloc Paladin from Ender. And yeah, if this Barnes gets accompanied by an Eternal Servitude, I think, well, we can see what Big Priest does best. And with Shadow Word Pain, he's able to stifle some early pressure.
Are you salty at Barnes?
Is it not obvious?
You made it. I just didn't want to, you know, put words in your mouth, but it just sounds like you're really upset
Yeah,
at the
I'm
fact
one of
that
those
he
people.
built a deck around Barnes and then he drew it.
I mean, you can't blame somebody for bringing a deck that just works really well, but the card as a mechanic is not my favorite, let's just say.
Well, it's definitely a flashy one, and I think that, you know, Barnes doesn't guarantee success against a Murloc Paladin that can curve out with War Leader and Chum. But alas, we'll see what's behind the cards as we go to game number 1, Murloc Paladin versus the Big Priest. So, you know, Ender here has the 3 Murlocs in Divine Favor, so that can be a pretty good start if he's able to get onto the board. And then Divine Favor often is really good against Big Priest because they're not playing anything for several turns.
Yeah, and crucially, he can land the Chum buff onto the War Leader, which would put it out of Shadow Word Pain range. Although I assume Professor Oak would be pretty happy already just landing this Pain on the Tidecaller, because that's one of the ways to get some really large amounts of early damage in, especially when it's coupled with a Rockpool Hunter. And honestly, as the Big Priest, all you gotta do is survive until you can play Barnes and Inter-Resurrects, and yeah, I don't mind just going for the Pain straight away here. So Ender just probably gonna curve out as his hand dictates, play 2 1-drops. Although the Hydraulic just did provide an option for playing, I feel like he really wanted to get the buff onto the War Leader, so it's a bit unfortunate that it didn't land there. Still provides him with more pressure this turn though, so you can't be too sad about it.
Yeah, and I think what's just important is that he has, you know, that building pressure to the point where Professor Oak, if he doesn't, even if he gets Barnes, if he's not landing on anything consequential, then he can still just pressure and it doesn't even matter.
Right, and consequential minions in this case would be something like Obsidian Statue, which immediately removes a minion aside from the one that trades into it, and of course Yashiraj, the most impactful one. And aside from that though, Lich King is already in hand, so he doesn't have the potential to get a cheated Death and Decay, which is really insane in this matchup. And he still needs to draw into some kind of revival option.
Yasharaj it is.
The best result, though. Alright, so Gentle Megasaur provides...
Yeah, that's really good.
Wind Fury does more than +3 attack here.
That could be lethal.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you're right. And doesn't quite hit it. Is he actually going for the trade here? Okay. He can clear out all the Yashirajas, but it does leave up the Barnes to trade into the War Leader, and he's essentially given up all his threats there.
Pint-sized potion as well to answer the board if he desires. And, you know, something to consider too is after Ender goes wide onto the board, you do want to consider denying the ability for Paladin to bounce back through Divine Favor. So utilizing card combos instead of being greedy sometimes is advisable. Question is now the time?
Yeah, I think I like it. The other play, I guess, is to fish for Shadow or Death with the Shadow Visions to get rid of the Megasaur and then trade in Barnes.
Yeah, does run 1 Death. But I like the mana efficiency. Plus 2 Shadow Word Horrors.
Yeah, I like this better as well.
And then the second Shadow Word Horror can answer just the refill of the Call to Arms, which is what you're kind of expecting because it was very clear that Ender wanted just to finish the game.
So let's go back to that turn where Ender decided to clear off the Yashirajas instead of cashing in something like, I'm going to say 14 damage, though I'm not sure, but just a hefty chunk there. What was he trying to play around?
Well, he was trying to play around the minion pull of it being a taunt. He hadn't drawn Spellbreaker by then.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't know if he can get past that minion guaranteed, even though, you know, hindsight is 20/20. And obviously
so is Caster Vision.
He would have been able to push it. Well, I mean, we didn't even know, too. He hadn't even drawn it by then. Or am I mistaken? Did he have Spellbreaker in hand?
No, not yet. So Professor Oak here finally picking up the Resurrect. Makes it a very, very clear play for him here. And now Ender, I feel like even with the Divine Favor refill for... Actually, it's just going to be 2 cards, assuming he can play the first one that he draws, along with the Divine Favor. It's just not going to be enough. Too little, too late. And that is just the power of Barnes.
Well, Ender going to sit down and at least think about what he can do in this position. It doesn't seem like very much. Blessed Maul, I guess, is cool and all.
Yeah.
The plus attack.
It's ice. You play that and then draw 3 cards. And you have Spellbreaker for the statue, but you have no minions to push through.
So what he can do actually is play to a prince, not a prince, Sunkeeper Tarim position onto the board. If Professor Oak loads up enough and then Sunkeeper Tarim prevents Professor Oak from pushing too much and then is out of gas, because he is relatively low on cards given that Big Priest at this stage usually has like 7 to 8 cards because they can't play stuff.
Right, in that case, it makes more sense to play the Silence onto Yashiraj as Ender did.
So I think that could be, you know, the 1% to win the game at this point. But things are coming up very much in Professor Oak's camp.
Yeah, I really don't see how Ender would have the time to draw into Tarim, even if he had it, like, even if he had it next turn, he's still taking 14 to face this turn, is it? And,
Also, I mean, the redemption is really annoying.
Oh, is that redemption? Yeah, okay, so it's just 10 to face then.
And Righteous Protector is so good for 1 mana.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Eating up, wow, he ate up 14 damage.
Yeah, just a casual 1 mana, 1/14. Alright, so we can see that the Divine Favor comes in here.
The trade is with full respect to Tarim, though, so I think Professor Oak realizes that the one way he could lose is by leaving up more minions than he's prepared to trade away post-Tarim, so I don't hate the trade, even though it looks painful.
Then how can Professor Oak throw the game, more importantly?
By misclicking the end turn button?
Well, I mean, if we're...
Yeah.
I'm trying to, you know... I'm trying to figure out the way to win, even though the game does feel over.
Still Tarim, right? And it's not a fault of Professor Oaks if Tarim is drawn, because setting up the 2-turn lethal there makes a lot of sense rather than trading into a 1-1.
Sure, but it's 2-turn lethal almost either way at that point. So you just gotta question whether or not playing the Lich King there was really important. But the Tarim was limited by the mana usage. Couldn't really play too much unless he drew like 3 1-drops in Tarim. Actually, no, he only had like 8 mana, right? So you could draw 2 1-mana minions. Either way, not that consequential. Professor Oak steamrolls the Murloc Paladin with Big Priest. Very, very nice win there.
Yeah, it's not something that was too unexpected, having seen the Barnes in the opening hand. But again, as you mentioned, the pull off the Barnes matters a lot because it was another 2 turns before he drew the Resurrect. So if he hadn't drawn the Yashraj out of the Barnes, then things could have panned out a little bit differently. Let's say he got Ysera into a bad dream card, like Laughing Sister. Could have given Ender those precious few turns to find the window to find lethal.
Yeah, that's also a big deal for Professor Oak too, because I was looking at Big Priest as being the weak point of the lineup, and now that the Big Priest is gone, now the matchup does actually slightly favor Professor Oak because of that Hunter ban. So because the Warlock has pretty good matchups against a lot of those board-centric decks, and then apparently, aggro Recruit Paladin's the best deck in the game on ladder, at least. Statistically, I still contend whether or not it's actually the best deck. You can say it's tier 1 for sure, but is it the best deck? I don't know. It's hard to say.
Yeah, and even if it were the best deck on ladder, it's not necessarily the best deck in tournament. So a lot goes into these players' mindsets when they're trying to build these lineups, and we've seen many, many different strategies throughout the day, none probably as unique as Ghost Asas, but Ender did take kind of an out-of-the-box approach by not bringing Warlock, and he said that it's mainly because he didn't want to do Defile Math, but I'm sure the real reason behind that is that he found that these kind of curve out and be aggressive decks have a very strong place in the meta.
I think I'm just like more upset at the fact that people keep banning Hunter and not giving it a chance to even be played. And I get it because, it's like another Barnes moment where you might just get rolled by that, or you might get rolled by Spellstone, or things of that, of that ilk. But I do think that that is also series defining. Like if Ender loses this, I think he just banned wrong, and that's almost a fundamental decision that you have to go over before the matches, either by yourself or with whoever is helping you.
Right, and you're saying banned wrong, like you think he deliberately banned it and then just said that he was mistaken?
I'm not going to judge his intent or not. He claims it's a mistake, and I'm going to believe him, but that's still just a big mistake.
Yeah, sure.
It's almost as comical as what you suggested, which is end turn accidentally. Right?
Yeah, I believe him as well. I don't think the mind games are that next level yet, but
I don't think he has anything to gain by doing it.
Yeah.
It makes more sense in a last hero standing format to say that, because then you might change the way they open up their lineup with like a specific deck, because the queue order matters significantly in that format, but in Conquest it's not nearly as important.
Right, and Professor Oak taking his sweet time deciding whether to play the Doomsayer here. The point that he's thinking about is that he still has Defile and Hellfire for board clears later on, so maybe he could go for not having to expend resources so much if he's going to be using AoE anyway, but he's going to be taking quite a bit of damage because of that decision.
It's a pretty severe punish, and the Murloc Tidecaller is a card that you shouldn't underestimate.
Yep.
And the reason that made me even question whether or not tapping was correct or not was he could still be tapping this turn and kind of making up for the fact that he's bridging the gap closer to his removal turns. And also, he stops development for the Murlocs, but now it's like, it's really dangerous grounds. Now, the point is he still has clear, but he's also going to take a handful of damage if Ender chooses to ignore it.
Yeah, and he can actually still just play the War Leader and clear and still give Professor Oak a lot of damage. Of course, it's not respecting Hellfire, so I like this a lot better. However, I did like playing the Doomsayer on 2, also because if you allow one Murloc to stick, and then you give them that window to play Cold Lights here on turn 3. That's the
That could be
killing
really
card that really gets them out of the Hellfire range.
Yep.
So best option here, probably just +1/+1, huh?
Yeah, anything that just helps keep the Murloc alive, because Murloc War Leader can come out.
Still not a board that Professor Oak would want to defile, so yeah, Skull makes a lot of sense. He will be taking 11 damage? No, even more this turn. 13 if he plays the War Leader as well.
There's a chance for this to go really disastrously wrong, depending on what gets pulled out here from the Cabal Lackey. Or sorry, the Possessed Lackey. Assuming that he wants to prioritize that, but there is, let's see, is there a possibility he just wants to clear the board instead?
Yeah, and of course, this is all Professor Oak thinking that he can't afford to play around Spellbreaker here because he just does not beat that. So even though we can see that if the Void Lord comes down, there's still an easy answer for it. Professor Oak's thinking, how can he best deal with the board, given that a Void Lord would survive?
Yeah, if he pulls out Demon Guard number 2, there's going to be 7 damage on the board no matter what, and then he's at 12 health, which means he could die to anything. Can he die to anything?
Rallying Blade.
That'd be 10. And if he had like some weird combination of the Blessed Maul plus Rallying Blade swing, you know, like 'cause he gives +1 attack. And then,
something like that.
okay, chooses instead to do the Carnivorous Cube to clear more of the board.
Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, and you even get 1 Doom Guard living at 2 health. Seems like the best way to go about that.
Yeah, and you know what? Because he has the Defile, still has the chance of getting the Possessed Lackey snipe here. And this, you know, that is something to think about too if you're Ender.
Yeah, Ender really snapped hero powered there. I guess it's difficult to be thinking about 2-card combos like Defile and Lackey in particular, because that's the biggest punish here as compared to like Defile and some other minion. But just doesn't work out for Ender there, and I think Professor Oak has turned the corner. There is a Spellbreaker though, so the thing is, these Divine Favors are super clunky, and Ender wants Murloc / any sticky minion to actually be able to connect face here.
I mean, I'm going to give Ender the benefit of the doubt in the sense that I'm going to hold him to a higher standard. When I talk to him, he's actually playing around some of these corner case scenarios very often, so I think that's actually a straight up brain fart on his end. Just because when I listen to, you know, his insight, he is playing around these like 2 to 3 card corner case. If he feels like he's trying to press for a win, he does think about those things.
Right, so Professor Oak without the option for healing would have to, I believe, Defile just to proc the Divine Shield, and then I guess play Faceless just so you have another minion on board, and then trade. And Ender's outs here. Don't think there's any. And that means that Professor Oak will be able to just slam the second Void Lord.
Reporting for duty.
Ender is playing the second Spellbreaker in his list though, so if he draws into that, that could potentially give him the only convenient answer for this other Void Lord.
Now, I was about to say that there is like a problem that Professor Oak is kind of low on health, and we've seen some weird like knife chugger scenarios where they actually can still die just because they're so low on HP that the juggles might end it. So I was eyeing Called Arms very carefully. Doesn't seem to be the case here. I have ran into a scenario once where I needed to spellstone my own minion because I cleared the board too much, and then that opened me up to a removal. Like he had Spellbreaker Leroy because of that. So, you know, sometimes you get set up in these awkward scenarios because you want the buff to the Spellstone to offset the damage of the Hellfire. And I mean, Oak's thinking about it, man. He's like, what if he has like this ability to have a silence and then deal the damage and then get like a knife juggler hit for the win?
So the thing Professor Oak must be thinking about is that these 2 Divine Favors have been sitting in Ender's hand for quite a long time. He would be holding a second Spellbreaker if it were in hand. So aside from Divine Favor, I feel like those are the only cards that would have been just sitting around doing nothing. So I wouldn't mind preemptively Spellstoning here for Professor Oak. But if Ender were to draw into something like Call to Arms, that would make things a bit more difficult. Ender's just gonna give it up though.
Yeah, he's showing his cards essentially, and that's something that we usually do in physical card games, just to be like, man, this is what I have. And that's going to wrap up Game 2. Professor Oak, the massive underdog, at least on the spreadsheet, heading into the series is now up 2-0 thanks to fortuitous misban from Ender and also some pretty good play so far. I feel like even though the Barnes, of course, in the big priest game wasn't really much with the control Warlock, he was able to utilize that really well. Nice spot with the cube and the Doomguard as opposed to the Cabal Lackey play. And also gives an opportunity for his opponent to mess up as well with the Cabal Lackey Defile.
Sure, and so Ender, he's got a lot on his plate to still win with the Murloc Paladin, which I feel has been one of the strongest aggressive deck, if not like the only traditional aggro deck in the meta, in the sense that it goes wide on the board and relies on minions. These days, aggro means relying on the tall minions and effects like Spiteful Summoner, and then you have the anomaly of Secret Mage, which, of course, Mage has its own game plan when it comes to aggro.
I wouldn't call it aggro. I would just say it's more of a mid-range strategy these days. I guess unless you count anything hitting your face as aggro.
Sure.
The Spiteful Summoner, like those decks are just mainly about stacking the advantages on the board, securing it. And then of course some of them have like combo finishes, or some of them just have really good late game tools. Unless, I mean, it's hard to say, man. An aggro deck running Mind Control is a little bit of a stretch.
Sure. So the thing here is that there's only the Dude Paladin left for Professor Oak, and that's the deck that Ender actually meant to ban in the beginning. So it means that he's been scared of this deck if he was telling the truth, and we think he is. Yeah, especially since he has the Secret Mage in his lineup, he's really going to struggle to deal with all of this. And yeah, a lot of the players were debating between bringing the Dude Paladin versus the Murloc Paladin. We saw that most of them ended up favoring Murloc Paladin. However, I feel like the Dude Paladin could have an advantage in the mirror just because it doesn't rely so much on synergy between stacking Murloc and Murloc. And when you're able to have the early board, it doesn't matter if your opponent has more synergy because they don't stick minions.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I do think that the edge tends to go to the person that has the early game one drop, you know,
Sure.
and is able to stick onto the board.
Slash go first and play one
Yeah,
drop.
so I wouldn't say that the person goes first just wins, but a lot of times that's what ends up giving you the momentum. And then it kind of has this weird dance where like maybe a Call to Arms can swing if you're able to conserve your resources.
That is a godsend top deck for Ender there. Not only is it a one drop, any one of them would have been welcome, but it's the best one to contest the board that Professor Oak put down. If he wants to get rid of that Murloc, he'd have to just give up his Direwolf here to a possible Coin Rallying Blade.
How bad is the Coin Rallying Blade if you just put the Righteous Protector on turn 3 with a hero power, kind of loaded up for the Stegodon?
Probably not too bad, so I still think you gotta go for the Wolf and trade here. Of course, trading to prevent Rock Pool shenanigans and all of that. And the funny thing is that Call to Arms is one of the few ways to possibly answer a board if you pull out Knife Juggler and it comes first. Otherwise, all of the damage outside of weapons comes from the minions, so there's no convenient ways to deal with a board outside of your own minions.
That is true.
That makes kind of the old days of playing Zoo Mirrors, if you're familiar with those mechanics, and just like you take value trades every single time. It's useful experience, so that is another incredible top deck.
Is Muster for Battle a good card?
I've been told. I've heard rumors and whisperings. And its spiritual successor, at least 1 in 4 times, is also a good card.
The light dims, but we fight.
Reporting for duty.
So now Ender's in a position to completely deny Professor Oak's board development and have the time to play his own stuff, drawing yet another great draw. I was gonna say there that just playing out a Naked War Leader doesn't feel too good, nor does Hydrologist plus Secret. But this way, he's able to have more minions to contest whatever Professor Oak plays, and at the same time develop his own call to arms. So if Professor Oak can draw call into something great like Knife Juggler early, and then the 2 other minions snipe one thing, that'd be insane.
Yeah, or maybe even double juggler.
Okay. Not quite there, but the fact that he pulled Righteous Protector means that if Ender wants to get rid of it, then he'd have to give up his Tidecaller, which is pretty big. Every minion counts in the mirror.
Yeah, even forcing Ender to consider going off the Call to Arms plan, because that is the advantage of going first. And that is why Professor Oak, who, by the way, is looking more stressed by the minute here, that is why it is so powerful to go first, because to force Ender off the coin immediately and use it and really delay his call to arms, giving Professor Oak this small window, even though Ender has drawn really well, giving him a small window for him to strike back.
And these Divine Shield minions are very, very annoying in the mirror, and oftentimes against also the Spiteful decks, like, or even Big Priest, we saw that you'd have to sink in so much damage just to get through them. So Professor Oak here, I'm inclined to think he might just play like Hero Power trade and then the Maul again. Is that a little too slow?
Hero Power Maul.
Oh, the Blessed Maul gives attack rather
Yes,
than
so
thought it gave Divine Shield.
I think I'd rather play the Argent Squire. I mean, the value of holding the Argent Squire is you can fill out your curve a little bit better in the following turns, because then, assuming if you Hero Power, Crystal Lion gets cheaper, so then you have like multiple opportunities.
Yep, the argument for this is that he has not 1 but 2 cards that benefit off of having dudes in his hand, so that makes sense. These also just aren't minions that Ender is happy to be using Rallying Blade to get rid of. Although being able to play Call to Arms on a relatively empty board is always a good feeling, and he could, of course, pull the Juggler of his own to clear off these minions very conveniently.
Yeah, what's the value of playing these double Murlocs as opposed to the Call to Arms? You're both stacking the board, but oh, this is interesting.
Yeah, I find this quite greedy. I feel like it's just so he's able to fit in more hero powers, but I don't know, I really like the Call to Arms there.
It feels like he's trying to squeeze out more value in this matchup because it hasn't become a race. It's just become a battle of resources. Wow, speaking of resources.
That is a crazy top deck.
Yeah, that is exactly what this deck tries to do. It's not necessarily about just the Silverhand Recruit synergy. It's also the fact that it just has so many waves and waves of threats. And it has, you know, kind of like another setup of Call to Arms. Like, the real danger of Call to Arms is that Paladin has real follow-up to it. They summon Murlocs, which they can use War Leader or Megasword. And now the second layer of that with the Recruit Paladins, not just Call to Arms, but Stand Against Darkness.
And maybe Ender had this in mind when saving the Call to Arms, so that if you were to pull a Juggler, it would possibly clear more dudes, but the order on the Call to Arms pulls is a little bit unfortunate. And now, Stegodon has the potential to deal quite a lot of damage, if not, at the very least, clear off minions conveniently.
Yeah, now it's like an interesting thing because the Stegodon can get a Divine Shield adapt, which would make the rallying play like insane. So while you'd like to squeeze out a little bit more value with the Stegodon and the hero power, there is you know, hesitation to at least think about an additional adapt, which increases your chances of positive outcomes.
Yeah, and it's not like even if you don't get the Divine Shield, the Rallying Blade is still good because you can clear off either the Juggler or the Rock Pool. And if you get health buffs on these guys, they'll take some value trades. These are not the ones you want, but I mean, you're still trading off the board and taking good control of what's left. So
it's 21 damage. I mean, that's a lot. I'd be hard pressed to not at least pressure my opponent's life total significantly for a 2-turn lead play.
You have to trade at least some of these, respecting Megastar and Tarim and things like that. And of course, just the Juggler on its own.
Yeah. Tarim is pretty problematic.
Oh wow. Okay, so
Yeah, I was gonna at least kill the juggler, but it's just so much better to set up that kind of
how
lethal.
much is Megasaur and Wind Fury? Honestly.
12, 15. That's lethal.
Yeah,
with
it's
Wind
lethal.
Fury.
I mean, is that lethal too?
That's plus 12.
Yeah.
That's, yeah, that's.
What the heck? Not trading there.
Whoa.
What?
Whoa.
Ender is looking just as dumbfounded as I feel right now. Professor Oak, I gotta say, he was in massive command of that game if he had just taken some trades there. Of course, the attack made it less appealing, but I mean, given that...
He can't even believe that he won!
Given that the Murloc Paladin struggles with refill a bit more than the Dude Paladin, I feel like as long as you keep the Murlocs off the board, you didn't have to trade all of them, maybe like 1 or 2, just to prevent the only outs that Ender had. And granted, they were unlikely, but they were there.
It was specifically those 2 cards, and it had to hit one of 2 adapts, which is Wind Fury and plus 3 attacks, so it's a 20%, I guess.
But I still feel like he had the 100% if he had taken some trades, so maybe Professor Oak, a little bit of fatigue getting to him. It's also that Tarim was a bit threatening as well.
What was the last card that he was holding in his hand for Professor Oak?
Can't quite remember. But yeah, Ender finally getting a win on the board. Huh?
Interesting. Yeah, I want to say it was like a jailer or something, but I'm not sure. But man, that definitely could change the entire outcome of the series. And while, you know, again, it's unlikely that he has like a Murloc War Leader and a Megasaur and land the adapt, you gave him that possibility.
Exactly.
That's exactly what we mean when in our community we say giving percentage points. You gave them a chance to win as opposed to potentially playing for the 100%. Now, I don't know if he would be 100% to win because there might be some crazy thing that we're not thinking about if he, like, you know, call to arms and war leader trades type scenarios. I'm not sure. But, you know, you have to kind of wonder what if. And if he loses because of that, that might be a big deal.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's what's going through Professor Oak's head right now. But when you trip up like that, it's really important not to get too lost in your own head because that can definitely affect your play in later games. So Professor Oak still up 2-1, of course, so he has, you know, to be in a comfortable position. But again, Ender being the guy that has not lost his energy all throughout the day might be a bit of a psychological advantage at the very least.
Well, we are 3 games in, and we might have 1 or 2 more, so we'll find out what ends up happening. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a sec.
The Cine HCT stop is proudly supported by McDonald's Australia.
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Championship Tour Sydney Tour Stop. We are currently in the middle of series of our last series of the day. It's quite the marathon. You hanging in there, Jiao?
Yeah, just barely. It's been a long day for the players, especially. And I remember some people backstage in the waiting area mentioning that the schedule can be a bit of a throw-off depending on what time you're scheduled to play on stream, because it means that you could have these long waiting periods into suddenly a bunch of games in a row, whereas some other players could have like one game, then a healthy rest period, and then another game, and keep a steady pace going. So if you're a player that likes the momentum, sometimes the offline format and on-stream format can be a little bit more difficult to adapt to.
I know there's a lot of factors to consider, you know. It's not necessarily just being on camera. It's the idea that you know that a lot of people are watching, and it kind of changes some people's perception on what's happening around them. You know, they call it oh man, I forgot the actual term. I'm not really familiar with a lot of like stage stuff. I never really did like Broadway stuff. You know, like song, dance, theater. But there's like a term there, like if the lights are on, you start getting like dizzy and you can't think straight type thing. Some players aren't used to that. You know, they aren't used to the lights, the cameras. There's so many people here. It can be overwhelming at times, especially if it's their first event ever, which is a handful of players' experience so far.
Right, and just to remind you guys, Ender mentioned that he wanted to ban this dude Paladin away, which means he was scared of it. At least its matchup versus most of the decks in his lineup, but actually misclicked the ban and ended up letting it through, although he was able to get the first win against it. And now he has one of the key cards for dealing with this deck in his Spiteful Priest hand, which is Dustbreaker. Pretty much an essential keep in this matchup. He does not quite have the dragon to activate it yet. And of course, the Dude Paladin can be very resilient with its Divine Shield minions and many effects to give Divine Shields to its minions. So Dustbreaker alone is often not enough to get there for the Spiteful Priest. Like, it's more important, I'd say, to have a Cleric on one to be able to deal with the first few Dude / small Divine Shield minions, but Ender was not able to draw into it. You kept saying that Clerics kept appearing on turn 1 for Spiteful Priest, huh? So
I did.
When it matters most,
it finally happened. It's unbelievable, and it's I wish it would happen more when I played against this deck. But you know, in the deck's defense, I also draw a Cleric every time I play it. So it's not necessarily just my opponents. You know, I'm not complaining about that. It's just something weird in the water. That Steward of Darkshire can be absolutely massive.
Yeah,
it can stop that Dustbreaker right its tracks.
And Ender hasn't even drawn into a dragon to activate it yet, so this could be getting out of hand really, really quickly.
Right. This was a thing about Professor Oak's position, is because he won the unfavorable match at the Big Priest versus Murloc Paladin, and it took so many games for Ender to get a win with one of his best decks in the lineup. Now Professor Oak is favored all the way through, as the Recruit Paladin has very explosive matchups and sometimes just have unanswerable boards.
Yeah, and this seems like one of the boards that is really inconvenient for Ender to deal with. He was forced to play out the Acolyte just as a 2/4, having nothing else to do to contest the board. And Call to Arms just going to make his life even more difficult, even if he draws into a dragon. There's just still going to be 3 minions sticking, and he's going to be giving Professor Oak the Death Rattle from the Jailer. Still no dragon though, so man, I don't know what he can do here. Coin Song Stealer?
Yeah, at this point, it's starting to look like another blowout here for Professor Oak. Ender trying to reduce the amount of damage onto the board, but that is not going to stop Professor Oak's rampage. How much damage is this? 4, 6, 8, 10, plus 3 is 13.
Plus another 3 from the buffs, and well, the attack of the weapon and the buffs. So
that was 16.
And that means that even if Dustbreaker were to be drawn, I mean, a dragon to activate Dustbreaker were to be drawn the next turn, Professor Oak still has lethal with the weapon. Not even counting the minions that still stick. So this is over.
This was a non-game. This didn't really happen. This game didn't actually really happen. But you know, you have to kind of go back to the fact that Ender said he wanted to ban the Paladin.
Yeah.
And this matchup shouldn't even be happening on camera. Yeah. So this is something long and hard to think about for Ender as we go into day number 2. But that's going to be the conclusion of it. Ender concedes, thumbs up. And we have our top 4 in the winner's bracket as Professor Oak crushes the Cthulhu Druid lineup. No, he didn't even play it this series. I want to see Cthulhu played once. I offered a bet to other people, as a friendly wager, nothing on the line, but it's like, do you think Cthulhu Druid's good, or do you think Cthulhu will actually be played for its battle cry this entire tournament? And no one wanted to take me up on that.
Yeah.
They think it's not going to get played.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And you can't really blame us because that deck wins more often than not by playing Spiteful Summoner, and then you just get there that way.
Well, I mean, you see Cthulhu off of Spiteful Summoner more often than you
True.
actually see it being played as just a card in its battle cry. But and look at the good sportsmanship and respect. They're talking about their games, and if I know Ender really well, which I don't because I just met him today, or yesterday rather, but he's probably talking about all the things that he could have done better outside the ban, of course.
Yeah, you don't need to know this guy very well to know that he loves Hearthstone. He's completely passionate about it, and I'm sure that he is talking Professor Oak's head off about that last series.
Yeah, maybe Professor Oak just wants to go home, and he's like, nope, you can't. You got to talk to me about that series. Big shout out, of course, to our partner at McDonald's, Australian McDonald's, or Macca's as they say it, helping us with the tour stop. Is that what they call it? I mean, that's just what they said.
Yeah, I was doing a bad Australian accent impression. I don't know if I'm worse than TJ, but I think we both suck.
Yeah, TJ's Australian accent, man, especially the one he came off a break, and one that I certainly didn't do, was definitely off the mark. What a fun day number 1 here. We're going to have our final thoughts and then, of course, get an interview with Professor Oak here to wrap up the show. So what are your thoughts on day number 1, Jiao?
I'm just really happy to see the variety in deck lists, and not just individual lists and tech card choices, but just archetypes and overall lineup strategies that we've seen. We've seen people go full aggro, we've seen people go full control, although that might have not worked out for Hot Meowth very well, and some people that tried to go next level and target control like Ghost Asa, and it worked for him for a couple rounds, but he finally fell to Jack Attack, and Jack Attack, of course, joining Professor Oak in the top of the winners bracket, and they're of course people from the ANZ region, so definitely the ANZ region showing up maybe some of the other APAC players, and who's to say whether it's hometown advantage or maybe some better deck choices, but it's nice to see, people that are being cheered on by the people around here making it far.
Yes, apologies on what we said earlier. It's not actually the top 4 of the winners bracket. We have the final 2, so the winner bracket finals between Jack Attack and Professor Oak. There is a lower bracket where a lot of players are also going at it right now, but here's a couple updates on who is remaining. We have Kin versus Odyssey, and the winner will play Ghost. And you have Angry Carp versus Amaker, who's staying alive, gonna play Ender, and that will be your top 8 for tomorrow. A big thank you and shout out to everyone who qualified, but we do have half the field eliminated after 1 day of play, and quite the bloodbath in the lower bracket. Man, that's a lot of games that happened today on stream and off stream.
And even though it's just 16 players, the double elimination format can be quite brutal, and we're seeing, because we're all just camped out in that viewer area with all the beanbags, everybody's kind of close to each other, and so if somebody walks in, or rather a pair of players, sometimes you can just tell what happened by one person having a long face, the other a bit more relaxed in their step, unless they're Akumaker and you're frowning even if you won.
Ah, come on, Akumakers. Sunshine and rainbows all day, every day.
Unicorns.
Speaking of sunshine and rainbows, let's head over to Ben to see for an interview with Professor Oak.
Thanks, Broden. Yes, all sunshines and rainbows over here with the real Professor Oak. Firstly, congratulations. You've had a fantastic day, qualified through to the upper bracket final, guaranteeing yourself top 3 here. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does. Pretty happy. Yeah.
Talk to me about your run today, because we obviously haven't had that much of a chance to see your games. We know you've won, but talk to me about what you've seen, the games you've had, how it's felt overall.
So I brought a pretty standard lineup. I brought 2 Barnes decks, and I've had Barnes 4 out of 4 times, so been pretty lucky, pretty high rolly, but yeah, you can only play what the decks you bring, so they've turned out pretty good for me, so yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Well, it's always a little bit of prep, a little bit of luck, and obviously you've done well on both accounts today. Tomorrow, upper bracket final, an Australian final, or an ANZ final. That must feel pretty good as well. Was that your expectation coming into this, or do you feel overall that ANZ players have just played pretty well?
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting to face a Kiwi in the final, but us Aussies do pretty well against Kiwis, so hopefully I'll smash him tomorrow. But,
we beat them at pretty much everything except rugby, right?
yeah, pretty much, yeah. So they're our whipping boys, so yeah, it shouldn't be any more difficult tomorrow.
And what about old mate Ender? He's had a pretty good day as well. Obviously, you pip him out in this round. He drops down to the lower bracket. Overall, it seems like he's had a pretty good day. How do you think he's going to go tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I know Ender quite well, and he's been having a pretty awesome run. He was like one of the best ladder players last season, so I'm not surprised he's doing really well in this tournament, and I expect him to go, really deep in this tournament, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the finals.
We'll have to see how he goes. One last question for you. Game number 3. Looks like you're going to win, and you don't. Twitch chat certainly had a fantastic time. What happened?
Yeah, so at the time I thought I threw, but after thinking it through a bit more, I feel like I made the correct play. Like most people would just trade in that situation, but if I didn't go face and, set up lethal, then I was just going to, have no board and no way to win. He still had 3 cards left. So, yeah, even though it didn't turn out the way I wanted it to, I think I made the correct play.
No regrets. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in the upper bracket final tomorrow. Guys and girls, that's it for a huge day. Day number 1 here at HCT Sydney. I hope you enjoyed all 10 matches we had today. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks to Maccas. We're back at 10 a.m. AEDT tomorrow. We'll see you then.
The Sydney HCT stop is proudly supported by McDonald's Australia.
Thank you.